Really looking forward to it. I think there's quite a lot for us to get our teeth into. We are just going over to UFC right now. The prelims should just be about to be starting. It's probably going to be a little bit of time to kill. It's not the biggest card tonight. We've actually got 12 fights lined up. You might remember last week we had... I think there was actually last week around 14 fights. So we have definitely seen more fights than what we've got this week. But it's a comfortable number this week. It's a number that I think is roughly where I like to see it. Sometimes where you've got like 14 fights, it's literally just fight, one after the other. Whereas when you've got 12, it's a little bit more breathable. It's a little bit more manageable. And I am looking forward to the fights they've actually got for us because, as we said, lots of prospects, lots to get excited about. We can go through those fights, break them all down. Right now, they're just previewing the main event. So we haven't missed anything. There's nothing that's started. We've just got Magny Levy talking about Tsarukyan. I don't know which one is going to be our first fight, though. That's going to be my question. So, first fight, we've still got Emmett from last week. Let me see. Oh, my God. I thought, where's the... There we go. Is that going to be our first one? Our first one, I think, might be Jin Frey and Demopoulos. So, that could be the first one. Hello. Hope everyone is well. Let me get the first fight lined up. So, first one, Vanessa Demopoulos taking on Jin Frey. This is going to be in the women's strawweight division. Let me get this spelled out correctly. Demopoulos versus Frey. So, women's strawweight division fight. And this should be quite fun. I'm down for this. We've got Demopoulos, who's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. She's really strong. She's a bit like a tank. She is someone that's a bit hittable. She looks for submissions. She can be a little bit sloppy. She does throw volume. She is tough. She's very durable. She doesn't have much of a defense. Big body kicks, and she can keep her hands low. She's 33 years old. She hasn't got the most impressive of records, but and she comes in as plus 220. They're showing that a bit of money has come in on her. At the moment now, she's actually plus 190. So when I saw her about 48 hours ago, she was plus 220. So a little bit of money coming in on Demopoulos. But as we said, still a very firm underdog. She's taken on Jin Frey, who looks to overpower her opponents. She's a striker, but she lacks volume. She's got raw strength. She's got good hard leg kicks. She looks to make the fight dirty. She should have the striking advantage. She's definitely the person that I'm leaning to. She's 37, which is fine. But she's got more experience. She's looks to win minutes. She's not known as a finisher, as we said, because she doesn't really have many finishes on her record. But yeah, I can see this one being quite interesting. I can see it being quite cagey, quite close at times. But I am actually going with Jin Frey to get the victory. I think she gets it by decision. As we said, that's in the women's strawweight division, and we haven't actually got going with that yet. We're still waiting for that to get started. But yeah, I am looking forward to some of the fights that we've got coming up tonight. The main event in particular is absolutely fantastic. The main event tonight is one of those cards that's just rammed full of prospects, rammed full of potential, and honestly could be one of those cards that we actually go back to quite a few times. It could actually be one of those cards that we talk about quite a bit, because we are getting a lot of up-and-comers. You know, we're getting cousin Umar in action. So Umar Nurmagomedov, Khabib's cousin, is in action tonight. But as we said, you know, Tsarukyan, Gamrot, there's quite a lot of prospects, and there's quite a lot of people that, as we said, when we go back and look at their careers and we talk about how they became champion, we could end up referring to tonight for quite a few of them. Where, like, you know, oh, do you remember that when they fought such and such as they were, you know, working their way to the title? Because there are quite a few tonight that absolutely can go on to become champions. So I'm really excited for it. And that main event tonight, both of them, Tsarukyan and Gamrot, have both got the ability to go on to become a champion at some point in their own right. And tonight will actually be quite important to help us decide which one is going to probably get that opportunity first. Ultimately, I think both of them will end up in title fights in the future. But will it be Tsarukyan or will it be Gamrot that will take the step forward? It's going to be, as I said, it's going to be really, really interesting. Like, that's kind of how to view tonight, is that, as we said, lots and lots and lots of potential, lots of exciting fights. So, Gamrot, Tsarukyan, Rakhmonov. I mean, I didn't even mention Rakhmonov. Rakhmonov is 15-0. 15-0. He is a huge prospect. Great grappler, combat sambo. He is in co-main tonight, taking on Neil Magny. Neil Magny is, you know, he's kind of got himself into that, like, gatekeeper role. And, you know, you've got Rakhmonov, who's ranked 15th, just inside the rankings, taking on Neil Magny, who's 10th. So, you know, if Rakhmonov can win that, I don't know that he would go 10th. He might shoot up to, like, 11th, 12th, but, or he might go 10th, who knows. But it's a big fight, as Rakhmonov is really starting to make some movement now in that welterweight division. He is such an exciting prospect, 15-0. So you got Rakhmonov, who I really hope wins that, because I want to see that hype train continue. In the main event, you got Tsarukyan taking on Gamrot. As we said, both of those really interesting prospects. Tsarukyan 18-2, Gamrot 20-1. I mean, both have got great records, so really looking forward to that as well. And you can just kind of go down the card, and you can just see that there's just really good prospects. As we said, Umar Nurmagomedov, who's Khabib's cousin, he's going to be in action on this card as well. So lots to get our teeth into, lots to look forward to, and lots of money potentially to be made for all of you that are having a little flutter this evening, this Saturday night, as we're about to get underway with our first fight of the evening. What time is the first fight, says John? It's coming up. We've got the ring walks, as we're in the Apex, by the way. We are back in the Apex. We are back into the smaller cage. And, you know, we have been on the road recently. We have had red-hot crowds, passionate crowds. They really do add to the occasion. But we don't, unfortunately, have that this evening. We are back in a pretty much empty Apex in Las Vegas. So this is Las Vegas. I think it's like 57. And then obviously we are on the verge of a massive, massive UFC 276. Israel Adesanya taking on Jared Cannonier. That is coming up, I believe, next week. Very, very excited for that. Very excited for that. That is going to be a massive, massive show. And we will be all over that. We are covering that on the channel. Can't wait. Yeah, I want to try and get like a prediction video out, which is not the kind of thing I usually do. But that is such a big card. And there's such excitement around it as well, that it kind of feels like it might be worth doing a little bit extra for it as we build towards it. But we are building towards this first fight as well, as we are seeing the competitors making their way down to the octagon. I hope the bets go well, but not holding my breath, says Retribution, because I know how rubbish UFC can be for betting. It's gamble. That's why they call it gambling. But, yeah, hopefully, as you said, hopefully the bets can go well for people. It's always good to see people winning money. Demopoulos making her way down as well then. So Jinyu Fry already inside the octagon. Tell you what, Demopoulos looking very focused. Very focused. She is fired up. She is quite emotional. She's finished 5 of her 7 wins, 4 by submission. She is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, 2-time Pan-American Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu champion, former LFA strawweight champion, Vanessa Demopoulos. Made her way down and she's hugging people. She's fired up, gritting her teeth. This one clearly means a lot to her, as they're going to get the night started for us. Her record, just having a look on Tapology, her record is 7-4. She actually won her last fight back in January. It's not like if she loses this, she's going to lose her job. The way she was acting, it kind of felt like if she loses this, she's going to lose her job. That's not the case. Unless someone's had a word with her going, listen, we just don't like your face, yeah. If you lose this, you're out. I don't think that's happened, though. And she's been quite active in the grappling scene. She's been having... she's had 3 grappling fights in Medusa 1 and Medusa 2. She's been having some grappling contests. So she's lost 2, won 1 of those. But actually in the UFC, that doesn't count on a record, by the way. But in the UFC, she is 1-1 in her last 2. She is 3-2 in her last 2 and 3 in her last 5. It's a kind of so-so record. But she is coming in on this off a win. Right, Jinyu Fry is minus 225 favorite. First time as a UFC favorite. So, well done to her. Quite the achievement. Frey is going to win this. Let's go, says Roddle. Let's go. Right. I tell you what, she's pacing back and forth. She's making me nervous. Demopoulos. Pacing around. 1 of 9 Dana White Contender Series alumni. That's, I think, does it say features on this card? Right, here we go. We are about to get underway. Chris Tognoni is our referee. And we are about to get underway with round number 1. Boom. So we've got Jinyu Fry in blue. We've got Demopoulos in black. And we've got Demopoulos out into the center. As you said, she very focused. She kind of strikes me as someone that's on the verge of losing her place on the UFC roster. But as we said, we just looked. She's actually 2-3 in her last 5. 1-1 in her last couple. She's been having a few grappling contests as well, Demopoulos. She's getting backed up a little bit here by Jinyu Fry, who just takes a little stumble as she throws a kick. She's backing up Demopoulos. She fires off a left straight to the body. Jinyu Fry. Demopoulos yet to throw anything. She throws something there, but it's well short. It's well short. Jinyu Fry just keeping a bit of distance. At the moment, we are just circling around. We're sort of in the center. Jinyu Fry just able to connect with a little bit more, but nice inside leg kick there by Demopoulos. Trying to throw a right hand to the body there. Demopoulos coming in with a left forearm. Jinyu Fry still got that advantage, though. Not much in it. Couple of minutes into this fight and really not much in it. Little bit of a feeling out process. No one's really let the hands go yet, but it looks like Fry was fancying it as she goes with a 1-2. Demopoulos backing up a little bit. Jinyu Fry trying to come forward. Demopoulos with a right hand. Nice couple of left-hand jabs, and Demopoulos goes down. I don't think that was as a result of the jabs. I think it was more she was getting backed up against the cage. I think she ended up, like, slipping. So I don't think that will score as a knockdown. But she did go down. There was a lovely counter right there by Demopoulos. And again, a couple of heavy shots coming in by Demopoulos. We've got Jinyu Fry standing her ground in the center. Demopoulos, as we said, on the outside, throwing in a leg kick, looking for an inside leg kick, not landing it. Backing up a little bit. Fry coming in, trying to let the hands go a little bit. We're still not quite out of that feeling out phase. We're not quite out of it yet. Heavy kick to the body by Demopoulos. And as that kick comes in, Jinyu Fry catches the leg. That allows an opening. Demopoulos ends up going down, but it's more because she was trying to get away. So again, I don't think it'll be counted as a knockdown. But that was quite the sequence. And as she went down, she managed to escape. Her leg was being held. She pops right back up, and we're right back to where we were, with both women in the center. Demopoulos standing on that center ground. You can see that Jinyu Fry has got quite the advantage at the moment. There's actually a bit of blood coming down the side of the head of Jinyu Fry, though. Don't know where that's come from. And a takedown by Demopoulos. Demopoulos charging in, getting a takedown. She saw the opening, and she did well with that takedown. It's a beautiful takedown. Jinyu Fry is down, and there is blood coming down from the side of her head. Don't know where that blood is actually coming from. Sometimes can be a bit of a sign of if it's like affecting the ear and the ear canal. It can like really throw you off your balance, but knee straight to the body. Lovely little moment in the fight here for Demopoulos. We got Jinyu Fry in the center of the octagon. Demopoulos on the outside. She managed to break away. She was being held against the cage for a moment there, Demopoulos. So on the outside, on the back foot. Looks like that blood is just in front of the ear, so don't know what she caught her with to bust open Jinyu Fry, but Jinyu Fry definitely has got blood, as we said, coming down the side of her head, and that is the end of the round. Let me know who you would give that to. I feel like it's very, very close, but I feel like for me personally, I would be giving it to Jinyu Fry. I think that she was on the front foot throughout the fight. I think that she landed more. I think you've got something like 7 significant strikes for advantage for Jinyu Fry. You've got the one takedown for Demopoulos, but she didn't really do anything with it. The blood could be a factor. Damage is a factor. And we are seeing blood coming down the side of the head for Jinyu Fry, but it's not enough for me to say that she's got the advantage, to be honest. It's not enough for me to say that Demopoulos is winning this one. So, first round down, I'm going to say Jinyu Fry, but feel free to put in the chat which way you think it's going. We are going to go to round number 2. Wow, I tell you what, there's so much action, so much going on. There's no time to, like, catch your breath at the moment. Here we go, round number 2 then. Let's see how this plays out. So Jin Yu Fry straight into the center ground. And you've got Demopoulos again on the outside trying to throw big counter shot. Nice right, followed by a left by Jin Yu Fry. Demopoulos responding as well with a right left of her own. Inside leg kick coming in by Jin Yu Fry. Got Jin Yu Fry in the center. Demopoulos on the outside. That was a lovely straight left. Really nice by Jin Yu Fry. We're just starting to see a little bit of red. Just a few marks on the face of Demopoulos where you can see some of those shots have landed. Demopoulos looking for a takedown, but that was stuffed by Jin Yu Fry. Jin Yu Fry standing the ground in the center. Oh, lovely! Great lefts! Straight down the middle by Jin Yu Fry, and Demopoulos just got smacked a couple of times there. She was up against the cage. Jin Yu Fry couldn't capitalize, and Demopoulos ends up slipping out, but that definitely will have caused some damage. And you can see blood coming down the nose of Demopoulos. So Demopoulos trying to throw a high kick. I must admit, this is going the way that I thought it would go, with this being a case of Yu Fry just edging it, and potentially on the verge of taking it by decision. That's what I was looking at. And I would say Yu Fry took that first round. I would say she's taken this round as well. You can see 32-17 on significant strikes now. Blood coming down the nose. It feels like Jin Yu Fry has settled into the fight. And it feels like Demopoulos is really just trying to throw counters. She's a little bit wayward at times. Again, heavy hand coming in there by Demopoulos, though she is just throwing these winging right hands. I think just trying to throw bombs now. Jin Yu Fry again just working the jab as Demopoulos looks for a takedown. She does manage to get a knee to the midsection. Again, couple of jabs by Jin Yu Fry, but they fall short. She tries to throw a big left hand behind. Counter right coming in by Demopoulos. Both fighters in the center of the octagon right now. Lovely kick coming in by Jin Yu Fry. It was blocked, though, by Demopoulos, but still rattled her. 2 minutes left to go here. Big winging right hand again by Demopoulos. You could see that she keeps going for that. That it seems like she just wants to try and land like a kill shot. Jin Yu Fry definitely building and putting like her fight plan together better than what Demopoulos is. Demopoulos at this stage just throwing big overhand rights, trying to land some, looking for takedowns as well. Low kick coming in there by Demopoulos. Any kind of advantage? Oh, looking for a takedown. No joy. No joy. It was Demopoulos again looking for that takedown. She's gone for it a few times. Lovely strikes coming in there by Jin Yu Fry as Demopoulos just got in close. We're actually seeing Jin Yu Fry getting backed up against the cage now. Demopoulos is the one that's gone onto the front foot. She's the one that's actually forcing the fight at the moment, but Demopoulos getting backed up now. Jin Yu Fry, this is it's such an interesting fight. It's a really interesting fight. It's going back and forth. They're largely, keeping it on the feet. We haven't seen much cage work, but Demopoulos does grab Jin Yu Fry, take her over against the cage. And right now we are seeing Demopoulos changing the action, taking it away from striking. Now we're going over to a bit of cage work, bit of clinch work. 20-odd seconds to go. Demopoulos just getting some knee strikes in. Feel like Demopoulos has done really well to not allow this fight to, get away. Because this fight, at one point, looked like Jin Yu Fry was just going to really start pulling away. She hasn't. She hasn't pulled away. And all credit to Demopoulos for that. I think she's done a really, really good job of making sure that this fight remains competitive. That is the end of the second round. And actually, Demopoulos slumps down against the cage. At the end of the first round, though, she was sat on the ground. I think she is someone that tends to do that in between rounds. But the way that she slumped down definitely indicated that she is feeling the pace of the fight. For me personally, I would say that it's 2-0 to Jin Yu Fry. I think Jin Yu Fry has got the advantage here. I think that the significant striking gap has widened. I think that I gave Jin Yu Fry the first. I think the gap widened, so I'm going to give her the second. There was no takedown by Demopoulos. The damage, I think, if anything, got worse in that second round for Demopoulos. So Jin Yu Fry doesn't seem... She's got a little mark. You can see a bit of swelling underneath the eye, but I personally would give it 2-0. I said that first round you could have gone with Demopoulos, so I could see there being people that have got it 1-1. Let's see what round number 3 presents for us, though. Yeah, really interesting fight. At the moment, Jin Yu Fry minus 700 favourite. Demopoulos plus 400. So, current live odds have got Jin Yu Fry very comfortably ahead. I mean, don't forget she did come in as favourite anyway, but those odds have got wider. So, it seems like the live odds have got Jin Yu Fry 2-0 also. Demopoulos grabs Jin Yu Fry, drives her up against the cage. We are into the third round. Demopoulos just pinning Jin Yu Fry up against the cage, throwing in some knee strikes. So, early cage work here by Demopoulos. She's getting some good control time, but we know that if you don't actually do anything whilst you've got them up against the cage, then the judges just don't seem to be bothered in this day and age. So this really isn't going to do much unless she can really get some strikes through. Couple of shots coming in by Demopoulos. She's the one that's trying to be active, but Demopoulos trying to get a takedown. Looking for a takedown. Jin Yu Fry is defending that well. At the moment, this is a Demopoulos round, which isn't a problem because I've got Jin Yu Fry winning the first 2. So if she does lose this, as we said, it's not going to be the end of the world. But, yeah, really fun first fight. Knee strikes coming in by Demopoulos. The two actually break apart and go into the center of the octagon. Kick coming in by Jin Yu Fry. Trying to throw straight lefts. Demopoulos, for me, needs to try and find a finish, and she throws a big right hook. But it misses. Body shot there by Demopoulos. She was so focused coming into this fight. She was so fired up coming into this fight that... you can tell this meant a lot to her, and she has dug deep here. She has given a lot. Nothing but respect to Demopoulos. If she is going to lose this on decision, then it is going to be close. Nice exchanges of shots in there. You can see that Demopoulos is gassed. She's definitely feeling it. Trying to get a big right shot in. Charging, looking for a single leg takedown there, Demopoulos, but no joy. She did manage to get Jin Yu Fry over against the side of the cage. She has grabbed that leg. And she's got Jin Yu Fry pinned up against the side of the cage. As I said, feels to me like she needs to get takedowns, and she really needs to try and find some down on the ground, but time is slipping away for her. She's got about 1 minute 20 to go. Right now, she's just got her pinned up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming into the body. Jin Yu Fry has managed to defend 6 takedowns. And again, Demopoulos has just got her pinned at the moment. Knees coming in. You can see some lovely knee strikes to the body. And again, feels like this is going to be 2 rounds to 1. 2 Jin Yu Fry for me. I think that Demopoulos is going to take this final round. Knee again. Heavy knee strike coming in by Demopoulos. She's working hard here. She's really put the graft in this round. I've got nothing but respect to her. Nothing but respect. Strikes coming into the side of the head by Jin Yu Fry, but they're just token strikes. They're not significant. Jin Yu Fry does break away with 5 seconds to go. Big heavy shots coming in by Jin Yu Fry to end the fight. And it has gone to decision. And I do think that she's going to win. I think that Jin Yu Fry should take this 2 rounds to 1. Let me know which way you've got it in the chat. Demopoulos is going to win this, says John. It was a boring fight, says Ben. How excited are you for UFC 276? Very excited. Very excited. I am really looking forward to it. I think there's so many great fights on that card. I mean, in all fairness, you could have nothing on that card apart from Holloway, Volkanovski, and I would still be really excited. But add in the fact that you've got Adesanya taking on Jared Cannonier. I mean, I think Adesanya should win that quite comfortably. But Cannonier is obviously someone that we've seen active at heavyweight, light heavyweight. He's kind of dropped down the divisions. He's an interesting challenge for Adesanya, but it is a challenge I would expect him to be able to overcome. But I think, you know, in this day and age, outside of Conor, Adesanya's got to be one of the biggest stars they've got. So Adesanya taking on anyone is always going to grab people's interest. Taking on someone that has got knockouts at heavyweight, light heavyweight, and has dropped down and got some really good wins at middleweight, I think it's an interesting challenge. Here's the judges. It's going to be split. Wow, they've given it to Demopoulos. Winner by split decision. I think that's a surprise. I think the first round's close. I think the second round is Jin Yu Fry, and I think the third round is Demopoulos. So, for me, it's not a robbery. I think it's surprising. But I've got it, I had it 2-1 to Jin Yu Fry. But the judges, split decision. 2 of them go in with Demopoulos. And I tell you what, she's happy. She's a happy girl. You could tell that meant a lot to her. Coming down, she was really focused. And that was one that she really worked hard for. So, thought it would go decision, but I thought it would go with Jin Yu Fry. I thought she'd actually won it 2-1. But it's split decision. Right, we move on. Kelleher against Batista. 10 first round finishes for Kelleher. Right, Kelleher, this is in the bantamweight division. Kelleher has got decent striking, well-rounded, Great guillotine choke. Decent takedown defense. Struggles to close the distance sometimes and like really get into the exchanges. Can be hard to hit. Has got nasty jiu-jitsu. He's got plenty of losses by submission. But he is very, very durable. He's taken on Batista, who is a striker. I don't think he's ever managed to beat anyone by submission, so that kind of weakness that Kelleher's got, I don't know that Batista's going to be the one that's going to be able to exploit it. He comes in from MMA Lab, big, powerful knee strikes. This is a big step up in competition as well. Good work rate, low kicks, sharp jab, takedown defense is pretty good. He's 3-2 in his last 5. He has got a few chin question marks. He's coming in as a slight favourite. I think there is absolutely a path forward for the dog here. I think that Kelleher absolutely could get the victory in this one. I think it's quite close, to be honest. I think it's quite close. I am going to go with Mario Batista. He is coming in as favourite, and he has got, as we said, some really nice striking. He has been showing improvements. I always think as well that work rate is really, really important. You've just seen that with Demopoulos. I mean, she did not stop for all 3 rounds, and she definitely took that last round. And that work rate is really, really important to like put in that graft and put in that grind. And Mario Bautista is going to do that for you in this next fight. So I like Bautista, but absolutely a path forward for Kelleher. This one even closer than that last fight we just had odds wise. So this is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to this. Takahashi is out of Forbidden Door. An 8-man tag is now a 6-man tag. Oh. My picks: Umar, Nurmagomedov, Rakhmonov, and Tsarukyan, says Ali. Hope it goes well for you. It's a good card tonight. It's a fun card tonight. Definitely one that you can get your teeth into. Okay, so we are building towards our next fight. You can see some stats on screen. Got like striking accuracy, Bautista with a slight edge there. Significant strikes landed per minute. Bautista again got the advantage there, 5.4. Kelleher 3.4. Takedown average, Kelleher just a little better on that front. Tends to get 1.8 compared to 1.6. And then but takedown accuracy, 55.5% for Bautista, 42.8% for Kelleher. So we've got both fighters making their way down to the octagon. We will be underway with our second fight very, very soon. I enjoyed that last fight, though. I thought that was a good, interesting contest. So hopefully this one can deliver more of the same. Wrestle with Andy. Hello, buds. Hope you're well. What's your fight of the year? I loved Glover versus Jiri. Yeah, I've got Glover Jiri as my fight of the year at the moment. I hate to be in agreement, but I think it was... I just think it was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. Who's your favourite fighter on this card? Mine is Chris Curtis. Favourite fighter's a good question. I would probably be going with... maybe Umar Nurmagomedov. I think he's a wonderful fighter in his own right. I think he's absolutely a future champion. I think that being Khabib's cousin as well is going to make him super marketable. I really like... I like to watch him fight anyway, but I'm always looking for that next big superstar. That's kind of what I like to see. I think that's a big part of the appeal for a lot of people, is watching these fighters, wondering, could, like, we saw Natalia Silva in action the other week, and could she go on to become something? She looked really good. Like, could she go on to, like, be a big name? Could Paddy Pimblett go on to be the big name that, he's already made a name for himself, but can he go on to be a champion? Can he go on to, do you know what I mean? Like, really do a Conor? Like, where's the next Conor? It does feel like we are lacking big names. We've got Adesanya, who I think will definitely bring in viewers next week. Maybe Jiri could be that person as well. But for me, I'm always on the lookout. That's, a big part of the appeal for me as to why we do the early prelims. Really have a look, see who's out there. Look at the whole roster. We watch every fight every week. So we get to see all of the roster, all of the fighters, and see who's, like, coming through. So that's why I'm so excited about tonight, because a lot of the fighters that I think have got that kind of potential, we're going to see them tonight. Like, they've really, really stacked this card. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I don't know. I don't know if it's just to get us excited for next week, or I have no idea. There's loads of fights tonight that easily could have gone on to next week's card. Tsarukyan against Gamrot. Legit could be a title fight in, 5 years' time. Like, it's absolutely... two really, really exciting prospects. Maybe not 5 years, because Gamrot's like 31, but maybe in 3 years' time it could be a title fight again. Their paths could absolutely cross again. We could be referencing the main event tonight in a few years' time if they face each other again, because both are great prospects. Both have got that potential. So I love that main event. Love Rakhmonov as well in the co-main, and as I said, for me personally, I might have to go with Umar. He's got that name value anyway, but I think more important than that, he lives up to it. His current record is 14-0. He comes in today at -900 favourite. Look, if your name's the Magomedov, you're always going to get backed by people, aren't you? So... Right, here we go. Fight number 2 is about to get underway. So, Kelleher against Bautista. Let's see what comes of this one. Our second fight. And we are up and running. Kelleher in white, Bautista in blue. Batista in the center of the octagon. Couple of left-hand jabs coming in by Kelleher. Outside leg kick by Kelleher as well. Spin kick to the body by Bautista. Does land it, but doesn't land much of it. And Bautista throwing out a straight left. Almost a front kick to the face there by Kelleher. Throwing that out nice and early, but just falling short. We've... not taking much time to settle down here, as Bautista does manage to get a strike through. Kelleher with a spinning back fist on his way out from that little exchange. High kick coming in by Bautista. Looking for a takedown. Gets the takedown. Bautista with side control. That was a good takedown, that was. Excellent entry. He managed to kind of come in over at the side so that when they actually went down, he was in side control. And side control is a really useful place to be. It's a really useful place to be because there's really not much controlling Bautista over there. And so you can see Kelleher is trying to get him into guard. And he's got him into guard. So now he's got him in between his legs. But, and that has allowed him now to get back up to his feet. Considering he was down and being side controlled, to now be standing and be up against the side of the cage shows incredible skill. Yeah, he did stay very, very calm. In that was a situation that could have got really bad. He drops down to the ground. He's managed to get a guillotine. It doesn't look very tight. Batista's managed to get into side control again. Kelleher won't panic. But that was really nice. Oh, he's got the back now. Bautista's got the back. Bautista looking for a rear naked. Oh, and Kelleher taps. Kelleher taps. Bautista has managed to find the submission. Kelleher, 7 losses by submission. I don't think Bautista's got a submission win before. But he's got a submission win now. He's managed to get that rear naked choke applied. And Kelleher has had to tap. Didn't see him actually tap, to be honest. So Bautista managed to get on top of Kelleher. He got some ground and pound going. That meant that Kelleher had to turn to try and get away from the ground and pounds. And so as he turned, he gave up his back. His back was exposed. That allowed Bautista to get the arm through, get that choke applied. And, I mean, look, Kelleher went from a bad situation to a worse situation. And he has ended up losing that fight first round. First round finish for Mario Bautista. Rear naked choke. A good day's work done. David said main event is going to be interesting. It's going to be really tough to call. He tapped with both hands. Oh, he was desperate. He was desperate to get out. Wanted to make sure everyone saw. His reach and speed are too much for Pedro. He'll get knocked out trying to get in. Where are the polls? Can you do them? Did polls for each fight for the last one. I'm not really looking to do that for every card. But we can put them up for the main event. Or do them for every fight. But we can put them up for the main event. Let's... Munoz can strike. We saw that against Cody. I think Sugar will be faster, says the robot. He tapped 3 different times, says Joseph. Rear naked choke, winner by submission, round 1, 2 minutes 27. It was a great performance. Back-to-back wins, and as we said, that was a real step up in class for him. Bilal says that was dominant. Sean Bitter said that was fantastic work from Bautista. Brian Barbarena says dominant win. Mike said Mario Bautista is slick. The only thing I would say is that he did have Kelleher in side control. And I think there might be a little bit of disappointment maybe that he allowed him out of that. I mean, sometimes you just don't get that many opportunities. And he managed to get a great takedown. He had side control on him and then just couldn't, you know, he just seemingly allowed him to get right back up. The only thing I would say is once he got back up, he did manage to then get another takedown. He then got into another good position where he could start getting that ground and pound. That's when Kelleher had to turn. When he turns, he manages to get the back and find that rear naked choke. So, you know, it's one of those. You can kind of look at it a few ways. You can say, like, is it concerning that he didn't do more with that side control? Yes. But is it great that he managed to carve out another opportunity for himself straight after? Yes. So, I think still things to work on, but that was a big test for him, and he's managed to get a great result there. Rocky says, 1-1. Not going to complain about the judges. I've been on the good side of all the questionable calls, so I'll take that one. Yeah. They need to fire judges. Hello. Seems like people are not happy about that first result. I think I just it's difficult because judges are always scoring things slightly different. I mean, that was a split decision. Do you know what I mean? So even the 3 judges that scored it, in fact, I believe the 3 judges that scored it 3 different ways. So the one judge in that first fight gave it 30-27, gave all 3 rounds, I believe, to Demopoulos. That person needs to be tested, because that makes no sense. The other judge went 2-1 to Demopoulos, so that makes more sense. I can vibe with that. And then the other one went 2-1 for Jin Yu Frey. So I do agree, like, to have 3 people see it like 3 different ways. One saw it as a dominant win for Demopoulos. The other saw it as a slight win for Demopoulos. The other saw it as a slight win for Jin Yu Frey. I mean, how have you got a sport where 3 people can see the same contest 3 different ways? And, you know, you can understand then why people that have got money riding on it are going to be frustrated. I feel like it's a good and a bad thing for MMA. I feel like it's good because it generates a lot of talking points. It gives MMA fans something to really get their teeth into. It's something that, you know, really sparks conversation, and it's a big conversation at the moment, the whole judging thing. It's not a conversation I think that the UFC are engaged in. I don't know that there's really any change on the cards, but it's certainly a conversation that the fans are having. Seems like it's a conversation we're having every single week when it comes to judges. So I feel like it's good in that regards. It's kind of, you know, definitely a talking conversation piece. But it's bad because with a lot of sports like basketball, American football, European like football, soccer, you know what the score is, like, all throughout the game, all throughout the contest. You don't know what the score is when it comes to this. But, I mean, that's the same when it comes to a lot of combat sports. You don't know what the scores are in boxing either. You know, in boxing, you don't know, like, how the judges are scoring it. I don't know what I would do to change it. I don't know what I would do to fix it. I think it's a real problem. I know people have said we'll have 5 people, but to be honest, if you've already got 3, and those 3 saw that first fight 3 different ways, if you have 5 people, they might see it 5 different ways. I don't know that that's the answer. They've said, like, give them, like, different camera angles and things like this, but there's not loads of time, to be honest, in between rounds. Like, there's not enough time to, like, really... I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know how you're going to study different camera angles or how that's going to help things either. I don't know. I don't know if it's if I would maybe show the judges what the judges scored it after each round. So at least when you go into, say, the third, you know what the situation is. So, like, for example, Jin Yu Frey, if she knew she was, like, you know, down on 2 judges' scorecards, would she have delivered that third round as she did? You know, that could make for some really exciting third rounds if people knew they were losing and they knew that they were going to have to go for it. I mean, it would be a significant change, though. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would be better, because at least then we would know, and it wouldn't be a surprise. We would just find out after each round how the judges had scored it. So, you know, just even if it's just a light system. So rather than write it down, they just press, like, a blue light or a red light for whatever fighter they think won what rounds. And then, like, you'd be able to clearly see who was, like, leading throughout the thing and who's leading going into the third. I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't do that for boxing. That's a lot of lights. But in MMA, like, I feel like you could do it. I don't know if it makes it any better, though, but at least there's no nasty surprises at the end. But then some people would say that they like the drama of that. Do you know what I mean? Certainly in a title fight where you get towards the end of the contest and it's like, which way is it going to go? Is it going to be and new or is it going to be and still? And that kind of drama of like who's going to get the belt and you don't know. I mean, it could be that someone goes like 4 rounds up in a 5-round fight and then you know that if there's not a finish, well, we know who the champ's going to be. But I don't mind that. It's kind of like at the end of an American football game, the teams know who's won. Do you know what I mean? That's crazy. It is crazy to argue saying, yeah, but, you know, at the end of the contest, it'd be better if we didn't know because it'd be a good surprise. But, I don't know, you don't get that in, like, other sports, do you? I mean, you do get it in boxing. But, I don't know. I think maybe if those of us at home, it depends how frustrating people find it. How annoying are some of the judges' calls? If they're annoying, then is it better that we just see it as the fight's progressing? That's the only thing I can think. But as we said, you know, there's people saying that there should be more judges. They should be in like a TV room. They should show what they're scoring it, how they're scoring it. I've seen people saying that they should like justify each result that they have to give. So we actually go to the judges after the fight, and the judges like explain why they've scored it, the way they've scored it. I don't think that's a good idea, because I think they'll say stuff and you won't agree. And then it will just make you more annoyed. If they turn around and go, yeah, I just thought that, you know, fighter Y was landing the cleaner shots, but the stats show that fighter Y didn't, then that will make people angry. So I don't feel like that's going to be helpful at all. Take the eye poke away. There's not been one. That's true. Just dreaming of eye pokes. I'm putting in phantom eye pokes. Right, I need to change over this. We are waiting, by the way. We were just talking about judges stuff there, but we are building our way towards the third fight. JP Buys taking on Cody Durden. That's going to be our next contest, third fight of the evening. We're already an hour in. Couple of fights down. Only, I think, 12 fights this evening? So not loads and loads, but a workable number. A workable amount of fights. Late money is coming in on buys. Finderbin said Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury, August 17th. Yeah, we're going to be doing that. I mean, I haven't looked yet to see what it's colliding with from a UFC point of view, but I would imagine that they would have tried to avoid UFC and big UFC shows. It wouldn't make any sense. I know that Jake Paul hates UFC. Well, he doesn't hate it, but he obviously is hated by it. But I don't think he would have tried to go up against a big UFC show. So, yeah, we're going to be doing that Jake Paul fight. We'll try and cover the fight night that's going to be on the same night. I'm sure there will be a fight night on the same night. But, yeah, we will be looking to do that. I've got Jake Paul losing against Tommy Fury. I think that Tommy Fury hasn't looked great in some of his fights, and I also think he's fought a lot of quite low caliber boxers. So there is definitely concern that Tommy Fury is a boxer, but maybe not a very highly skilled one. But equally, I don't think Jake Paul's a very highly skilled boxer. I mean, I've watched all of his fights, and I think that he does have some power. I think that he has the ability to put people away, and he can find a big shot. But I think that his actual general, work is kind of, his movement is a little slow. I think that his hand speed is fine. I don't think there's anything special. He's got some all right power. Head movement, I've not been seeing a great deal of, to be honest. It's not like people have been throwing shots and he's been, really avoiding and using some great head movement. So I can't say that his head movement looks that good. This is not. I'm not just like laying into Jake Paul. I'm just saying that I think a lot of people see the knockouts and think that is a reflection of him being an amazing boxer when there's so much more that goes into it. So for me, Tommy is a boxer. I don't think that he's shown great levels of performance, but I do think this is going to be the biggest challenge Jake Paul will have faced. He's obviously very confident that his skills and what he's showing in the gym is going to be good enough to beat Tommy Fury. I think that if Tommy Fury has good training camp, keeps on improving, because the big thing as well is that Tommy's big. Jake's been beating a load of like smaller guys, whereas Tommy Fury's got like a decent size to him. And I think that Tommy Fury, who is a boxer and has had boxing fights and wins, and has had quite a few extensive like training camps already with his brother. I think that Tommy in his last fight looked. I think he was on the undercard of the Tyson one at Wembley. He looked better in that. He did look better in that. Tommy doesn't seem to have knockout power, so I'm thinking that there's a chance that this is going to go the distance, and there is a chance that at some point Jake Paul could catch Tommy. But Tyson's got a feeling that Tommy's going to knock out Jake Paul. I don't know. I mean, Jake Paul could get tired and tagged up, and I think that this is definitely going to be the biggest challenge that Jake Paul has faced. I think it's a really interesting, intriguing fight. Because, as we said, I feel that Jake has improved. I think he's definitely, everyone would agree, is better than when he was facing the likes of Nate Robinson, the basketball guy. But if you look at who he's faced a basketball player. He's faced a YouTuber. Three fights are really what you can judge him on. Ben Askren, who's got no striking whatsoever. Like, literally no striking whatsoever. So, but he is an athlete. He is a former UFC champion. So you can judge him on that. And then the two fights against Tyron Woodley. And Woodley, the first one was close. And Woodley had him up against the ropes at one point and looked like there might be a way forward for Woodley, but he just didn't capitalize on that moment. And he didn't want to force it. He didn't want to rush it. A lot of people thought it was fixed as a result, but I actually think that it wasn't fixed. I think it was just a case that Woodley didn't want to rush in and get caught with something. So I do believe that. But he definitely had him at one point. I would like to think that if Tommy Fury gets an opening like that, he will capitalize on it. In the second fight, obviously the knockdown, I mean, I would say that knockdown does matter, and it does show and confirm that Jake does have power, and he can find a good shot selection when needed. So he is going to be a problem for Tommy. I disagree. Anyone thinking this is just going to be Tommy steamwalking this, I disagree with that. I think it's an interesting fight, but my money would be with Tommy Fury. I think Tommy Fury is going to be the biggest fighter, the most skilled boxer that Jake Paul has faced. And honestly, it's really hard to know what level Jake Paul's at, because from what I've seen, I think that his actual fundamentals are so-so. But I've not been blown away by Tommy Fury either. But I've said all along, I think Tommy wins it. I'm going to stick with Tommy, but I like the fight. I really like the fight. I think the world will like the fight, actually. I think it's one that, the big criticism is that he's never faced a boxer. Well, he absolutely is now. Our attention, though, needs to turn back to UFC. JP Buys taking on Cody Durden. This fight is likely going to see a lot of action down on the ground. Cody Durden, obviously a wrestler, trains at American Top Team. He is kill or be killed. He's very powerful, very explosive, very physical, looks to outpoint his opponent. works at a ferocious pace. Very aggressive. He's taken on JP Buys, who's got a good submission squeeze. He's very good down on the ground. So both of these like to take the fights down to the ground. JP Buys has got good control time. He's got a wrestling background. And it might be that we see a bit of striking exchange in the early stages here. But yeah, I've got... I think I'm leaning JP Buys on this one. JP Buys, couple of shots coming in by Cody Durden. Driving JP Buys back against the cage. JP Buys minus 120. Cody Durden at plus 100. Not much in it. Again, quite a close little contest, this one. But both guys are going to be looking for takedowns. Both guys are going to want to get the fight down to the ground. And JP Buys was looking for one there. Big shots coming in by Cody Durden. JP Buys has got to defend this. He's got to defend it. Hammer fist to the side of the head. Referee is going to tell him. Cody Durden's got it. There wasn't even time to get it down to the ground. JP Buys tried to get that takedown. Didn't get the takedown. Cody Durden saw an opening. Just started pounding away at the side of the head. And before this fight even got down to the ground, Cody Durden smashed JP Buys. Another underdog victory. We had Demopolis taking the first fight. She was a little underdog, coming in at about around the plus 200 mark. And look at this, Cody Durden. 48 hours ago, I didn't see the odds he actually came in at, but 48 hours ago, he was plus 100. So you'd make, a little bit of money there. These strikes coming in. Side of the head, he was pounding away, and referee did give JP Buys plenty of opportunity to escape and get out of there, but he was just getting smashed too much, man. He was just getting smashed. I don't know why he didn't try to get away. I don't know why he didn't try to drop down, or he just seemed to be stuck. JP Buys, he just seemed to be like just getting smashed in the side of the head, and I don't know, that it kind of went on for a little while. Another first round finish. We just had a first round finish. We got another first round finish here as Cody Durden wins in 1 minute 8 seconds. Did say he was aggressive. Did say he was kill or be killed. Did say he works at a ferocious pace. But I thought that JP Buys would get the takedown, to be honest. I thought that he would land the takedowns, and I thought he would get the fight to the ground. And I really fancied him at that point to be able to put Durden away, but... So, Bisping said, when you won that fight, you came over to the commentary table and you were screaming, "I belong here." Tonight, it paid off. So, he was saying that he was in a hotel on his own in Coconut Creek as he was preparing and building towards this fight. And I think he's just been through a little bit, And apparently after he got that victory, he went over to the commentary table and says, "I belong here." Does JP Buys belong here, though? That's the question. Does JP Buys belong here? Because JP Buys has not had a great time of it in the UFC. I think that would be an understatement. But another loss to the record. He is now 3 losses in a row. That could be the end of JP Buys in UFC. Came through Contender Series. He then lost to Bruno Silva. He lost to Montel Jackson. And now a loss to Cody Durden. That is 3 losses for JP Buys. And it might be bye-byes. Might be bye-byes for JP. Three fight loss tends to be your walk-in papers, doesn't it? To be honest, so I think we definitely may have seen the end there of JP Buys. Right, we've had over 200 votes in the chat. Over 200 votes in the chat, and I can tell you that at the moment, Tsarukyan 60%. Of you have gone with Tsarukyan. 40% have gone with Gamrot. Yeah, interesting. Edward said, Jake Paul, Tommy Fury is August 6th, not August 17th. What is it? What's it going up against? Might as well have a quick little look at that. UFC. See what's August 6th. We have got, I don't know if it goes that far into the future. UFC 277 is actually the 30th of July. Wow. So that's at the end. So that means we've got 2 in July. There is a card. It's going to be Santos against Hill. Thiago Santos against Jamal Hill. That is what we've got lined up at the moment. Santos versus Hill. I obviously don't know what the rest of that card's going to look like. I think, I would still look to try and do that. I would still look to try and... I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know. At the moment, it says that main card's going to start at 3 o'clock. So it looks like it's going to collide absolutely with the Jake Paul kind of fight. Because that's coming from Madison Square Garden. So Jake Paul's going to be on Eastern time. So you would imagine that it'd be about 4 o'clock in the morning, something like that. I could see the main event being at about 4 o'clock. Jake Paul against Tommy Fury. So it is going to collide. But we will try and do what we can with UFC that week. But I think there's no denying the bigger event that week is going to be Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. But yeah, we won't be abandoning UFC. We'll try and, whilst we're building towards the Jake Paul fight, keep an eye on UFC at the same time. Morozov is pretty low outputs. I don't know when they're going to go to this fight, to be honest. I think they're just showing us some video packages because we've had a couple of first-round finishes there, so a little bit of time to be killed. Piva versus Morozov is going to be the next fight that's coming up. Is WWE on today? No. Piva has got way stronger competition and all of the value, says SBFK1. Sonny has got Piva knockout round 2. Well, it seems like people want to talk about this next fight. So let's do that then. So we've got in the bantamweight division, Piva against Morozov. Morozov is very physical. Looks to land big shots. He is a wrestler, trains at American Top Team. Got aggressive striking as well. Decent jiu-jitsu. Very good power strikes. Khabib going... Has that been announced before? Khabib going in the Hall of Fame? Going into the... I'm sure it has, yes. I seem to remember his reaction. So they're just showing Khabib going into the Hall of Fame. Daniel Cormier, Khabib, Cub Swanson against Choi, Giga Chikadze, Max Holloway, all going into the Hall of Fame. So, Hall of Fame inductions for 2022. But, yeah, going back to Morozov against Piva. Piva is volume striker. He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He's got good footwork, blitzing attacks. He's got a couple of inch reach advantage here. He's taken quite a bit of damage in his career. And he can get overpowered at times. I like Morozov. I think Morozov's the better fighter. So the odds are quite close. Morozov at -140. Piva at +120. There's not much in it. But I am going with Morozov on this next one. I just want to have a look, see what his current record is, Morozov. Morozov is coming into this fight actually with a few losses. He did lose to cousin Umar. He's lost to Umar Nurmagomedov in his first fight. He's also lost back in February to Silva de Andrade. And he beat Tahar last year. So his record at the moment, not great. 1-2. So not brilliant at the moment. Definitely this is a fight that Morozov could do with getting a win in. Just having a look at Piva. Piva coming through Contender Series. He's got a current UFC record of 3-3. So he's coming in off a loss as well from December. He lost against, his last fight was a loss against Sugar Sean O'Malley. That was the last time that we saw Piva. A loss against Sugar Sean. So 3-3 for Piva. Morozov, as we said, struggling a little bit. Both of these guys could really do with getting back into the win column. So an interesting little fight, this one. An interesting little fight. As we continue our way, continue to build towards that main card this evening. And very juicy main event, which I am looking forward to. Days, you were right, there's no WWE. Do you think Tsarukyan will be champion one day? Yes. He's great, he's still young, he's got lots of time. Yes, I do think he will be champion one day. I've got very high hopes for him. I think he's an excellent fighter. And we were saying earlier that this very much could be a title fight in the future. I think Gamrot has got some excellent skills as well. You know, Tsarukyan, elite grappling. He's also a decent striker as well. He's really good all round. Super prospect. 18 wins, only 2 losses. He is for 5 rounds. I'll tell you what'll be interesting. Like, it'll be interesting to see how long this fight goes for, because I don't know what his gas tank is like over 5 rounds. There's definitely some question marks as to how he's going to perform over 5 rounds. But yeah, I'm super interested in seeing if this does go into those later rounds, how he does. Because when it comes to Tsarukyan, I think he's great on the ground. I think he's great on the feet. I think he's got a good head kick as well. He's got a kickboxing background, which obviously massively helps. There's lots to get excited about. But his cardio over something like 5 rounds, there is a question mark over. So I would like to see that, actually. I hope the main event does go long. And I would like to see it go into the deep waters. Because, honestly, if Tsarukyan can look good in those deep waters, we've got. I don't know where his weaknesses are. I think, he's got his striking could improve, but his grappling is already amongst the best in the division. So yeah, I do think he can go on to be a champion. Both of these are ranked. Tsarukyan is ranked 11th in the lightweight division. Gamrot is ranked 12th. And it's going to be a really, really interesting contest. Right, I think I'll be going to another video package. We're doing Forbidden Door tomorrow. We are doing Forbidden Door. Forbidden Door tomorrow is over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. It is not on this channel for anyone that wants to join us for that AEW show. It is over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel, so we will be there tomorrow. And also, next week, there is a big WWE show, Money in the Bank. It's one of their big pay-per-views. We would normally do that. If it had been on a Sunday, then that would have been perfect. But, of course, WWE don't like to make things easy for us. So they've moved their shows to a Saturday. They've decided to go up against the UFC pay-per-view, which is pretty wild decision. But we found a way around it. So next weekend, if you want to watch UFC, I will be here doing the UFC on this channel. Don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to think twice. We are here for it. And I will be doing that. Or if you want to watch WWE, then there is a stream that will be on the Wrestling Escape Pod for that as well. So we've got all bases covered. All bases covered. The card is drawn out, says SBFK1. Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, what they tend to do is they tend to do 2 fights every hour. And we've just had a couple of first round finishes, so what they do is rather than jump to the next fight immediately, they just play a lot of like video packages and try to space things out. The problem is when you do get early finishes like that, then it does feel a bit drawn out. But yeah, it kind of is and it isn't, because you just don't know how long the fights are going to go for. And so they need to allocate each fight like about half an hour. Because by the time you've done video packages, ring walks, introductions, if it then goes 15 minutes, like all 3 rounds, then you've kind of filled your half an hour quite comfortably, and then you're straight into the next fight. So they try to do 1 fight every half an hour. Where if you end up getting 2 first round finishes, well then you end up getting a load of time to fill. And that's why we get these video packages. At the moment, we are just seeing video packages for our main event. I'm excited for next week's cards. More for the co-main than the main. Izzy has been making me sleep recently, says Vin. Next week's card is fire. It is absolute fire. There's even fights on there that I'm looking forward to that are kind of sleeper fights, really. Fights that not really that many people are talking about. But I do think that Lauren Murphy, who we saw actually getting a title opportunity not that long ago, she's going to be taking on Cupcake Miesha Tate. I'm down for that. I like Miesha Tate. I want to see this career resurgence. You know, she left and came back, and she's trying to get back into the conversation. And just the way that we're seeing, like, you know, Shevchenko at the moment. I mean, Shevchenko in her last fight didn't look that dominant force that we're used to seeing. Obviously, Nunes as well, not that dominant force. She lost her last fight, and obviously building and working her way towards the rematch. You do kind of feel that someone that's got Miesha Tate's skill set stands an opportunity, at least, to kind of ask a few questions if she can get to a title fight. I don't know what I'm seeing on screen, but we were seeing DC and kind of running around an octagon that was a bit slippery or something. As we're building towards our next fight. So, yeah, you've got Sugar Sean next week, which is going to be exciting. You've got Miesha Tate, who I'm hoping can get a win over Lauren Murphy and get herself into the conversation, because at the moment it feels like Nunes, definitely Juliana Pena, Shevchenko, it just feels like they're there for the taking at the moment. Sean Strickland against Alex Pereira is going to be a lot of fun. Volkanovski and Holloway, I mean, what more do you say about that? Robbie Lawler is on the card, taking on Brian Barberena. Did you see that Cowboy's been added as well? Jim Miller against Cowboy Cerrone A GOAT, a legend of UFC, is just kind of found his way onto the prelims of next week's card now. So he's on there. Ian Gary is on the card as well, 9-0. So he's going to be in action. Uriah Hall is on the prelims. Macy Barber is on the early prelims. Macy Barber, who obviously is quite the prospect for the future. 10-2 records. She's taking on Jessica I on the early prelims, which is insane. Jessica Rose Clark against Stolyarenko opens the show. There's loads. I mean, as we said, Macy Barber, Uriah Hall, they are just on the early prelims, which is kind of crazy. And then, as we said, when you go into the prelims, you've got people like Ian Gary, you've got Cowboy Cerrone, you've got Brad Riddell taking on Jalen Turner. And then you go to the main cards, and that's where you've got Cupcake Miesha Tate, you've got Sugar Sean O'Malley, Volkanovski against Max Holloway, Israel Adesanya against Cannonier. The card is great. It's a great card. But it was always going to be a great card because this is International Fight Week. So they go big for this one. It's one, it's not even just a pay-per-view. It's one of their biggest pay-per-views of the year. So it is pretty crazy that WWE looked at that and thought, yeah, that seems like a good day to put on a show. I love me some Tate, but she needs to work on finishing fighters. Are you ready for the return of John Cena on Monday? That'll be fun. Miesha Tate is a UFC legend. Ronda's true rivalry. Yes. I mean, when Miesha Tate came back, I was like, oh, this is cool. You see, I'm someone that really loves the legends. I love legends in, like, pro wrestling. I mean, who doesn't? Stone Cold, Rock, Undertaker, the legends. I think that UFC don't do a great job of kind of doing people's final fights. I think that even UFC are very focused on trying to find who's going to be the next challengers, who's the best in the world. Their focus is very much on that. And I don't think they do a great job of focusing on the legends that have been around for a long time and farewell fights. And, you could easily have a fight night that's headlined by someone that's having their final fight and having their farewell fight and making like a big deal out of it. I mean, they sort of did that with Anderson Silva, the Spider. They sort of did that with him. But he didn't want to go, like, he should have gone, but it was kind of a bit bittersweet, the way that he ended up going. But it was still, I mean, it's one of the biggest fight nights that we've ever covered. Like, the amount of people that were around for that was, because he's, like, obviously one of the greats of all time. But I feel like, yeah, there's quite a few legends that you could definitely do some stuff with. And I don't know, it just always feels like the spotlight isn't really on them as much. And instead, the focus is on, where are those next challengers, those next champions, which is fine. It's fine, I haven't got a problem with that. But I definitely think there's definitely opportunity for them to do more with the legends. And someone like Miesha Tate, seeing her come back, I was quite excited by that. I didn't think that, I didn't know that if she'd get to a title match, and if she did, I didn't fancy her to be able to do anything. But you look at, like, what Shevchenko's doing at the moment, and you look at what Nunes is doing, and you just sort of think, like, well, do you know what I mean? Right now, the women's division, the champions in particular, don't feel like the unstoppable forces that they did, a little while ago. Go back to, like, 2021, mid-2021. I think it was December that Nunes lost her belt. You kind of go back before that, and it's like, just didn't see any chinks in the armor. But now, I must admit, I had Santos beating Shevchenko. I had her winning that fight, and then Nunes did lose her fight. And Miesha Tate, is this a good time for her to have come back? We will see. If both Jared and Holloway lose, I will be bummed, even though they're both dogs. I'm really hoping that Max Holloway can get it done. I'd love to see Holloway get the win. Okay, Jason Herzog is the referee for this one. We are going to be underway with Piva taking on Morozov. Piva against Morozov as we continue to build towards that main card. Yeah, this should be fun, and we are underway. So, Piva in black, Morozov in white, and we are up and running. This is our fourth fight of the evening. Nice jab coming in there by Morozov, low kick. They both go for kicks at the same time. Both in the center looking to jab to the body. Shot coming in by Piva. Piva edging his way forwards. We've got Morozov on the back foot. He's getting backed up a little bit, trying to throw a few counter strikes. Big heavy shots here by Piva. Morozov grabs him. Yeah, that was good. Needed to kind of do something in that situation. He's managed to grab him and drive him up against the side of the cage. Got a few knee strikes in there. They break apart. Looking for an uppercut there, Piva. Fires out a jab. Swing and a miss. Nice right hand coming in. Left hand jab coming into the body. Pacing around. We've got Morozov. Nice shot coming in there by Morozov. Oh, heavy right hands coming in by Piva. Piva connecting with those. Some nice shots there by Piva. Piva just edging the significant strikes at the moment. Morozov grabbing Piva, pushing him away. Oh, nice couple of shots getting in there by Morozov. 1-2. Kick coming into the body as well. Spinning back fist there by Morozov. He needs to kind of get into his groove. Doesn't feel like he's quite in the groove at the moment. Bouncing around. Got Piva in the middle into the clinch. Morozov gets backed up against the cage. Breaking apart, heavy hands here by Piva. Piva really getting some shots through. Oh, swing and a miss there by Piva. Again, heavy shot coming in. Both in the center at the moment. I would say that Piva's just edging it, but not much in this at all. One of those, again, where you could go with either fighter. I mean, the significant strikes difference, there's about 3 significant strikes difference as Morozov throws a big right hand and Piva stumbles back a little bit. Goes for a few shots to the body. Overhand right comes in there by Morozov. Piva edging forwards. Morozov on the back foot, getting backed up against the cage. Right hand coming into the side of the head, firing in a couple of left-hand jabs. Piva. Oh, big counter hook there by Morozov. Bit of blood coming down Morozov's nose. And he manages to get through with a lovely hook shot. And another hook shot as well by Morozov. Morozov getting through some lovely counters, but some heavy shots coming in by Piva as well. It's really interesting, this. Really interesting. It's, as you said, quite difficult to know who's got the advantage. Feel like you would go with Piva at the moment, but that seems to be a really nice uppercut. Big left jab there by Morozov. Piva just ate that, though. He just ate a big uppercut and a big left. Blood coming down the nose of Morozov. Morozov into the center. Piva in the center as well. Throwing in some big strikes there, Piva. Tries to throw in a straight left to the body. Both fighters in the middle. Oh, big heavy shots coming in there by Morozov. And Piva in the center. There's only 4 significant strikes difference. He does manage to get some big shots through, though, Piva. 10 seconds to go. Quite close. Spinning back fist to the body. And again, trying to get some shots through. I feel like that's a... I'm going to go with Piva on that. I'm going to go with Piva on that round. Reason being is because he did manage to get just a few more shots through. But I think that the fact that there's blood coming down the nose of Morozov as well might just play into the judges. Judges might just look at that and think more damage was caused by Piva also. And we know that damage is definitely a factor. So I'm going to go with Piva, but listen, judge could absolutely go with Morozov. Morozov is getting the better, but Piva has landed some nice counters, says Michael. Morozov at plus 300 right now. 10-9 to Morozov, says Ben. 10-9 Morozov, says Ali. Here we go. Round number 2, about to get underway. This card is surpassing all of my expectations, says Kieran. Okay, we are about to get underway with round number 2. We need these events back in the arenas. Yeah, it definitely feels like the fans are missed because they are. But that energy that we had last week definitely adds to the fights, doesn't it? Definitely adds to the fights. I mean, in all fairness, we knew that all along. But I think when you see a bit more of the arena stuff, we've been getting quite a few fight nights in arenas. When you go back to like an empty room, a relatively empty room, it does make a big, big difference. Got to get out of this Apex as soon as they can. Low kick coming in by Morozov. Into the clinch. Piva with a knee to the body. Let's not adapt. Who is winning? That's the magic question, innit? I mean, you can never quite know what with, like, judging. That first round was really, really close. I would give it Piva, but there was plenty of people in the chat that would go with Morozov. Morozov has been able to grab Piva, get the takedown. So we are in the middle of the octagon. He's got the legs controlled as well, Morozov. He's managed to get Piva down. It was a good round, says Rocky. So we've got Piva down with Morozov on top. Morozov throwing in a strike to the side of the head. This is good for Morozov. He needs to not rush anything, go about his work, see if he can really maximize this opportunity. I mean, it's right in the middle of the octagon as well, so it's not even as if Piva can get up against the side of the cage and kind of protect, like, one of the sides. He's completely exposed in the center. He's desperately trying to get away, though. He is working his way over to the sides, which would give him just a little bit of protection, but Morozov is in full guards. He is getting dragged over. Piva working hard to get over to the side of the cage. Morozov working hard to keep Piva down. Grabbed the neck, but no joy. Piva has been able to get to one knee. I think that's disappointing for Morozov. He's managed to get the takedown, and then all that's happened from that point is really he's been dragged over to the side of the cage. He has managed to keep him down for quite a while, but Piva has ultimately just got back up to his feet and wasn't really put in any danger whatsoever, so I think that's a little bit concerning. Looking to try and drag Piva down. Knee strikes coming in there by Morozov. Again, more knee strikes coming in. Piva still being controlled up against the side of the cage. Morozov trying to drag him down, but Piva with a tight squeeze. Piva managed to grab the head, but Morozov gets out of it. He drives Piva up against the side of the cage. Again, Piva sees an opening, grabs a guillotine. Doesn't look very tight from this angle, though. Yeah, it doesn't look tight at all. I think this is going to be 1-1 for me at the end of 2 rounds. We've got 20 seconds left here. Morozov has got Piva up against the side of the cage. We're into the final 10 seconds. A little bit of lag for a moment there. There we go. Ooh, is lagging. Right, end of that round. Let's change this over. Yeah, we do have a bit of lag. I don't know why that's all of a sudden started to affect. Hopefully it settles down. Hard knee strikes. Hard enough to cause lag. 2018 Morozov, says Ben. If Aspinall manages to beat Curtis Blades, what do you think would be next for him if he loses to Ivasa? I don't know, actually. I think it's really hard because Tuivasa, if he loses to Tuivasa, someone like Lewis makes sense, yes. So, yeah, that would make sense. If he beats Tai Tuivasa, I don't know where that puts him. Right, hopefully that is back, and we are back. I just reset the router as we had some pretty major lag just smash us there. But I can tell you that at the end of that second round, I had it being about 1-1. In this round, it's been quite a close little affair. Both fighters going for it. They're standing and exchanging right in the center at the moment. We've got a minute left in this fight. Some heavy shots coming in by Morozov. Morozov has managed to get more significant strikes in this round. Some heavy shots just coming in there from him. He's looking for a takedown, but it's stuffed by Piva. Takedown by Piva attempted, but no joy. Again, Morozov looking to try and get that takedown. Knee strike coming in by Morozov. Couple of strikes coming in. We've got Piva edging forward. Morozov on the outside. Kick coming into the body. Kick coming back by Piva. Piva is stalking Morozov. Looking for that takedown. He's managed to grab him. Gets the takedown. But I can't see that being enough for Piva. End of the fight. Let me know in the chat which way you would go with that. I'm probably going to lean 2-1 Morozov. Probably going to lean 2-1 to Morozov. But, yeah, let us know which way you would go with that one. Close, though. I think it's close. I don't think that is... I don't think that is straightforward at all. Let's have a look and see if we can get the chat working. I think the chat on screen might have just temporarily frozen. So let's see if we can bring this back to life. I don't know what happened, but like all the routers in the house just got like I don't know, they just went down. Everything just went down, which is a bit annoying. But hopefully it's back, and hopefully it doesn't have a wobble again. Seems to be, touch wood, quite solid now. There we go. Boom. Right, we are waiting for the judges and the decision. Piva against Morozov. As I said, I had it. I'd go 2-1. I'd go 2-1 Morozov. 3-0 Morozov, says Stam. 2-1 says Denis. Still, we've got votes coming in. RK says 29-28 Morozov. Time to go to our friends, the judges. All three. 29-28. So Morozov wins it 29-28. All three judges see it that way. Piva is very frustrated. So Morozov gets the win 29-28. Former M1 Global Bantamweight Champion getting the job done. This OVW pay-per-view has been fun, says James. Hello from Puerto Rico. Hello, Puerto Rico. Machuca 2020. Retribution says Morozov wins. Aka is alive. Shayalan is going to be up next. Shayalan versus TJ Brown. That is a good win for Morozov. Jungle Boy is out with an injury. 1-3, my record is broken, says Tim. Tim, hello. Rocky said 3-1. I've won a whole $5 so far. Don't spend it all at once, bud. Is this a black tie event tonight? Yes, it is a black tie event. It's very upper class. Upper class MMA. I've made enough to buy an Uber Eats meal from Burger King, but I cannot tip the driver, says SBFK1. Ali said hello from Pakistan. Hello, Pakistan. I hope you are well. Hope you are enjoying the action this evening. It's been all right, man. It's been all right. We've had a couple of first-round finishes. We've had a couple of decisions, a couple of intriguing fights. And we've still got some great prospects to come. That main card in particular looks quite tasty this evening. Quite tasty. Charles Oliveira against Islam Makhachev at UFC 281. Has that been announced? Have they actually come out and announced that? I mean, that would be fire. Islam, I remember Khabib saying that there was a lot of talk about Poirier, Conor, Gaethje, like last year, and he was like, you will be talking about the new champion Islam Makhachev in 2022. That was Khabib's prediction. So, and Khabib is very influential. I mean, I feel like his relationship with Dana is probably strong enough to ensure that Islam will get the title shot. As long as he keeps winning, he'll get that title shot really when they want it. So if that fight has been made, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like Islam's got to be next, to be honest. I haven't seen it announced, though. That's the only thing. Ali, shout out to you. William said, the fiance is driving so that I can talk for a little bit. That's very kind. In my mind, you don't really have a fiance, so right now you're just sat in the passenger seat, just tapping away whilst the car is hurtling uncontrollably down the road. But either way, it's great that you can join us. TJ Brown is going to win this by unanimous decision, says Tim. But the Killer Smoke said Brown's going to get his head smashed in. Holloway fan said Oliveira is going to be a plus 220 dog against Islam. Is there odds out there, is there? This is going to be a grappling match, says Rocky. Yeah, well, we do have Shah Yilan, who is 1-1 in the UFC. Low volume, grappler, good head movement, physically strong, good wrestling, heavy top control, never been knocked down, 28 years old as well, really nice age. But as we said, 1-1, like, needs to start to get going now. Got a crazy record, actually, Shah Yilan, who is like 37 wins, 10 losses. I mean, a lot of them, I think, are against children. I don't know. But, yeah, 1-1 at the UFC level. TJ Brown coming in as favourite, around about minus 200. Grappler with a striking advantage. Brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Decent power, great arm triangle chokes. Could get a first round submission victory here, TJ Brown. I do quite fancy TJ Brown to get the win. I do think TJ Brown is the better fighter. Got really good arm triangle chokes. Came through contenders. Should get takedowns as well. I am leaning TJ Brown. Shah Yilan just hasn't shown it really at this UFC level. As we said, though, 28, still time to improve. But I quite fancy TJ Brown here. But I don't know. I can't say I'm massively confident. But I'm going to go finish TJ Brown. I'll go submission. And we are going to that fight next. Taito Ivasa against Cyril Gane prediction, says Spooner CSCM. I'm going to go Cyril Gane. I think that Taito Ivasa has got great power. I think, though, that Gane is the more technical fighter. I think that Gane showed... I feel like it might be a similar fight to when Gane faced Derek Lewis. Do you remember when Gane faced Derek Lewis for the interim title? And he won that interim heavyweight title by facing Lewis. And then that got him into the fight against Ngannou. He was unsuccessful against Ngannou. But I feel like we've seen Cyril Gane face a big hitter before. And he did very well. He showed that he can fight a very disciplined game plan. He knows how to avoid those big power shots. And I feel like if you can avoid the big power shots of Taito Ivasa, you're taking a large part of his game away from him. So, yeah, I mean, look, could he get caught at some point? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I just look at like how he did against Derek Lewis and feel quite comfortable that Cyril Gane should be able to just kind of replicate that. So I would go with Cyril Gane. I don't know, like, I don't really pay much attention to upcoming fights, to be honest. So I can't say that I've seen that, like, odds on that or anything to do with that fight. So I don't know where, who would be the favourite there. But for me, I would be looking at Cyril Gane. Daniel said, I've only just joined. Might have already been said, but Takahashi is out. Yeah, it was mentioned, yeah. In all fairness, they haven't really built up Takahashi. I don't know how much... I think anyone that's going to tune into Forbidden Door is going to tune into Forbidden Door regardless of who drops out now. I don't know who they would need to lose for people to not tune in. I feel like AEW fans are going to tune in anyway because they'll want to find out who gets the interim title. So I think the interim title match between Moxley and Tanahashi is doing quite a bit of the heavy lifting for the AEW fans. Maybe if that fight falls off the card, it could be a little bit of a problem. Because I think that the hardcore fans will watch just to see the crossover event, whatever it is they get. The casual fans, I think, don't know the New Japan people anyway. So they're tuning in maybe to find out who gets that interim title, who wins out of maybe Thunder Rosa, Tony Storm, who wins. There's been a bit of build with the Hangman, Adam Cole, Switchblade, Okada. That'll grab people's attention. But to be honest, I don't see this doing the numbers that a normal AEW pay-per-view would do. Just because I think there's a lot of matches that a lot of AEW fans probably aren't feeling that engaged with. I think the hardcores are, but I could see a lot of people sitting this one out. Man, I keep coming back to it, but it's hard. It's hard that, do you know what I mean? Cost of living is high, and people just don't have loads of money to spend. Not if you are in that situation where you do, then you're very fortunate, and I'm very pleased for you. But I can totally understand why people might look at this and go, do you know what? I just don't have $50 to spend on this month. I can totally understand that. So, it's one that's, I think it doesn't really matter at this stage who drops out. I think if you were going to watch it, you're going to watch it anyway. The only one that might cause a bit of problem might be if they lose the Moxley-Tanahashi fight. That would be the only one that I think would cause drama. I think you could take out, I don't know, some of the tag matches. You could take out Ospreay and Orange Cassidy. I feel like you could take out quite a few of them, and I don't think it would affect things. But I think the Moxley Tanahashi one is a big one. Right, Shah Yilan taking on TJ Brown. We're about to get started with this. Daniel said, Cyril is the master of not getting hit when he's faced the two most powerful heavyweight strikers of all time in Ngannou and Lewis. Never got touched. He's way too technical for Thai, unfortunately. Stay away from TJ Brown. Don't bet this fight. It's a coin flip at best with inflated odds, says SBFK1. You are a photocopy of my friend Hassim. What? I look like your friends? You need to send me a picture of your friend then. I think people would like to see my my look-alike. Shah Yilan from Beijing, China. The only Chinese UFC featherweight. Comes in as a plus 175 underdog. Right. I'm going to watch because of Zack Sabre Jr. against Cesaro. We don't know who that is, do we? I mean, I think it could be Cesaro. I think Cesaro is definitely... there's a chance of that. That is true. The whole mystery thing will grab people's attention. Right, here we go. Okay, so we've got Brown in black. Ooh. And we've got Shah Yilan in white. Shah Yilan is throwing some big overhand rights. Brown coming in with a couple of left-hand jabs. Nice strike there by Shah Yilan. He's just spamming that overhand right. Really spamming it. Low kick coming in by Brown. Shah Yilan is backing up, looking for spinning back fist. Brown is edging forward, throwing in a nice right-hand jab. I tell you what, this is fast-paced action. Big knee strikes by Brown. Big knee strikes by Brown. He got some Muay Thai on the go then. Inside leg kick there by Brown. Looking for a kick to the body. Another leg kick coming in by Brown. That'll be good, actually, for him to work those leg kicks. Oh, big shot there by Shah Yilan. big shot, and that seems to put Brown down. It was a big right hand. Brown is down. Shah Yalan has jumped on top of him. And he's in full guard at the moment. He's got him grounded. Good work here by Shah Yalan. Really good work. That was a lovely strike. I don't think they've counted it. In fact, they haven't even changed it. Shah Yalan has jumped up. Let's try and refresh this. Has it got stuck? There we go. Yeah, they've still not counted it. Ah, there it is. Just went on. Shah Yalan getting that knockdown. At the moment, it's looking like he's going for like a knee bar, is he? Looking for some kind of heel hook knee bar. Their legs are all tangled up at the moment. But, yeah, he's they're down. It's such an awkward position that they're in right now. Tied up as they're down on the ground. Brown frustrating Shah Yalan. He's trying to roll him over. He's looking for a heel hook of his own. Both looking for heel hooks and knee bars. They're both back up to their feet now. Both back up to the feet. You've got Shah Yalan, who is just edging the strike in. Spinning back elbow. That got through by Shah Yalan. Swinging away at the moment. Brown getting some shots in. Kick coming into the body by Shah Yalan. Nice swinging left hook there by Shah Yalan. Kick to the body by Brown. Front kick coming in as well, but not quite getting it. Lot of action here. There's been so much. Been on the feet, been down on the ground. It's been a really good fight. Shah Yalan showing that he is UFC quality, and he is going to be bringing the fight, and he's going to be a tricky person to put away. He's getting backed up a little bit here by Brown. Brown putting the pressure on Shah Yalan. Swing, nice left hook shot there. Big heavy shots coming in by both guys. Brown with a high kick. Takedown there by Shah Yalan. We are into the final minute of the first round. Shah Yalan is just ahead by a couple of significant strikes. He did get that knockdown, which I feel is really significant. I don't know if they'll score this as a takedown. I feel... There, it has gone on. I feel like it is. He kind of grabs him just as, like, TJ Brown was kind of quite close to the ground anyway, but it was a takedown. They've scored it as a takedown. I think it's going to be a Shah Yalan round. He got the knockdown. He's got a takedown. He's had nearly 2 minutes control time. He's just edging the significant strikes. Brown over against the cage, looking for Kimura. Oh, I tell you what, he had that right at the end. He had the arm like here. I mean, if he'd been able to like really get it around the back, that could have been very, very interesting, but he got that right at the end of the round. I would give that to Shah Yalan. Boom. Let's go, said Killer Smoke. Let's go. Michael said Charlie O, first round submission. Amin says next week's SmackDown is stacked. Good. Right, we are about to go to round number 2. Brown is gassed out, says Killer Smoke. We've had over 500 votes in our poll. Over 500 votes. And if we have a look at the poll, 64% of you have gone with Tsarukyan. 64% have gone with Tsarukyan. So you lot are leaning that way for the main event tonight. Round number 2 has started as well. Both guys did give a lot in that first round. We are around about 47 minutes away from the main cards. Looking for a takedown there. Shah Yalan, but no joy. He gets him against the cage. He does then secure the takedown. He's managed to get round the back as well. And he's got an arm around the throat, but no joy there. Again, he's going to have to try and get into a slightly different position. Shah Yalan working really hard. Both fighters up to their feet. Shah Yalan trying to drag Brown down. He has got him down against the side of the cage at the moment. Again, trying to tie up the legs. Brown is being controlled, but Brown has grabbed that arm. There's a problem here for Shah Yalan. He does not want to give up that Kimura. But, yeah, he's doing all right. He's not panicking. He's trying to make sure that he doesn't give that arm away. Brown ends up abandoning the attempt. Now, strikes coming into the back. Shah Yalan all over Brown. Gets him into a seated position. So, he's got him in a seated position. He's controlling him. He's doing really, really well here, Shah Yalan. He's doing really well. Brown, excellent. Manages to escape just as Shah Yalan gets a bit of a squeeze on. Brown has managed to get Shah Yalan in a seated position. So Brown with a little bit of control time, but I feel like he's got a lot of catching up to do. Shah Yalan, for me, took that first round. And winning the second round. TJ Brown has managed to get round the back of Shah Yalan. We've got 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes 20 left in this second round. Strikes coming in by TJ Brown. Big clubbing blows into the side of the head. And he's going for a squeeze. He manages to get the arm around, and he starts to squeeze, but Shah Yalan has managed to defend that quite well. He's in a seated position. TJ Brown getting some good control time here, which doesn't seem to be... There we go, just updated. I was going to say, it doesn't seem to be showing, but it did just jump up there. Nice strikes coming in. David said, I've got Gamrot by decision for Saturday night's main event. M. Kern says Shah Yalan is much stronger. Right, we've got, he's trying to turn over there. Now he's looking for that Kimura, and he's getting quite close. He's managed to get the arm to about here. Shah Yalan is desperately trying to defend this Kimura because it could be a big, big problem if he slips it behind the back, but no, still can't get it, and we are in the final minute. Still can't get it on, still can't get it applied. So he's got him... Shah Yalan has got TJ Brown kind of down on the ground, is in full guard. We're over by the side of the cage. Brown is the one that's trying to get the submission hold, though, but he's just had to abandon that. Right now, we're over, scrunched against the side of the cage. Shah Yalan trying to get a bit of ground and pound going, but TJ Brown doing well to defend. Tell you, a little bit tricky to score this one. This is a hard round to score because I feel like Shah Yalan had a good start to it. I feel like TJ Brown had a good middle. I feel like he was trying for that Kimura as well. Like, there's 3 submission attempts there from Brown, which I feel like definitely counts for something. But I don't know if it's enough to give him the rounds. Let me know in the chat which way you would go. I gave Shah Yalan the first round. I'm leaning towards... I think I'm leaning towards Brown in the second. It could be either 1-1 or 2-0 to Shah Yalan. Let me know in the chat which way you're leaning on that. Shay's round 2017 Shay Yalan. Okay, here we go. We're about to go into round number 3. Round number 3 coming up. Very close. Really, this is one that I don't feel confident about at all in regards to which way it's going. But I feel like if the fight ends now, I feel like it should be Shah Yalan that gets it. Right, here we go. We are underway. Third and final round. Can someone find a finish? Nice strikes coming in by Brown. Lovely right hand there by Shah Yalan. Good head movement by Shah Yalan. Oh, some lovely strikes. 1-2 straight down the middle by Shah Yalan. Air on the side that you are potentially down 2 rounds. That's what Bisping thinks Brown's corner has been said. Bit of blood on the nose of Brown. Spinning back fist there. Both of these guys seem a little bit gassed. Nice shot coming in there by Brown. Takedown by Shah Yalan. Shah Yalan managing to get that takedown. Yeah, this is not where TJ Brown wanted to be. TJ Brown needed to get something from this round, and that's a big moment for Shah Yalan. He's managed to get the takedown, secured the takedown. He's got TJ Brown down, and he's going to look to just try and control him now. See out the round, see out the fight, and surely just pick up the victory. We do know that TJ Brown is very tricky when he's down on the ground, though. He's shown that all throughout the first and the second rounds. Constantly looking for that Kimura, and yeah, I'm sure he will look to go for it again. It does seem to be a bit of a go-to for him, but yeah, chest to chest as well. I mean, Shah Yalan is really not giving Brown much room to operate. He's not giving him much space to move, and you know, all of this is going to play into Shah Yalan's hands. We're right in the middle of the octagon as well. So, again, there's no kind of cage on the one side. There's no protection or anything. So, it's all looking really, really good now for Shah Yalan. Nice strike coming into the side of the head by Shah Yalan. As we said, he's just going to look to try and take this into the end of the fight. He's just going to try and see out the end of the fight. Couple of minutes left on the cards. TJ Brown has been able to get the fight over to the side of the cage. Strike coming into the side of the head by Shah Yalan. Brown trying to move, trying to get back up. We're just seeing control time. Shah Yalan has dominated the first round. He did get more control time in the second round. And, of course, he's just getting tons of control time here. So, I feel like this is going to be Shah Yalan that should get the victory. I don't know if it's going to be 2 rounds to 1 or 3 rounds to 0. But it should be going to Shah Yalan. And TJ Brown has managed to get into a decent position here. He's on top of Shah Yalan. He's managed to drive him up against the side of the cage. Time is running out, though, for him to try and find a submission. We've got a minute. In fact, I don't even know if he's looking for subs. He just started a little bit of ground and pound then, but he abandoned it. As Shah Yalan, now he's looking for a head and arm. No joy, going back to ground and pounds. He knows he's got about 40-odd seconds to find a finish. Big strike coming into the side of the head. He's in full guards. Shah Yalan managing to get to a seated position. Brown able to grab him, drag him down, trying to get the fists going. Shah Yalan just moving around, trying to defend a rear naked choke now. Lots of action, lots of movement, lots of scrambling. No, looked like there was going to be a triangle applied, but no joy. And it's actually Shah Yalan that's managed to get round the back of Brown now. And it looks like this fight is going to end. Oh, crazy ending. Both of these guys exchanging blows back and forth. Pretty wild. Did you see a bloke from Milton Keynes was drafted in the NBA? No. Just a random bloke from Milton Keynes. That's insane. I used to live in Milton Keynes. Could have been me. I used to be there. It's pretty wild. They should do that. There should be, like, when it comes to the draft, I think rather than choosing who you want, you just have to... Imagine if, like, at the end of the season, you've got all your top prospects in one bowl, all the really great players, and then you've just got another bowl with, like, everyone else. If you finish in the, say, the bottom 3 or whatever, you get to pick from the top prospects, right? You know you're getting a guaranteed great player. Everyone else picks from. They then, what's left over, gets put into the other bowl. Everyone else then has to pick from that. And not only have you got, like, the top prospects and you've got average players, but you could have, like, literally, you could have just normal people. Normal people in there as well. Picking it out, and Miami Heat have got Gladys. Gladys has been drawn for the Miami Heat. I'd love that. That's how you get views. That's how you get people to start caring about the draft and tuning in. Do it blind. Do it blind and put in random folk. Maybe you just have one random person in there. And every year people will tune in to see, is this the year the random person gets drafted? Shah Yalan has got the victory. Shah Yalan has done it. Well done to him. That will come to the surprise of no one. Right, I think we've got one more prelim fight until we go to that really juicy, really great main card. Fight number 6. Oldberg versus Nchukwi. David said, that is a great idea. Yes! Tim is 1 and 4. Missed that. Has Days been drafted in the UFC? Yes, I've been drafted. I'm taking on Hasbulla next week. College is for those that succeed. It's not for us. We excel at doing nothing, says William. Shah Yalan got it done. Denny got it done. Went the distance though. Great prediction for me on that last fight. Absolutely nailed it. I said TJ Brown submission, maybe first round. It was Shai Yalan by decision. So, feeling really, really good there. Really, really good about that one. Right, this is our main event of the prelims. We've got Carlos Ulberg taking on Nchukwi. Ulberg 4-1 in his last 5. Likes to keep the fight on the feet. Kickboxing background, good striking. Can gas out, but lacks experience. He's got good feints. He's going to be a little bit bigger. He's taking on Nchukwi, who has got good Muay Thai, very powerful. He's kind of a bit like a tank, a little bit small but powerful. 3-2 in his last 5, decent output. Slightly better cardio. Came through Contender Series. He is going to be the slight underdog, but I don't know, man. There's been a few dogs barking on this card, and I definitely feel like there's potential for Nchukwi to be another one that's going to bark away. So I've got Nchukwi getting the win in this next fight as he takes on Carlos Ulberg. Carlos Ulberg, 6-1. In fact, both of these records are really low. 6-1 for Ulberg. He's only had 7 pro fights. Taking on Nchukwi, who is 6-2. He's only had 8 pro fights. And as you said, Nchukwi at plus 105. And we've got Carlos Ulberg at minus 115. And we've got the stats on screen. Ulberg is going to be bigger at 6'4". He is taking on Nchukwi, who is only 6 foot tall. Both orthodox, significant strikes landed per minute. Ulberg 8.7 and Nchukwi 6.1. The accuracy 62% is really good as well. Anything in the 60 range is really good. Ulberg 62% and Nchukwi 55%. Ulberg as well getting just over 1 takedown on average, whereas Nchukwi just under a takedown. Takedown accuracy 100% for Ulberg, 57% for Nchukwi. So numbers definitely with Ulberg. So he's definitely got the numbers on his side. But I think that there's a live dog here. I feel like Nchukwi has definitely got a chance. And as we said, we've seen a few dogs barking on this card. 29 minutes to go. The countdown towards that main card has begun. AEW revealed Takahashi won't be participating due to illness. I know how to use nunchucks, says Sonny. Can we watch UFC 276 on KO? I don't know what KO is, dude. Don't know what it is. Here in the UK, I'm watching it on BT. I don't even think we have KO. I mean, shout out to you. Who have you got? In this next one, I'm leaning on Nchukwi. But it's another really close fight, to be honest. We saw Ulberg in action against, was it Sharon? I think he took on Sharon and he looked awful. He looked absolutely rubbish. And that's probably just playing in my mind a little bit. Is the fact that we've seen him and he just did not look great. One of 3 UFC fighters that was born in Cameroon. Making his way down to the octagon. Dancing his way down to the octagon. And Nchukwi is having a little shuffle, little dance. BT Sport is free with a fire stick, says Marley. I've got BBC for the dub, says Eric. Old Burger, says Sapphire King. The violence. Love it. People underestimate Magny. He is a top fighter in the division. James says, are you looking forward to Forbidden Door? Yeah, well, I am, in the sense of it's nice to have something to watch on a Sunday. So I'm looking forward to that in that regards. I think that, due to all the illnesses and everything, this isn't the card or the lineup that many of us would have chosen. I think we all would have loved to have seen Omega Okada or, done something different there. Zack Sabre Jr. against Bryan Danielson. I wanted Naito on this card. I don't know where Naito is. So I don't know what's happened with Naito. In fact, I don't know where Los Ingobernables are. So, yeah, I don't know what's happened with that. And then, Takahashi's dropped out. And, yeah, I just sort of feel like there's definitely matches I'm looking forward to seeing. There's definitely things I'm looking forward to. But it's definitely a card that is not... when you say, do you fancy AEW against New Japan? You'd be like, yeah, that'd be really good. And then you start jotting down the card. This is quite a way off from where I would want it to be. That is not a knock of AEW or a knock of New Japan, because a lot of it is out of their hands. But man, to justify another $50-odd, I mean, thankfully that's not going to be the price for us here in the UK. But as I said before, I can totally understand why people might look at it and go, no, I'm not going to bother with this one. I totally would understand why people would do that. I think the build for it has not been, to a certain standard. I also think Orange Cassidy against Ospreay is just a real head scratch. I don't get that. I don't understand that. I don't understand why that's the fight they've chosen to go with. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe there's some numbers that suggest that's the right way forwards. But I think it's, am I looking forward to it? Yeah. There's definitely some good fights, and it's definitely nice to have some on a Sunday, but it's not the card I would have chosen. But again, I have to keep saying it because people get upset if you don't say it. It's not a pop of AEW. It's just circumstance, innit? It's just awful circumstance. Who do you think is going to win Money in the Bank? Predictions are over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. Broke the whole thing down, and there's a video which is the most viewed Wrestling Escape Pod video ever now, so a big thank you to everyone for that. The most viewed Wrestling Escape Pods episode on that channel is the one we did on Tuesday. It's crazy, isn't it? They haven't been on much. Enjoyed that broadcasting. Go DXCS. Shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. Who have you got between Islam and Charles? That's going to be a tough one, isn't it? Because I feel like Charles has really proven himself to be the king of this division. I mean, I quite fancied him against Gaethje because he managed to get past Poirier, and for me, if you beat Poirier, you are the king of the division. So once he beat Poirier, I felt pretty good he'd get past Gaethje. I mean, you never know, but I felt pretty good about that. Islam is such a different challenge, though, that this one's tricky. This one's really, really tricky. I think that I mean, he's going to need to try and stuff the takedowns. He's going to have to try and use some of that incredible striking and keep it on the feet and see if he can find a way of getting victories there. But not allowing Islam to take him down is going to be a real, real tough task. And I think he's going to have to go through some real deep waters, Oliveira. I think the question is, I feel like Islam is definitely good enough to win the title. It's just, is he ready now? Is his time now? Or does he need just that little bit more seasoning? I think, you know, it's always hard to tell, isn't it? It's always hard to know at what point people are ready. Absolutely, he is a title challenger, a title contender. I I'm 50-50 on it, to be honest. But if I had a gun to my head, I'd say Islam wins it. I'd say Islam Makhachev gets it. I think that he's going to get Oliveira down. I think when he gets him down, he might not be successful the first time, but I think he will ultimately be successful. And I think that this is a very, very different challenge than anything that Charles Oliveira's had to really prepare for. He never, like... I don't think we ever got him against Khabib, unless they faced really early in, like, their, as they were both coming through. I don't think they did, though. So, the fights he's had has been against, like, Gaethje, Poirier, Tony Ferguson. Like, these are the recent fights he's had. Like, Islam Makhachev's just a different animal, and, like, it's going to be a real different test for Charles Oliveira. So, yeah, I'm leaning Islam. I'm going to lean Islam. I'm going to say that it is his time, and that he is ready. For me, it's more about the level of performance that Islam brings. If Islam brings a high level of performance, I feel like he'll get it done. Right, we are underway. We are underway with Nchukwi and Ulberg. This is our main event of... Nchukwi got clipped. Big strikes here by Ulberg. Ulberg, done. Done. Ulberg, they're just showing Israel Adesanya and Volkanovski enjoying the action from the Apex. They're obviously in town for next week's show, but Ulberg, boom, big shot. It's just a left hand, bang. It's kind of like a short left hook right on the chin. It stumbles Nchukwi back, and then all he does is just follow it up with a barrage of shots, and Nchukwi goes down. So, a little bit of maybe recency, not bias, the opposite, kind of cloud in my judgment when it comes to Ulberg, because he is 4-1 in his last 5, but against Sharon, he looked awful. He really looked awful, and I did doubt him coming into this, and Nchukwi's going to be really disappointed there. UFC might be disappointed as well, because we've still got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go, and he's just put him away within, like, the first few moments, opening moments. It's not just a first-round finish, it's a super early first-round finish for Ulberg, who goes to 7-1 now. That was not long, was it? That is not long. What was it? 1 minute, 15 seconds? It didn't even feel that long. Ulberg gets the win. Sneaky little left hook. Winner by TKO, Carlos Ulberg. It was just a little thing that he threw out there. The champs are in the house, Adesanya and Volkanovski. Back-to-back wins for Carlos Ulberg. Yes, baby, got money. Ledger Killer, hello, hope you are well. Beard Authority says, where's the haters at? Don't sleep on Ulberg. Carlos Ulberg just nuked Nchukwi. Carlos Ulberg is going to be a problem. That's the one. Ulberg has arrived. What a finish from Ulberg. The jab was precision and perfection personified. Well, there we go. We're going to have to kill some time now, aren't they? You have to find a way of killing about 18 minutes. I don't believe there is another fight lined up until we get to that main cards. So they'll probably have to throw over to like a bit of punditry and whatnot. But Yeah, we've got a great main card coming up. As we said, some great prospects, including Khabib's cousin. Our main event in particular looks really tasty. There's a lot of fans of Chris Curtis as well. He's going to be in action. We got Thiago Moises, Rakhmonov, who is just in the rankings at 15, taking on Neil Magny at 10. In fact, our top two, our main event and our co-main event, both include ranked fighters. So it's a real fun evening tonight. Sometimes you look at the fight cards and they're a bit flat. This one definitely is not that. This one has got plenty about it. Oliveira versus Islam would be the lowest turnout pay-per-view in history, says Mr. Pineapple. What, do you mean for people tuning in? I don't know, man. I think it'll do all right. I don't think it would be the biggest, but Islam's got a following. Maybe in America it might struggle. The thing is that I don't quite know how they measure it. Like pay-per-view buys. I think the pay-per-view buys are done just solely on America. But as this continues to grow, like around the world, because it really is, I really can't think of another promotion that is so international. I can't think of another promotion that like goes like around the world. Like, who else is doing this? I mean, we were in Singapore not that long ago. We were in London and we're going back to London. They've got a show coming up in France. We've been to Australia. We have obviously done Mexico and Brazil, and we're obviously in America a lot. I feel like they do a great job of Abu Dhabi, of course. Yeah, Fight Island. They're kind of all around the world. So I feel like the interest for some of the fights might not be in America when there's not like American fighters main eventing, but I feel like the interest is there from around the world. I mean, it's whenever there's a Georgian fighter, we always see a spike in views during the watch-alongs. So if ever there's like a Georgian fighter in action, then it tends to go up and then like will come crashing back down again. So I know for a fact that Georgia is really engaged with UFC, and you know continuing to grow in different markets, which is great to see. I would imagine it's probably finding its feet in France. I'd imagine France is probably getting on board now more so than ever, what with a few fighters coming through. Cyril Gahn in particular. Isn't Fior? It's Fior. I think Fior. Manon Fior. I think she might be from France as well. So, yeah, I can't think of another promotion, single promotion. I mean, obviously, you've got a lot of international boxers and things like that, but I can't think of another promotion that's going around and doing the kind of traveling that's, or has got the international appeal that, like, UFC has got. It's interesting. Money in the Bank next Saturday in Vegas. They also went to China, says RK. That's true. They do a really good job. I mean, like, it's great to see these other markets kind of opening up, because I think there's something really exciting. I mean, if you was to go 20-odd years into the future, I wonder if there will be, like, little UFC bases everywhere. Performance centers, if you will. And then maybe those performance centers put on their own shows. And then the best of those performance centers go into the UFC show. And that UFC show is just constantly going around the world. Like, I do feel like we spend a lot of time in America, and that obviously makes a lot of sense. But, you know, going forward, I could see the UFC, like, going international to a different country every weekend. I mean, you could, like, just, I mean, you could hit, obviously you'd want to hit America, say, 5 times a year. You would want to go to the UK at least once a year. You'd want to be going to China quite a bit. You'd want to be going to Australia. I really feel like they need to be getting and including Africa into their travels. Obviously, they've got a great relationship with Abu Dhabi as well. You want to try and grow in Europe, so you might want to do France. You might want to try and do Italy, or you might want to try and do Germany. I mean, Germany is one of the biggest economies. I think it is the biggest economy in Europe. So if you could try and get any kind of growth in Germany, that would be beneficial as well. So I can definitely see in the future, like UFC Europe, UFC America, UFC China, and then having the fighters coming through there, having them put on their own regional shows, all of it available on, say, Fight Pass, and then like the main company kind of traveling around a bit more than it does, and going around, and this being like a true international organization. It'll always have its roots in America, and it's right that it does. Its base will always be there, and it will always go to, America's such a big country, such a passionate MMA community that I certainly wouldn't want to see it like moving away from that. And it would base itself there, and it would put on the majority of its shows there. But yeah, I really would like to see it expand even more internationally. Some of the fighters that we're finding, do you know what I mean? What other Adesanyas are out there? What other Connors are out there? What other Shevchenkos are out there? Amanda Nunes's are out there. I mean, there's some incredible American fighters, but we're seeing, some real talent coming from international lands as well. And, our main event tonight, Tsarukyan against Gamrot. I mean, both of those international fighters. We're just seeing it. We're seeing some real growth. It's really exciting. International Fight Week has not been up to par for a while. This year is looking better. I can't wait to get in the desert and get wild, says Aquaholic Fishing. It's not just UFC. Bellator and one go around the world. UFC is just the most famous brand that does it. Zachary said people are already doing fireworks in my area. Dana, the owner is America, so it makes sense to keep the headquarters in America. Yeah. Well, it's an American company, started in America. They've obviously got all their major ties, ESPN. They're always going to do, dare I say, the bulk of the views coming from America. So, I mean, yeah. I wouldn't want to. I would never advocate for it to move away from that. I would never want it to move away from that. I feel like it should absolutely, do the majority of its shows there and keep its base there. But I think that I feel like there's just so much opportunity for them to really, I think when we went to Singapore the other week, I think it was the first time they'd been to Singapore, and that's quite exciting. And as we said, Germany, massive economy in Germany. And, they're going to have some great fighters there that have yet to be unearthed. But it's just, it's crazy to think that, UFC's been around since 93. So, we've been around coming up to 30 years. And it feels like we're only just scratching the surface on what we can do and what the UFC is able to achieve. The only way is up, man. It's really exciting. The growth that UFC has achieved, I think, has been phenomenal. Certainly in the past, say, 15 years in particular, I think the 90s was not a sketchy time, but kind of really a time for learning. And then since the takeover in particular, and there's been some real steps forwards. I do agree, though. At the moment, it feels like it's just sort of plateauing a little bit. I feel like there's been some incredible... I feel like the emergence of Conor was huge. And it just happened around the same time as, say, Ronda, which was huge. And then it feels like, obviously, Ronda went. Conor has kind of shifted his focus to other projects. And, John Jones has not been very active in recent times, and it just feels like a lot of that kind of those big names and has just not been around as much and have not been as active, and it's left this big void for other people to come through. And there are people coming through, but it's hard to see where's that next big star, where's that next big Conor. And I feel like that's missing. Definitely feel like that's missing. I don't feel like Adesanya is that level at all. But, you know, he's probably one of the closest that we've got to it. But that's why, like, you know, keep searching and seeing what's out there. And, you know, where is that next Conor? He's out there. I'm sure he's out there. I don't think it's Paddy Pimblett. But he's been a good addition, Paddy Pimblett. UFC is the best, says Denny. Will Conor come back? I think he's working too hard to not come back. I mean, he seems to be in great shape. You know, he always seems to want fights. He's always very vocal about wanting fights. So, yeah, I do think he comes back. I don't know when, and I don't know who against. I don't think it'll be in the lightweight division. He certainly seems to have put some bulk on and put some muscle mass on. And there's been a lot of talk of him against... him taking on... I think Usman. Usman wants that big payday. And for some reason, Conor seems to be looking at Usman as being quite a relatively straightforward, or at least he's making those noises, saying that there's nothing that concerns him about Usman. If Conor was to come back and beat Kamaru Usman, I mean, that would just be insane. It also wouldn't happen, but that would be absolutely insane. But, yeah, whether we get that fight or not, I really don't know. All those people you named haven't been replaced, and I feel like they won't. Masvidal could have been it, though. That's true. Masvidal could have been it if he just backed it up with the fights. There was that little spark, wasn't there? There was that, definitely, you know, he was on the cover of the game with Adesanya for UFC 4. He got that incredible knockout win against Ben Askren. He won the BMF title against Diaz. He absolutely was in position. I mean, he's a talker. He's a trash talker. If he could have backed it up, if he could have won and beaten Usman and got that title and been champion and, you know, got a few wins together, but, you know, instead he just kind of reached his ceiling and, yeah, disappoint him. There's been a few false hopes. But he's still been a great personality for the sport. Still someone that definitely resonates with fans. But, yeah, you were absolutely right. He had great potential to be that guy. But never was. Gareth Bale is going to go to the MLS with LA along with Chiellini. What are your thoughts? What are my thoughts? Makes sense. I mean, he's 30-something. I feel like he's not going to get into a top team in the Premier League. I feel like he could have gone the Premier League, though. And, you know, he probably would have had to have gone to a club like maybe Newcastle. Or he would have gone to maybe somewhere like Villa. You know, still a decent side. So I feel like that would have been better for him. Maybe it wouldn't have paid as much. But I think he is just basically just going to get through this season. I think he's got his eyes set on the World Cup. I think he's made all the money he needs. I think that he might even have lost his passion a bit for football. I could be wrong, but he spent a lot of time not getting games. And I would imagine that his focus has shifted to golf and other things. I think he loves representing Wales. I think he has got a passion for playing for Wales. But club football, after everything he's been through at Real Madrid, his passion might have gone. Might have lost the will. If he goes to LA, he's going for the money. He's not going to LA because he believes in Major League Soccer and believes in the Los Angeles team. Spoiler. He's going for the money. So I feel like it would have been better for him to have gone to a Premier League team and gone to like a mid-table team. The money might not have been quite as good, but the level of competition would have been better. And in a year where he's building towards a World Cup, it would have kept him really sharp. I think that he's just going to go play in Major League Soccer. I don't know when the season starts, to be honest. But I would imagine he'll go and get whatever playing time he can as his major focus, his real focus, will be the World Cup at the end of the year. And then at the end of this season, I don't know how long his contract's going to be. I don't know if it's 1 year, 2 year, or whatever. But at the end of it, I could see him walking away. I think his time at the top of the game is potentially done. The only thing I would say is that if he does play for Los Angeles and he enjoys it and his love for the game club-wise returns, you might see a bit of a Defoe. Because didn't Defoe go to the MLS and then end up going to like Sunderland or something? Because sort of when you go to the MLS, it's sort of like your career's done. You go for the payday. But if you get there and it turns out that you're loving it or you're putting in great performances and you think to yourself, maybe I'm not done, and a club looks at you and thinks maybe they're not done and they come in for you, yeah, you could end up finding yourself going back and just having a little flurry, late little flurry. That might happen. You might get going for Los Angeles, enjoy it, and then, a club comes in like Villa saying, listen, you've shown some incredible performances. We would love to bring you in. We'll look to match your wages. Something like that could happen. So that's my thoughts. I think his major focus is the World Cup. I think his major focus is the World Cup, Wales, end of the year. Anything else is just fitness. As he moves towards the end of his career. Bale just went to LA for the money, environment, and weather, says Retribution. Right, we are going over to the main cards. Little bits of time killed as we had an early first round finish. Right, next coming up, I think it is going to be... Is it going to be... No, it's not Nurmagomedov, is it? Don't know what the next fight is. Pre-fight. Here we go. Curtis. It's going to be Curtis against Vieira. Let's change the text over. Again, we might just have to wait a little bit of time. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It always makes a big difference. You never ask for them during these fight nights, but why not? Why not? Definitely going to be pleading for them next weekend, though. Get ready for that. But, yeah, appreciate the support. Next weekend, we are here for UFC 276. Really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. I was wondering if I might be able to get some of my notes on screen. Because I'll be doing, like, some real deep dive in, getting ready for next weekend. And I was thinking, like, I wonder if there's a way of getting my notes on screen. I don't know if there is or if there isn't. So definitely don't hold me to that. But I am trying to think, like, what else can I bring onto the stream to make it even more informative or engaging or useful or whatever. So yeah, if you have any thoughts, feel free to hit me up, drop me a tweet, or leave me a comment on this stream. If there's anything you'd like to see get brought onto the streams. Who have you got in this next fight? Next fight, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not having the best of nights tonight. I'm a little bit off with my picks. So I do think there should be a finish. They always like to put on a really exciting fight to open up like the main cards. I think that's exactly what they've done here. Chris Curtis 5-0 in his last 5. Likes to attack the body, is a very dangerous powerhouse. Great striker with good volume. If this stays on the feet, he wins. If Chris Curtis keeps this on the feet, he wins. but he does have poor takedown defense. He's taken on Rodolfo Vieira, who is a great grappler, physically strong, 4-1 in his last 5, so not bad. He is a former world Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu champion, little bit one-dimensional, but if he gets a takedown, then the fight goes in his advantage. This is striker versus grappler. Very close. If it stays on the feet, it's Curtis. If it goes down to the ground, then it'll be Vieira. It's really hard. I think there'll be a finish. I do think there'll be a finish. I'm going to lean Vieira, but just flip a coin. Flip a coin. 6 fights left to go. We are at the main cards. Chris Curtis taking on Rodolfo Vieira is going to be our first fight, but we might have to just wait a little bit till we get there. I got Curtis, says Matthew. I've got Curtis, but is fighting anything can happen. Right, we've got lightweight rankings. We've got Tsarukyan and Gamrot. Main event tonight, ranked 11th and 12th. Lightweight division, Connor is 8th. Tony Ferguson is 9th. RDA at 7th. Dariush at 6th. Chandler at 5. Makachev at 4. Gaethje at 3. Poirier at 2. And of course, Charles Oliveira at 1. There is no champion. There is no champion because Oliveira did not make weight. He was stripped of the title. Oliveira will be fighting, we believe Islam Makhachev, but I've not seen it confirmed, for the belt. That is going to be coming up. I don't know if it's later this year. I think it is. But, yeah, no champion at the moment. So, Charles Oliveira ranked 1st in the division. Do you think Ricochet is going to fight for the Intercontinental after he lost last night? Well, probably no in WWE, but I don't think he will on TV. That lightweight division is stacked, says Matthew. It is. Messi or Ronaldo? Do you know what? I watch the Premier League, so I don't really worry about, like, what's happening at Spain and Germany and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a conversation that's ever really bothered me. I mean, if I had to choose one, I would probably choose Ronaldo, just because I support Man United. He played for United twice, 2 different spells. He's currently with them in his 2nd spell. So I would go with Ronaldo, but it's not. I haven't watched like loads and loads and loads of Messi because I've never sat down and really watched Barcelona. I mean, I've seen him quite a bit in like Champions League, but I never sit down and watch La Liga. I'm just someone that watches the Premier League. I don't really interact with what's happening abroad. So for that reason, I would say Ronaldo, but I will quite happily say I'm not probably not the most educated person to give you the answer on that. Right, we're seeing Megan and Levy backstage, just preview. They're really building up this main event, which is good. I mean, it should be built up. It's a great main event. It's one of those main events that I think if you're into UFC, you'll love it and you'll be super excited. If you're maybe not, if you're just someone that only watches for Conor fights or, you know, the big pay-per-views, it might be a couple of guys that don't have that name value yet, and you're just sort of like, don't know who they are. But I promise you, they are both great fighters, massive prospects, and the fact that they're smashing them together is quite exciting. So it's a real fun main event, that one. Hopefully McGregor will come back to the lightweight division, says Mac. Chris Curtis, round 1 knockout, backing him because he sent me a message on Instagram. Is that what he said? Is that what he said? He said, back me, round 1 knockout. Could be. Chris Curtis, very dangerous. If it stays on the feet, and maybe he doesn't even need to stay on the feet that long, then he can get the victory. The thing that's swaying me is he has got a poor takedown defense. His takedown defense is not great at all. And I just think that if Vieira can avoid some big early strikes, get the takedown, as soon as you go down to the ground, the advantage that Vieira has becomes sizable. So, but look, could Curtis catch him? Absolutely. It's difficult. It's a difficult one to pick. It's a definite gamble, whichever way you go. I got Curtis winning in round 2. Mr. Pineapple said, "Will Khabib corner Umar?" I would guess so. Yes. I would be surprised if he didn't. Why is Ricochet not in the Money in the Bank match? Don't know. Maybe because he was Intercontinental champ, so he wasn't in any of the qualifying matches. Could just be a timing thing. Right, they are just previewing Curtis and Vieira. Yes, he said that, says Vindabim. Amazing. Who wins this one? We just spoke about it. It's really close. Hard to say who gets it because it's striker versus grappler. If it goes down to the ground, it favours Vieira. If it stays on the feet, it favours Curtis. So it could go either way. I've got Curtis. Round 2, says Sonny. Edward says, "How are you doing today?" I'm doing all right. I never know how to answer that. I get asked that question pretty much every day, and it's like, it's always a difficult question to answer because every day is just really the same for me. It's not really much that happens. Like, I'm either doing research and just, doing bits, and then I stream, or I'm asleep. So, I wouldn't say my life is exciting enough for it to be any different. So, it's fine. What if in the future Chris Curtis was champion? Would you be mad? No, I don't. No, why would I be mad? I have no ill will towards Chris Curtis at all. I can't think of any fighter I have ill will towards, actually. I can't think of any fighter that I actively don't like. I mean, even someone like Colby Covington, who's very outspoken and can get, actually encourage negative reactions from fans. I respect him as a fighter, and I love the fact that he kind of plays that kind of character. It might not be a character, it might actually be him, but I do love personalities in UFC. We were talking about how, where's that next Conor? Where's that next big name? And you're only going to get that if people have got personality. And so seeing personalities in UFC is brilliant. I mean, actually, what annoys me more is when they get an opportunity to talk and they're just, don't say anything. Just really yeah, we've worked hard. I just want to thank my coaches and, just putting that work in every day. That's dull. You're dull. You're boring. Everyone says that. If you're going to have a microphone put in front of you and you're going to say that, you're dull. So if any fighters annoy me, it's them ones. It's the ones that are dull. So someone like Colby Covington or Masvidal or, do you know what I mean, Paddy Pimblett or Molly McCann or anyone that's got a bit of something about Usman that can talk and show a bit of personality, I'm into them. So, but no, I can't really say that I pick against anyone. I can't think of anyone that I'm like. Maybe if Rose is facing someone, whoever Rose faces, I pick against them. Love Thug Rose, still love Thug Rose, even after that disappointing performance. It happens. I don't feel that she should have lost that fight. I've said before, I think if you are going to be crowned champion, then you need to win the fight. You need to, saying that, she, maybe she just did a little bit here or she did something there. These kind of, it's not enough. It's not enough to become the champion. To be the man, you got to beat the man. And I didn't really think that Carla Esparza did enough. People might think that that's just me being sour and bitter, and maybe it is, but I genuinely, as I was watching it, and even now in the cold light of day, I just don't feel she did enough to be crowned the best of that division. Like, is she a better fighter than Rose? I just don't think she is. So maybe the only people I root against anyone that takes on Thug Rose. I don't know what she's going to do next. I feel like Zhang Weili, after her very impressive win against Joanna, might be next in line for Carla. So it might not be the rematch. And with Joanna retiring, where does that leave Rose? Rose's next fight is going to be really interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Can't be a 3-time champ if you don't lose it twice, though. That's the way to look at it. Here's Bruce Buffer. What are your thoughts on Ronaldo saying he wants out of United? He doesn't think Ten Hag has the tools to win trophies. I haven't seen him say that. I've heard rumours that he wanted to go because of the lack of transfer activity, which is concerning him. But in fairness, I think the window's been open like 2 weeks, something like that. So it is annoying. It's very frustrating. But I'm sure United's know what they need to do. And I'm sure they will bring people in. But I think everyone's just frustrated. There's a lot of frustration around at the moment. So listen, if he goes, he goes. I'm not bothered. He's not going to be part of our long-term plans anyway, so not bothered. Right, both fighters getting their intro. Carla versus Weili sounds good, says Steve. Both Carla and Rose played it safe. They did. And it was a real bad reflection on Rose. And there's no way of spinning it any other way. I mean, it was a real bad look. It was a real bad fight. It was a real bad fight. I just think to be the champ, you've really got to beat the champ. And I just didn't feel she did enough, but it's in the past, isn't it? It's in the past. We've got a new champ. It certainly makes things intriguing going forwards. And yeah, I think Carla Esparza against Zhang Weili might be something they're looking to line up. And then it'll be really interesting to see what they do with Rose. She'll be in like a #1 contenders fight, I would imagine. Right, we are underway with Curtis in black, Vieira in white. Curtis standing his ground in the center. Vieira just looking for that takedown, and he tries to get it. Curtis was ready for it. Curtis is on top of Vieira. He's a big boy, Curtis, isn't he? He's got a real size to him. Strikes coming in. Vieira looking to try and get a takedown. He's managed to drive Curtis up against the side of the cage. So, I mean, this is all right for Vieira. It means that he's taken some of that striking ability away. The kind of shots that Curtis can do in this position are like hammer fists and, you know, little digs, little blows. Vieira has got Curtis up against the side of the cage. Strike coming into the head. Knee strike coming in by Vieira. Low blow. Low blow. Curtis goes down. Curtis goes down. It's a low blow by Vieira. It's a knee right in there. Love it. Love it. It's one of those probing knees. It's one of those knees that's really it's seek and destroy. Just Curtis going down is had 40-odd seconds. And we are recommencing. Let's go. Do you acknowledge Roman? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Roman. Outside leg kick by Vieira. Come on, Gamrot. Good luck, Gamrot, says Terry. Not the balls, says we. Right. They've got to refocus here. And again, looking for a takedown. Can't get it. Can't get it. Is driven Vieira back. He's tried for a couple of takedowns now. Vieira's not succeeded. He's not going to get too many opportunities because Curtis will find some shots. If he doesn't find some takedowns, Vieira. He's managed to grab the leg. Curtis is over against the side of the cage. Vieira breaking away. And again, looking for another takedown. Knee coming in. Shot coming in by Curtis. Vieira has got to find those takedowns. He's had a couple of attempts. Outside leg kick there by Vieira. At the moment, Vieira has landed 6 significant strikes. He's managed to avoid anything from Curtis. He's had 5 attempted takedowns as well. Some of them quite scrappy. He's not been able to find like a real good takedown attempt. He's just more driven back. That was a nice strike that got through by Vieira. Vieira winning this first round. But Kurt is so dangerous. And again, Vieira trying to find an opening, trying to find that takedown. Ah, another low kick, and it's right in the balls again. Yay! A second one, and he throws out a kick. Oh, it looked a little high, though. Yeah, I don't feel like... I feel like it might have... Do you know what I mean? Glanced off it. Yeah, referee hasn't given a point off for that. It just sort of glances off and goes to the belly button. Tell you what, down there after this fight is going to be a right mess. It's going to be a right mess. Looking for takedown. I tell you what, Curtis has really impressed me with his takedown defense. He has managed to stuff quite a few takedowns here. He's done a really good job with his takedown defense. 7 of 7 defended. Vieira might start to get a little bit disheartened here because he's fighting a really good fight, Vieira. He's fighting a really good fight. He's neutralized the threat of Curtis. He's keeping a little bit of distance. He's not allowing Curtis to get those big, powerful shots through. Nice body shot there by Vieira. Curtis trying to get a couple of shots back. End of the round. I feel like that's Vieira round, but I feel as well like you should give props to Curtis for that takedown defense. Takedown defense, I think, is really important. I've said before that when you're actually looking at a fighter's skill set, you do take into account one of the key things you look at is how good are they at stopping takedowns? How good are they at staying on their feet and not, you know, this fight, if this fight gets taken down to the ground, that is a massive advantage for Vieira. He has tried 7 times to get this fight to the ground, and 7 times Curtis has had an answer. I feel like that has to be taken into consideration. I feel like that is a massive tick in the column for Curtis. I would still be giving it to Vieira because he doubled the significant strikes. It was 11 to 22. He got over a minute control time. He attempted those 7 takedowns. Like, for me, he did more. But I would like to see takedown defense kind of coming into consideration more than it appears to be. Here we go, round number 2. Curtis versus Vieira. This guy is going balls or nothing. Curtis, round 1, due to low blows. Well, no point was taken off. So that's not something that the judges need to consider, to be honest. Curtis getting a few shots through. Nice left hand to the body. We've got Vieira on the outside. Stepping in. Both fighters in the center. Curtis really looking for that opening. Vieira grabs the leg, drives Curtis back against the cage. Still can't get it. He's still trying. He's got a single leg at the moment, but he wants to try and get the... He's trying for a double leg. He couldn't get it. Obviously, if you get a double leg, then it's going to be easier to get your opponent off balance and get them down. At the moment, he's got a single leg. Curtis is just kind of having to try and balance on the one leg. Vieira really struggling at the moment to try and get Curtis down. He knows he's got a big advantage if he can do it. So Curtis on his feet. We're over against the side of the cage. Shots coming in by Vieira. Nice heavy hands there by Vieira. Nice jab coming in. Hands kick to the body. Curtis again complaining about a low blow, but the referee wasn't interested in it. Referee wasn't interested. Curtis does seem to be getting a little distracted. 1-2 straight down the middle by Vieira. Vieira has been getting, really good defense again. I tell you what, I need to change my notes on this takedown defense of Curtis. He's doing an excellent job. I'm gonna change it right now. Decent takedown defense. He's been taken down a fair bit in the past, so I don't know if this is a fluke or if this is like, you know, some work that he's been putting in. But he's managed to stuff 10 takedowns now. 38-20 as well. The striking and the volume of strikes are with Vieira. You know that Curtis has got that ability to land the more powerful shot, though. So Curtis is still in this fight. But I've got Vieira taking the first round. I think he's taking this round as well. With 1 minute 30 to go. Chris Curtis coming back with a few left hands. Trying to jab away, but Vieira jabbing away of his own. Vieira needs to be careful here. He doesn't want to get lulled into a false sense of security of thinking that he can stand an exchange with Curtis. Because that's just not going to go well for him. He's got to keep trying and at some point needs to try and succeed in getting that takedown. High kick there by Curtis. He's swinging away. He's got Vieira a little bit on the back foot. There's a bit of damage on the nose of Vieira. Judges might take that into account. Curtis really starting to come in and a body shot there. This feels like it's the best phase of the fight for Curtis. As he's sort of settling down and getting a few shots through. Nice movement there. Avoids a couple of shots by Vieira. He gets body shot in. Tries to throw left-hand jab. Vieira's keeping this on the feet a little bit too long for my liking. I want to see him try for some more takedowns. I know he's gone for 10 and not succeeded, but I really don't think standing and exchanging with Curtis is going to be the path to victory. There's a straight shot there by Curtis and a body shot as well. Oh, heavy blows now by Curtis. Heavy blows by Curtis coming in. That gap, though, is still... Oh, still 11. I feel like that is a really close round. I feel like that is a really close round at the end. I think you could either go 1-1 or 2-0 to Vieira. Curtis needs a finish, says Matthew. Curtis needs a KO. Curtis should return a low blow. Difficult, to be honest. The gap at the end of the first round on significant strikes was 11. The gap at the end of the second round is 11. So they both, according to these unofficial numbers, landed the same amount of significant strikes in that second round. So striking-wise, you can't separate them. Takedowns, he did attempt 3 takedowns, but he didn't get any. And as I said, I think you do need to recognize the fact that Curtis has stuffed 10 takedowns. So I feel like there is an argument for this being 1-1. I feel like there's an argument for it. Ali's got it at 1-1. Lee's got it at 1-1. Here we go. Round number 3 is just starting. This could be 1-1 or 2-0 to Vieira. I personally am going to go 1-1. But if Vieira ends up winning this, you'll get no complaints from me on Judge's scorecard. Whatever happens in this round. Nice strikes coming in by Curtis. Vieira has got to get this down to the ground. He's got to find a way. Adam Martin says 19-19. Whoever takes the third takes the fight. Jordan Patu has got it 19-19. Nick Baldwin has got it 19-19. Okay, we've got Curtis really trying to throw some fists here. He's really trying to get his striking going. That gap is only down to 4 significant strikes. So Curtis is winning the striking exchange at the moment. And Vieira looking for that takedown. He did attempt it, couldn't get it. Nice strike coming in there by... Oof, big shot coming in. By both guys, actually, really exchanging. Just having a little look here, Curtis. I feel like Curtis is... Oh, again, single leg attempt there by Vieira, but no joy. Body shot coming in by Curtis. Another attempt by Vieira. Looking for that takedown. No joy. Curtis... managing to escape. He's done so well. The biggest talking point in this fight for me is the takedown defense of Curtis and how he's managed to get taken down, avoid being taken down. He kept the fight on the feet. Vieira definitely got through and had some success, but the longer it stayed on the feet, the more Curtis had an opportunity to get back into the fight. And right now it is 65-65. Curtis is dominating this third round. I feel really comfortable that Curtis is winning this. The question is, did he take the second? Again, Vieira looking for a takedown. No joy. Curtis gets out of there. We've got just over 2 minutes to go. Nice shot coming in and well defended. Nice right hand, straight right coming in. Oh, swinging away. Again, nice left hand jab coming in. Jabbing away, body shot coming in there by Curtis. Good work at the moment by Curtis. He's now ahead by 4 significant strikes. It is a close fight, this one. Nice shot coming in by Vieira. I feel like this is going to be Curtis. These guys are throwing hard punches. That sound, says John. Vieira has lost a step. Yeah, he's definitely slowed. Definitely gassed a little bit as he's got into this third and final round. I also think maybe a little demoralized. 15 takedown attempts. 15 takedown attempts, and he's just not managed to get Curtis down. He is trying to get some shots through. You can see that second round was even, 38-38. This round, 32-14. Strike coming in there by Vieira. 30-odd seconds to go. Judges don't award takedowns defended. Curtis needs to do work, says Tim. Curtis has got a great defense, says M. Kern. 20-odd seconds to go. Again, another takedown attempted. Another takedown defended. It's back up to his feet. Vieira looks for another takedown. At this point, I think he just wants to get a takedown on Curtis. Because even if he got a takedown now, he ain't got no time to do anything. That's the end of the fight. 19 takedowns defended. Let me know in the chat, which way do you think that one's gone? I would give it Curtis. I would say 2-1 Curtis. But it could be 2-1 Vieira. Master Chief, shout out to you. How are you feeling? We stream all the time. There's nothing new. But hope you are well. The beginning was close, says just some guy. Matthew said it's going to decision. Marley's got Curtis by unanimous decision. John's got Curtis. Matthew's got Curtis. Just some guy said, Curtis, you are a dog, you will win. South Africa in the house. Shout out to South Africa. Balls of steel. Well, that's what Curtis has got. Vibrant submission. Well, he was looking for a vibrant submission, but 20 takedowns attempted. 20 takedowns denied. So the story of that fight, Curtis able to fend off 20 takedown attempts. Pretty impressive. In fact, much more than that. Very, very impressive. Here we go then. Here's Bruce Buffer. After 3 rounds, go to the judges' scorecards. All 3. 29-28. Unanimous. Chris Curtis gets it done. 29-28. All 3 judges. I think that's the right. I think that's the right call. Okay, well done. Chris Curtis gets the win. Nurmagomedov. Good result that is for Curtis. Curtis wins. Umar is going to win, right? He should win. Umar minus 900 favorite. Umar Nurmagomedov, Khabib's cousin in action. Next, I believe. 14-0. Taking on Manes, who is Nathan Manes, who is 14-1. Nate Manes is 3-0 in the UFC. It's such an interesting fight, this one. I feel sorry for Manes. I mean, he's a really good fighter. Well-rounded, power in his hands. Got good takedown defense, but he will give openings to Umar Nurmagomedov. He is very kill or be killed. and I think he's going to be killed, is taking on Umar, who is 4 years younger. He is got flashy kicks, well-rounded, controls the range well, great back takes, good cardio, great wrestling, great striking, grappling's good. I mean, it's just rear naked choke's amazing. I mean, he's going to be a future champ. That's it. Simple. He's going to be a future champ. Umar Nurmagomedov will be a future champion. And I expect him to win here. So, yeah, cousin Umar is in action next. Minus 900 for Umar Nurmagomedov. And Nathan Manez is plus 625. Curtis has improved his game. 20 chances, and he blew it. Matthew said, Umar is my lock to win. Umar is now minus 1,200, says Sinister. Is that true? Really? Wow. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, money will... I suppose I am a bit surprised. Minus 900, I mean, at that point... Oh God, is it even worth putting money on it? I mean, you would have to bet $900 to win $100. So it's like, I don't know. Is it worth it at that price? I don't know. Umar now at minus 1,200. So, yeah, now you've got to bet $1,200 to win $100. You spelt the name wrong. It's victim number 3, says Stan. Yeah, well, we are going to be building to that. We are just seeing a video package for next week's UFC 276. Holloway taking on Volkanovski for the 3rd time. Adesanya taking on Cannonier in the main event. 2 title fights. Loads of names on the cards. It is a decent card, a really good card. Next week. Looking forward to that. And of course, I keep saying it, I keep stressing it. We are here for it. We will be doing the watch along. I want to try and get the stream set up as like tonight, actually. So people know that we're doing it and we're here for it. Curtis Jim finally paying off with the defense. How would you feel walking into the cage against a minus 1,200? I feel like psychologically it has to have an effect. It has to, but I think what you would have to do is what I would do is I would watch the fights, really study them. Really watch like all the previous fights, most notably the most recent one, and I would not stop watching it until I found at least one thing that I thought I could exploit. You know, whether it's just a bit of a pattern that, you know, I could go into this fight thinking as soon as I see that pattern, I know what they're going to do next. Like, maybe they always set up the takedown with left hand jab or something like this. And so, you know, I could go in thinking, right, well, when the left hand jab comes, I know that the takedown's going to follow. Or maybe I see an opening whereby they just drop their hands when they do something. Or if I was to go in against a minus 1,200, I would do crazy tape study. Because I do think psychologically, if you go in against someone that's minus 1,200 and you are that much of an underdog, it's got to play on your mind that no one believes in you and everyone thinks you're going to lose this. But you would have to have ultimate belief in your own abilities. And I'm sure you would believe in yourself. But I to reinforce that, I would want to know, not only do I believe in my abilities, but I have also seen how to beat this person. I am going in with some information no one knows that I know. I'm going in with some information and something that I've seen, a chink in the armor. There's something in there that I know that I can exploit. And so, you know, my game plan's going to be, not only do I believe in my abilities and I think I'm a good fighter, but I know that there's an opening. And I would convince myself that I know something no one else knows. And, people just expect me to go in and get beaten, but they don't know what I've seen in my tape study. And that is where I would get my confidence from. I would get confidence from that. So I would go in believing that, and it might not be true. I mean, obviously it might not play out that way, the fight. I mean, I might just go in and get smashed. But I think psychologically, talking about how that would have an impact, I think it would. But I would want to go in really knowing that I've found something, that there's something there that I can exploit, and I would take a lot from that. So, I'd really hit tape study hard. Really, really hit tape study hard. Harder than just for a standard fight. Because I would want to find those weaknesses. Like, if people really believe that I'm that rubbish or I'm that much of an underdog, I'd be desperate to prove them otherwise. So, it's a really interesting question. Like, how does that psychologically affect people? And, you hear it all the time. People saying, I don't care about being an underdog. I've been an underdog my whole life. But it's like, you must care. You must care. It must affect you. It has to, and certainly to be an underdog on that level as well. First time I fought, the local paper gave me a 10% chance of winning. I won in the first round with a rear naked, says Master Chief. Umar in round 1, says Matthew. M. Kern says, I know that you believe that you know that you found something. Yeah. I'm glad that you know that I believe that I know that I found something. Because that's exactly what I think I know. I know that. I know something that no one else knows. You'd have to get confidence from something like that. You'd have to believe in the game plan. You'd have to believe you found a weakness. You'd have to get your belief from somewhere. Unless you were just naturally someone that just believed in yourself and your abilities to the point where you just didn't care what others thought. I think I would, though. I think, like, I would believe in myself. If I trained all the time and worked hard all the time, I would believe in myself. But then for people to look at me and look at my opponent and say that my opponent is a minus 1,200 favourite, you'd be like, flip. I mean, that psychologically, I think it's a really good question. So I think it's something we don't really consider. Psychologically, what impact does that have? And you see it all the time, fighters going, I've been an underdog my whole life, it doesn't mean anything. But that might be true if you're like minus 100, minus 200, minus 300. I feel like once you're like minus 300 and something, or minus 400, minus 500, then we're starting to get into, like, this is very one-sided. Minus 1,200, I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? We're getting to the point, like, if you put a child in there, they'd only be about minus 1,500. I was there this week when Manes was talking with his Chiro, and he had good things to say. Dada Gio, shout out to you. Mr. Pineapple said, I want Manes to win. Anton said, big upset Manes by DQ. Tim said, Umar Nurmagomedov via first round submission in 3 minutes. Billy with a massive fact of the day. CM Punk is the best MMA fighter. Stone Tommy said, I know him personally, and he was on vacation for the first week of June, kicking it whilst Umar was training. LJ said, gotta love an underdog. Most fights, regardless who is fighting, I would root for the underdog. And even if I'm back in the favourite, I've still got a soft spot for the underdog. What's up? Always watch channel. Nuka, shout out to you, dude. Hope you're well. Sonny said, hear me out. UFC, but for children. Yes. Yes. I think just like normal, like
Do you know what I mean? Everyday children. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to have the aggression that I would want to see. So maybe do it for young offenders. Do you know what I mean? I feel like young offenders, they're probably a little bit more, and is it stereotyping? Maybe. But I feel like they're probably going to have a bit more aggression about them. You know, if we're gonna make kids fight, let's have some angry kids. Let's not just go for, do you know what I mean, little Billy, who, you know, likes to go to the cinema and eat pizza with his friends. Do you know what I mean? Let's UFC young offenders. That's what I'm calling for. That's what I'm calling for. Hell of a show. Winners get released. How about that? Nate Manes is plus 650. Umar minus 950 is where we are. Do you believe that Hamzat is championship material? Yep. Yeah, I think a lot of people saw that fight against Gilbert Burns, and maybe he just lost a little bit of shine, but I mean, you're talking about one of the most elite fighters like that's out there. I mean, Gilbert Burns fought Usman for the title, and he had Usman rocked. But I feel like Chimaev has got a bit of work to do, but yeah, absolutely. You could put him in a championship match, and he'd have a hell of a chance. I don't know that against someone like Usman that Chimaev will go into that fight ever being I don't know if he'd ever go in as favourite. Certainly he'd never be a firm favourite. But I feel like he's absolutely good enough for the opportunity, of course, yeah. It's a fight people would like to see. Right, here we go. Jason Herzog's going to get us underway for this one. Our second fight on the main card. We've got 6 fights on this card, actually. Didn't see ring walk, so I didn't actually see if Khabib was there. I would imagine he is. Any opportunity to come over to Vegas. This is not an easy fight for Umar, that is true. Manes, as we said, a very good fighter. He's actually got a decent record, 3-0 in the UFC, and his record is 14-1 overall. So this is a hell of a test for him, but I feel like he's really impressed people, and he's got the Nurmagomedov name, and I feel like being minus 900 is inflated. But he is favourite. He's rightfully the favourite. He's rightfully a firm favourite, but don't know that I would have had him at minus 900. Nurmagomedov standing his ground in the centre. This one just having a bit of a feeling out process. Nurmagomedov with a couple of strikes at the moment. It won't be hard to find angry children. Look for the ones that just don't get their way, says Sonny. Manus on the outside, bouncing around, trying to come in. Kick coming into the body by Nurmagomedov. Nurmagomedov having a look as Manus is on the outside, comes in, tries to throw an overhand. Nurmagomedov has grabbed Manus and he's managed to get a takedown. So, takedown by Nurmagomedov. I said this is a card that we might, for a few different reasons, end up looking back on. And because there's people here that have got, champion written all over them. And Nurmagomedov is absolutely one of those. When we talk about his journey, will we be talking about a very solid, very good win over a very good opponent? Manus is down. Nurmagomedov is in full guards. He's getting good control time, but you've got to do something with it. Strikes coming into the side of the head by Manus. Strike coming into the side of the head by Nurmagomedov. Nurmagomedov in control. He's not panicking. He's got plenty of time to work. Nice strike there by Nurmagomedov. You do have to be active. Bisping saying it's good that he's got this position, but you've got to be active down there. Strike coming into the side of the body. Minus 900 is disrespectful. You'll make no money on that. I know. I always feel that those kind of odds, that the risk is, you know, bigger than the reward. It's just not worth touching. So it's still got him up against the side of the cage. I feel like Nurmagomedov's going to get the rounds if we do get to the end of the rounds and he doesn't find a finish before then. There's not really any reason as to why you would give this round to Nate Maness. I know that you have to work when you're getting that control time, but there's really no reason to be giving this to Nate Maness. He's trying to transition over to the sides. Nurmagomedov, we got less than a minute to go. This has been taken down to the mat, and Nurmagomedov just in control, getting in a few strikes. They've worked their way over to the side of the cage. He is trying for full mount. Nurmagomedov is almost getting into a full mount position. It's taken him a while to get into this position. He's got around about 30. Yeah, hopefully that's done it. Just seems... I'm sure it can be fixed. Here we go. Right, we are back underway. Nurmagomedov. Another kick coming in. I'm really just keeping an eye at the moment. I tried, I've got a different router now. As I said, I'll always, if we do get lag, I'll always just try a different router. But right now, Nurmagomedov is in control. He managed to get Maness down. He's right in the center of the octagon. The fight is continuing. We're just coming into close to 2 minutes into this second round. He's doing really well. He's in side control. Side control for Umar Nurmagomedov. And he's got a tight squeeze being applied as well. It's lovely work, this, by Umar. It's just really comfortable and competent and clean. It's effortless, to be honest. I mean, what he needs to try and find maybe is get himself into some positions where he can get a finish, but really, really impressive stuff. Halfway through the fight now, halfway through the round. He's all over Maness at the moment. He's got a tight squeeze being applied. He's absolutely all over him. He's got plenty of time to work if he can try and find a submission. Nurmagomedov doing really, really well. Strikes coming into the side of the head by Nurmagomedov. We've got about 2 minutes to go. He is in side control at the moment, right in the middle of the octagon. Don't underestimate Gamrot's precision Polish power. Right, he's all over him, but he's really struggling to try and find, like, a finish. He's really struggling to try and find a way of, like, getting a submission applied or something along those lines. We've got about 1 minute 20. He's inside control at the moment. And he's just controlling. I mean, he's got Maness down. He's lying on top of him. I would like to see a little bit more work done, to be honest. I would like to see him, like, forcing it a little bit more, but it's all very controlled. It's all, I mean, it's all good stuff. Yeah, I feel like Bisping's saying the exact same thing. Is like, you know, he's not taking any chances, and, you know, that's fine. He's winning the fight. But it'd be nice to see him now put a nail in this coffin. It would be nice to see him now, you know, actually using these advantages to get a finish. He is trying to get hooks in. He is trying to do some work. He is trying to get some ground and pound going. He is throwing some big, heavy strikes into the side of the heads of Manus, and he's working a bit of ground and pound. Nate Manus has got nowhere to go. Nurmagomedov is throwing some big shots. Manus rolls. Forearm comes crashing down. And that is the end of round number 2. Manus survives. It's 2 rounds to 0 to Nurmagomedov. You got to remember as well, he isn't doing this against someone that's like low-level competition. He's doing this against someone that's 3-0 in the UFC. Someone whose record overall is 14-1. Like, all right, Manus is not, I don't believe him, he's not in the rankings. He's not one of those kind of top names. But what we are seeing here from Umar is very, very impressive. The stats have frozen, have they? Let's have a look. Do you know what? I don't think they have. I'll refresh them. Oh, no, they had. Normally, when you bring the screen up, it just automatically refreshes, and it didn't. So I was like, I don't think it has. But there we go. 22 significant strikes. Still 0 from Nate Manus, but he got taken down really, really early. I bet Manus is looking at these stats going, are we sure these haven't frozen? I'm sure I have landed at least 1 significant strike. Can we double check that? Right, final 5 minutes. People are crying. Umar owns the show. Is anyone crying? Low kick coming in by Umar. Manus is choking. He could have finished that fight mid-second round. I'm not impressed by this performance. Manus has got 0 grappling ability, says Rydog. It's one that I don't think is going to send many shockwaves around the fighting community, but I do think that Manus is a very, very skilled fighter. He's a very good fighter. And Nurmagomedov is just making this look like a flipping walk in the park. I mean, he's dominated both rounds, and he just landed a lovely kick. He's looking for another high kick, comes forward with a jab. Nurmagomedov is standing in the center, looking for another kick to the body and switching his stances. So Nurmagomedov just constantly switching his stances back and forth. Lovely, like way he leaned back. Good head movement. Manus back against the side of the cage. Manus just seems to be a bit deflated here. I don't know if like the belief has been knocked out of him, but he goes for a shot as Nurmagomedov slips that. Manus back against the cage. Kick coming into the body there by Nurmagomedov. Another kick coming into the body. Looking for a takedown. He's managed to grab Nate Manus. Takedown, and he's on top of Manus. Strikes coming in to the side by Nurmagomedov. So, takedown, he's just going to see this out. Manus needed to get a finish in this round. He's not going to find it. He's not going to get it. And I can see this now just drifting its way towards the judges. Umar is treating this like a sparring session. Paul Roman said, what kind of matchmaking is this? Nice heavy shots coming in by Nurmagomedov. It is a bit weird. Yeah, I do agree, it is weird. I feel like Manus was quite a promising up-and-comer, and this is, this is dehumanizing. He's been humbled. Significant strikes, 42-1. So the good news is that Manus did find a significant strike. He managed to get a significant strike in on Umar. I mean, that's something he can brag about. Umar has landed 44 significant strikes now. Bisping said this is a really frustrating fight for Nate Maness. He's a really fantastic fighter. This will be really frustrating. Big hammer fists coming in by Nurmagomedov. Umar pounding away. Umar definitely has got that ability to go on and be a champion. Very calm, calculated. He's got a good ring IQ. .45 seconds, and Nurmagomedov in control. 9 minutes control time. Over 10 minutes now. Another control for Umar. Boring. Umar is killing it. It's just too easy. Of course, this wrestler has the most boring fight of the card. Sucks to see this, but got to work to win. Do you know, I mean, I do agree. I understand people being critical of how dull this is, but it's down to someone to beat him, isn't it? Who's going to solve this problem? Who out there is going to be able to solve this? Because Nate Maness didn't. Nate Maness just got battered. Is Khabib holding a press conference for an Umar title shot? I don't believe we're at that stage yet. We're not in the rankings with Umar. So I feel like he needs to get in the rankings and beat a few ranked fighters before we go call him for a title shot. Khabib be like, go to decision, don't try and finish the fight. Maness doesn't have a choice but to lay there. He's being held against his will. Listen, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I think that it's an incredible performance by Nurmagomedov. I understand people saying it's dull and people saying it's boring and people wanting a bit more excitement, but got to give respect where it's due, man. What he just did in that fight is dominate it against a very, very good opponent. Someone that's 14-1, 3-0 in the UFC. I mean, Nurmagomedov is ready to go into the rankings. Be really interesting to see who they give him next, actually. Be really, really interesting. Umar 3-0 in a boring fight. How did he not finish that? Bisping just shaking the hand of Khabib. Wow. Wow. 30-27. 30-26. 30-25. It's not often. I honestly cannot remember the last time I heard a judge's scorecard of 30-25. Khabib is standing. I don't know. I think he said to Bisping he wanted to say something. Thank you, everybody. How long? Next or after next, I'll be top 10, says Umar. I'm ready. So, it's really interesting. I thought Khabib wanted to say something, but I don't know that he does. Umar says that if they give him a title shot next, for his next fight, he's ready. I mean, he's always going to say that. But he did also say that next fight or fight after is looking to be in that top 10. Crazy being his next opponent, knowing that you pretty much have no chance. Yep. Can't imagine there's too many people queuing up to face him. Tell you what, man. I mean, I know we keep talking about it, but God. Khabib, Umar, Islam Makhachev. I mean, there's such exciting fighters coming from that part of the world. Brendan, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Hope you and your family are well. Having fun watching the fights play out. So there we go. Boring. Yeah. Dominant. Sure. 30-25. I mean, honestly, I just cannot remember the last time that happened. I can't remember a 30-25. So very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. Right. I think we've got, that was only our second fight on the main card, you know. That's 2 fights in a row that have gone the distance. So, Thiago Moises against Giagos. It's going to be our next one. I think they'll go to this quite quick. Pink Jimmy. Shout out to you, my friends. So, next one, Thiago Moises, knockout and submission wins, 8 first-round finishes, pure jiu-jitsu, high-level black belts, counter-strikes with hard hooks and crosses, powerful calf kicks, dynamic kicks overall, improving wrestling, excellent grappling. Lots to love about Thiago Moises. Comes in as a -255 favourite. Giagos is a decent striker, got good top control and submissions, fast starter as well. Good level changes, big for the division, hittable, keeps his hands low, big and powerful, only tends to lose to like really good names, decent names, and is the better offensive wrestler. I think it's close. I've got Thiago Moises winning. I think that this should be another fun fight as we continue to work our way towards that main event. We are back from the commercial break as well. Let me know which way you are leaning for this next one. Umar versus Sean O'Malley. Mendez basically hit the jackpot with these guys. What do you think of Whaley versus Marina Rodriguez matchup? It would be a total bloodbath. Yeah, I'll be down for it. I mean, that's that definitely sounds fun. I suppose, in a way, that, yeah, I'd be definitely down for that. What, and do that as like the only problem you've got with that is who faces like Carla? Because I feel like it's either got, unless you do the Rose rematch. So if you do the Rose rematch and then you do, say, Zhang Weili against Marina Rodriguez, I'm down for that. If you could fight anyone, and I mean anyone, who would it be? For me, it would be my old man. Got to get them easy wins. Yeah, I mean, if I had to fight someone, I'm going for probably a child, to be honest. I think not only would I feel really confident of victory, imagine if I came in as the underdog. But I think, you know, make a statement as well. Make a statement. Not only do I want to get like a win over someone, I think like I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy where people are like, did you see UFC the other week? They had a dude just absolutely beat the living hell out of this child. In fact, I'm surprised they aired it. He didn't stop. He absolutely didn't stop. And there was this one bit where it looked like he was going to put him away, like go for a rear naked choke. He actually chose to not do it, stand back up just so he could punch him more. That would be me. That's what I would do. So, yeah, I'd be looking at something like that. Is there any member of the Nurmagomedov family that's going to lose? No. Losing is not in the vocabulary of the Nurmagomedovs. Do you remember the Sooty show? Sure. Used to love it. Shakur Stevenson is fighting on September. I did see that. I'm interested in that. Didn't get a chance to watch his last fight because it clashed with something. Probably UFC. But I'm interested in... Ryan Garcia is fighting soon as well. I'm quite interested in the Ryan Garcia fight. I'm interested in the Stevenson fight. I'm interested in the Jake Paul fight. I'm interested in the Anthony Joshua fight. There's a few that are kind of lined up at the moment that I've got my eye on. So I have enjoyed covering the boxing. I mean, I always enjoy covering the boxing, but I've definitely enjoyed covering it this year. I still love that Katie Taylor Amanda Serrano fight. I mean, that was just so good. Bilal against Hamzat is rumoured. Who have you got? I would probably go with Hamzat. I feel like Bilal would be very interesting, though. Interesting opponent, but I feel like... yeah, I wouldn't let Hamzat's last performance against like Gilbert Burns put you off. I feel like he is an elite fighter, and you know, I mean, listen, Burns is a hell of a fighter. The fact that he had a laboured victory, I mean, you're just not used to seeing Chimaev in those positions, are you? You're not used to seeing him like being tested that way. So I kind of feel that shouldn't hold that against him too much. A win's a win. He moves forwards, and I think that against Bilal, I think he'd get the win. Ernest on purpose, I like that. Nurmagomedov's family is so tough, they don't even lose sleep. Love it. Right, here we go. We're about to go to our next fight. Moises against Yargos. Yeah, Beterbiev against Bivol as well. Yes, that's another one that's on my radar. I think that fight is even bigger now that Bivol got the win over Canelo. I think people have really had their eyes opened as to like just how good he is. I will admit, I did think Canelo was going to win. Mainly because, not because I didn't believe in Bivol, but just because, like, if Canelo feels that he's going to win and like puts himself in that position, who am I to doubt him? So yeah, I kind of believed in Canelo. If Canelo thinks he can do it, he can do it. Turns out he can't do it, and he didn't do it. So, yeah, I think that caught a few people by surprise, but hell of a fighter. No shades on Bivol. Hell of a fighter. Right. Herb Dean is the referee for this one. We're going to get underway as we continue to build to that really interesting main event. We just saw Umar Nurmagomedov, which will have spiked people's interest. I think that's one that definitely people would have wanted to have tuned in for. I think people will want to tune in for the main event as well. I think the main event's very good. I think Rakhmonov in the co-main is tasty as well. So our two big main and co-mains still to come. Not too bothered about Parisian against Bordeaux. Not bothered by that fight. That fight could have done one, but that is going to come up next. Hopefully it'll be a quick finish. Probably won't. Probably go the distance. Probably be long and boring. Strikes coming into the side of the head here by Yargos. Moises driving Yargos up against the side of the cage. So Moises in control. And he's got Yargos over by the side of the cage. Is looking to try and get him down to the ground, to the mat, but at the moment not able to. Yargos doing a decent job of defending the takedown. Yargos staying calm. So at the moment we are seeing, as we said, Moises trying to get a takedown, but no joy at the moment. Nice. Managed to get that takedown, but Yargos is straight back up. Moises doesn't waste that opportunity, though, and jumps onto the back of Yargos. Jumps onto the back, gets the hooks in. He's trying to get a rear naked choke on. Yargos is on his feet. Moises is managed to get round the back, straight coming into the side of the head. Yeah, that was good. That was real good. Very explosive with trying to take that opportunity. So he's managed to jump onto the back of Yargos. Yargos, again, not panicking, but this is absolutely a position that he won't want to be in. Moises round the back, trying to get the arm underneath. Trying to get a rear naked choke applied, but it's being defended well by Yargos at the moment. Strike coming into the side of the head here by Moises. There's so many things that he can do. He's got the body lock applied, and all of that weight is being carried by Yargos. So this could be taking quite a bit out of the fuel tank as well. And not only is he having to carry that weight, but he's having to try and defend these rear naked choke attempts, and it's under the chin. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem, and he's tapped. He's tapped. Moises wins. Moises wins. Rear naked choke. Oh, Yargos. Yeah, that's good. That's good for Thiago Moises. Moises wins. I just need Moises, Rakhmonov, and Tsarukyan to win 108. 78 would be profit. Otherwise, I'll be down 30. Well, you got another one. In all fairness, I can see this going your way because I've got Rakhmonov winning against Magny. And I've got Tsarukyan winning the main event. Moises has just picked up the victory there, so you could be on for a little tasty £70 profit tonight. Are you a fan of Natasha Jones? Yeah, but I don't get a chance to watch much. So I am, but I couldn't really tell you the level of competition that she's competed against. You've gained weight, says Bill. I wasn't expecting that. Thanks, Bill. Most exciting up-and-coming fighter. Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like there's quite a few. I feel like we're going to see a good chunk of them tonight. I mean, I feel like Rakhmonov is really exciting. I mean, still undefeated. Yeah, I feel like he would be someone that would absolutely be in my mind. It's hard not to say Paddy. I don't know that there's another fighter out there that's got Paddy's appeal. I mean, like, Paddy has been able to really connect with people. I think there's a lot that goes into that. You know, he talks a lot. He kind of dances his way down to the ring. He's been in a couple of exciting fights. He always tends to, you know, kind of get hit first or get in a bad situation, then have to kind of come back from that. But, like, yeah, I think also the fact that he blows up in between his fights kind of gets people's attention also. So, you know, he's got the talking. He's quite the character. So, yeah, I'd say that that's definitely someone. I really was impressed with that Natalia Santos as well. Thought she looked really, really good. Chalmers says Chimaev is the most exciting for me. Feel free to put in the chat who you like the look of. Who out there has got your attention? Days, you're beautiful. Don't listen. Thanks, guys. Thanks. You know me, I'm really sensitive. Those kind of comments cut me deep. It's going to be a struggle tonight to sleep. Actually, I'm over it. Parisian versus Bordeaux. Yeah, we've got that coming next. I think what Bill meant was that I've got bigger, but like jacked. I think that's what he was saying. Nothing but love. Kendrick Van said, what UFC fighters' farts would you least like to smell? I mean, it's got to be one of the big boys, hasn't it? It's got to be one of the big boys. I mean, I'm thinking like Taito Ivasa, that wouldn't be fun. Can't imagine that being enjoyable at all. I don't know. I feel like there's probably quite a few on that list. I'm trying to think of some of those like really big heavyweights in the UFC. I want to have a look, see who's if there's any that are. Taito Ivasa, Derek Lewis. I feel like they would be amongst the worst. I'm just going down the list. Oh yeah, Chris Barnett as well. He's got quite a size to him, hasn't he? Chris Barnett. Yeah. Are you excited for next week's Adesanya Cannonier? 100%. Yes, I am. I think Adesanya wins it. I think he wins it very comfortably. I'm not too worried that he's going to lose it, but I do think that Cannonier is an interesting challenge. I said that earlier. I mean, he's got knockouts at heavyweight, light heavyweight, and has dropped down the division. So what he's bringing with him is experience against bigger fighters, knockout power. He's got knockouts at much bigger divisions. Like he is a challenge, but he has been beaten by Whittaker. I think it was decision, if I remember rightly. So, you know, Adesanya's beaten. MMA math never works, but Adesanya has beaten Whittaker twice, and Cannonier lost to Whittaker. So it does feel like Adesanya should be able to get past Cannonier. But I think that Cannonier, look, has he got a chance of winning? Yes, he has got a chance of winning. I don't think he does win, but he has a chance of winning. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But I agree with a lot of people in the chat. I think that thing is more exciting, Volkanovski and Holloway. I think Volkanovski and Holloway is a much more exciting fight. I know this is crazy, but I am genuinely looking forward to Murphy against Tate as well, Miesha Tate. I really like Miesha Tate. I really like her. I'd love for her to get to a title match again. So I hope she wins. I've got 11,000 on him. Says afraid to gamble. I love that I got a serious answer. Do you know what? You deserved a serious answer. We're not playing games here, are we? We're not playing games. Tony said, I think you've lost weight. Days, is your dong fighting anytime soon? Has it? I think it's been booked, hasn't it? The next Yudong fight. I mean, listen, Yudong is always looking for openings and opportunities. And I don't know. I'm sure I was trying to look the other week and there was a fight that had been made. I can't remember it, though. Let me have a look. Corey Sanhagen. Corey Sanhagen versus Song Yudong, targeted for UFC main event. My God, can you imagine this community with Song Yudong in a main event? It looks like that might headline UFC's Fight Night event on September 17th. Sanhagen has lost back-to-back fights after winning 7 of his first 8 fights under the UFC umbrella. A run highlighted by a vicious knockout of Marlon Moraes and Frankie Edgar. The 30-year-old representative of Elevation Fight Team, the Sandman, suffered a controversial loss to TJ Dillashaw before dropping a unanimous decision loss to Pitayan in an interim title bout. Sanhagen is currently ranked number 4 in the bantamweight division, and he will look to rebound against Yudong. He wants to rebound against Yudong. Corey Sanhagen is hoping to rebound against Yudong. A streak in 20... Do you know Yudong is only 24? Yudong is 24 and has risen up the ranks. His rise to prominence has really coincided, I think, with the level of support he gets from this community. I think the level of support has risen up Yudong. I think Yudong has risen thanks to the support of this community. How he hasn't come on and said thank you to you lot is beyond me. I haven't got a clue. It's a sham. It's a flipping sham. I've said before, I would absolutely love to have a chat with Yudong. A one-to-one sit-down interview with Yudong is... That's what it's all about, innit? I would go as far as to say it's the only reason that I do UFC streams. I'm hoping that we can get big enough whereby we do get the attention of Yudong. I'd love to get Yudong's attention, and then I would love to sit down and have a chat with Yudong. I'm still in a spin over Natalia Silva, says Mark. She was great, wasn't she? She was great. Do you know you can get her walkout jersey for, I think it's like $500, which is quite a bit of money. I was thinking it would be cheaper than that. But I think UFC know that she looked quite special, because there's a lot of other jerseys on there for like $200. And honestly, it's a gamble, but it's a gamble that I would be willing to take for like $200, because if she goes on to be a big deal, to have one of her walkout jerseys, I mean, that thing goes up in value if you have it, obviously, and she goes on to... But it's a gamble of, like, will she go on to be a big deal, or will she, you know, go on a bit of a losing streak and, you know, not achieve much? But for like $200, I would have took that gamble. But $500, that makes me think that the UFC knows that they've potentially got something special there. She's still got a long way to go, of course. But yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. Everyone else's was like $200. Hers was $500. Dollar Bill, shout out to you, dudes. Hello. I don't know how you pronounce that. Snobbabka. Snobbobabka? It's probably not pronounced that way. I'm probably absolutely butchering your name, and I do apologise. But shout out to you, my friends. I hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying UFC this week. Definitely feels like UFC this week has kind of got people's attention a little bit more than a normal fight night. And it's a shame that they just don't stack the cards like this normally. I mean, normally you get like a load of UFC debuts. You get a real lack of name recognition. And then, like, you might get a main event that kind of grabs people's interest. But even the main events recently have been a bit... do you know what I mean? Some of the cards we've done, it's not been the strongest year for fight nights. And being in the Apex as well, it is a problem. Not having the crowd is a problem. But this has been much better. Much better. And I'd like to see them do more of this, to be honest. I'd like to see them kind of really doing more of these kind of stacked fight nights. It's more exciting, and it's more exciting when there's more people around. Sharing their thoughts, their feelings, their emotions, telling me I'm fat. It's just, you know what I mean, the way it goes. Right, we've got our next fight coming up in the heavyweight division. Josh Parisian taking on Alan Badeau. Parisian has got volume, mobile, lacks power, throws kicks, but doesn't always set them up, so can be a bit predictable. Don't know, to be honest, if he is UFC quality. This is not a fight that I'm all that excited for. I'm going to be completely honest. I think we've got two great fights after this. But this next one is not one that's really doing it for me. Parisian at plus 100, taking on Alan Badeau, who has got a few cardio questions. Striker, does have knockout power, so it would be great if we could get a knockout here. Doesn't really have much in the way of grappling. There's a few chin question marks. Really, I mean, to be honest, I don't know what their current record is. I didn't get as far in my research as to actually look at that, so I'm going to look at that now. But both of these, I think, have struggled in recent times, and the loser here could really be in trouble. The loser here could find themselves on a fast track out of the promotion. So this is one that both guys need to win. 5 first-round finishes for Alan Badeau. Alan Badeau, 8 wins, 3 losses. His current streak is 2 losses, 1 no contest in his last 3 for Alan Badeau. So if he loses this, that would be 3 losses and 1 no contest in his last 4. That is walking papers. Josh Parisian is 2-2 in his last 4. He is coming in off a loss, but he did get a win before that. I would say if Alan Badeau loses, he could go. Parisian, if he loses, to be honest, one of those wins in his last 4 was on Contender Series. So actually, he's 1-2 on the main roster. So he could end up being 1-3 if he does lose this one, Parisian. So yeah, this is a big fight, man. Actually, this is it's a fight that might not be amongst great fighters, but it's a fight that I think could mean something. Who is good enough to remain in the UFC? Is it going to be Parisian? Is it going to be Alan Badeau? Look at the security guard that's standing next to him, that's towering over Josh Parisian. The security guard's bigger. These are heavyweights, and that security guard is massive. Right, Mark Smith is the ref for this one. Parisian taking on Bordeaux. They're not fighting yet. Day's got slapped across the face by Yudong. Wow, that would be an honor. Right, here we go. I like Leon Edwards. I think he'll beat Usman with the famous elbow that he hits, says Edwards. Not expecting this to go to decision. Both have got a fight for their careers, says Steve. Rick says, can I... Yes. Shout out to you, Rick. I don't know what it is. Get a shout out for my friend. What's your friend's name? Timeout. Parisian gets low blowed. Low blow. Oh, it's quite nice as well. Right on the button. Right on the button. Okay, 30 seconds in. Low blow. Looks like Parisian is he's just having a bit of a readjustment down there. Here we go. We are back underway. Boom. Bordeaux for the win. I spoke to him on Insta, and he said he's going to win, and I bet 11,000, said afraid to gamble. Will you do Katie Taylor's next fight? Yeah, I mean, we should do. I mean, it hasn't been announced, so I don't know when it is, where it is, who it's against, but definitely interested. Low kick coming in by Bordeaux. Both fighters in the center, not quite engaging at this stage. Low kick coming in by Parisian. Bordeaux standing his ground in the center. Stats aren't updating again, are they? We're getting... oh, there it is. There it is. Just as I said that. Parisian just covering up there. Bordeaux trying to get a few shots through. It's quite even at the moment. Nice shot to the body. Bit of damage on the face of Parisian. There's blood coming down the side of the face. He's definitely been caught with the jab. Low kick coming in by Parisian. Bit of early damage. Bordeaux trying to get a right hand through. Low kick coming in. Both fighters into the clinch. They're in the clinch, right in the center of the cage. Break apart. Parisian coming in. He just walked into that there. He just literally walked forward, threw a kick, and got jabbed in the face. I don't know, man. You can see the quality of this is just not that great. Kick coming in, spinning back fist, but it lands. Oh, Parisian goes down. Parisian goes down. Bordeaux's going to try and finish it. He's jumped on top. Parisian has turned over and covered himself up. Hammer fist coming in by Bordeaux, but Parisian has at least done a decent job of not allowing Bordeaux to take this fight away from him. Oh, he's looking for a Kimura here. Out of nowhere, Parisian was trying to grab the arm of Bordeaux. See if he could get, like, that arm round the back. Strike coming into the side of the body. And again, he's managed to grab the arm. Yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. Thought he was going to get a cheeky little Kimura there. Cheeky. Didn't. And actually, Bordeaux has not been able to find that finish. That's going to be frustrating for him. But he did get that knockdown. He's definitely winning the fight. Bordeaux on top of Parisian. And we are seeing Parisian turned over to the side. Elbow coming into the side of the head by Bordeaux. Parisian is bleeding. There is blood coming down the left-hand side. Oh, hammer fists. Little hammer fists coming in by Bordeaux. Wow, they look nasty. They look nasty. Parisian getting back up to his feet. Knee coming in by Bordeaux. That eye is busted it up even more. Parisian is swinging. Spinning back fist just misses by Bordeaux. Parisian drives Bordeaux up against the side of the cage. Both fighters back up to their feet now. Parisian has managed to get Bordeaux, drive him up against the side of the cage. Looking for a trip, looking for a takedown. Bordeaux not able to find that finish. Takedown by Parisian. Parisian has got Bordeaux in a seated position. Now here's the one. Throwing in big strikes. This is great for Parisian. There's nowhere for Bordeaux to go. He's got 8 seconds to survive. Referee is watching. Parisian's like, are you going to stop this? But Bordeaux survives. Parisian, I think, really wanted the ref to stop that, but Bordeaux wasn't out, in all fairness. Those shots were coming in, and you could make an argument that he wasn't defending himself. You could definitely make that argument. Parisian was like having to look at the ref going, are you just going to allow me to keep doing this? But Bordeaux wasn't out. That's a tricky one, that, actually. Referee's looking, thinking, well, he's still in the fight. He's not gone out. He's not doing enough to make me stop the fight, but in Parisian's mind he was. And was Bordeaux defending himself? I mean, he was just getting smashed in the face. I think the ref knew that we were really close to the end of the round, so he wanted to give Bordeaux the opportunity to get to the end of the round. He knew that there was only like 5 seconds left to go. I think the ref just explaining to Parisian why the fight wasn't stopped. Interesting, though. That eye is messed up, man. Parisian's eye is messed up. It's swelling. It's closing. It's not in a good place. So, yeah, his eye is trashed. Right, these two have had... it's been a great little contest, this. Parisian gets rocked a little bit there. Gets wobbled. Goes to drive. Nice takedown, though, by Parisian. So, Bordeaux is down against the side of the cage. Parisian is all over. Now we've got big, heavy shots coming in by Parisian. And again. Big. Look at these big. He's getting, like, he's really swinging them from here. Like, that can't be fun. That must be like getting sledgehammered, man. I mean, they're not just little, he's bringing them from like round here. Big heavy blows coming in by Parisian. Bordeaux is down. Parisian in side control. Yeah, if he just keeps doing what he's doing, I think the ref at some point will have to step in. Hammer fists. Hammer fists. He's in a position where he can just hammer fist away. Bordeaux spins over, is trying to defend. Again, he's just trying to punch him in the side of the head. The referee still not interested. Parisian's having to work like quite hard here. But he's not finding any shots that's putting Bordeaux away. Bordeaux, whilst getting punched in the side of the head, has managed to get back up to his feet like he is still in this fight. Both guys back up to their feet over by the side of the cage. Forearm strike there by Parisian. Bordeaux walks away into the clinch. Knee to the body there by Bordeaux. And again, he drives Bordeaux. Both guys look gassed, man. You could see Bordeaux was like, ugh. Looking for a trip. John said the ref is going to stop it. Well, at the moment, Parisian has managed to get a takedown. Yeah, both guys look exhausted at this point. Both guys seem to be quite gassed. Side control here by Parisian. He's fully mounted as well now. Full mount for Parisian. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. This is going to be really hard now for Bordeaux. Really hard. Parisian is just... He's managed to get himself in a position where he's managed to get the back and he can just throw in shots. And the ref's called it. The ref has called it. Both guys are down on their backs. Absolutely gassed. Parisian has been awarded the victory. He got into a position where he was just throwing shots and it was relentless. Bordeaux definitely seemed to be gassed. I think there'll be quite a bit of disappointment there. Bordeaux had quite a few people that were backing him. But Parisian managed to get again into another position where he was on the ground, throwing in that ground and pound. Rakhmonov against Magny is going to be our next fight. Tsarukyan versus Gamrot. Who will win? Please help me, says Kim. I'm going with Tsarukyan. He stopped it. Too many big shots eaten by Bordeaux, says John. Tim is 6-4. We've had 1,266 votes. 1,266 votes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It's always greatly appreciated. We've had a few little wobbles of lag, which I think has probably set the stream back a little bit on that front. But hey-ho, these things are sent to try us. So it's all about next week, baby. We are here for UFC 276. So excited. So excited. Super excited for next week. So, yeah, that is a massive show. So, hopefully people will be joining us for that. Really looking forward to... I'm going to try and do, like... I'm just going to spend all week researching. I want to do as much of a deep dive as I possibly can. But next week is going to be so much fun. But, yeah, we've had 1,268 votes. 65% of you have gone with Tsarukyan for our main event. Co-main event coming up next. We are working our way towards that main event. Bruce Buffer doing the official decision. Doesn't look great for Magny on paper here. Kim said, I'm going to put $100 on Tsarukyan. It's only a small bet. It's nothing, mate. You should put 100,000 on. Put 100,000 on. Put the house on. Do it. Do it. Do it. Please don't do it, by the way. Parisian wins. Shavkat is better than Chimaev. Neil is going down. Shavkat, Rakhmonov, minus 390 favorite. He is a grappler, combat sambo, huge prospect. Good striking, undefeated. He is a finisher. Great submissions, spin attacks, improves as the fight continues. He's like a fine wine that just keeps getting better. M1 Global Champion, great power, great head movement. This is a big step up in the competition that is faced. So it's a really interesting fight. This could absolutely be on the card next week. No problem whatsoever. But we actually get it early. We get it a week early. We get it as the This could have been the main event. But it's number 10 against number 15 in the welterweight division. And it's a really interesting fight. Neil Magny is 26 wins, 9 losses. Pressure, slow, methodical, good cage work. Grinds out wins, works at a good pace. Quite durable as well. I feel like this is going to be Rakhmonov that's going to get the victory. But Neil Magny is definitely someone that needs some respect putting on that name. He is a veteran. He's had 35 professional fights. And as we said, definitely someone that you can't take lightly. He is ranked number 10 in the welterweight division, taking on number 15, Rakhmonov. Rakhmonov is 15-0, as we said, undefeated, minus 390 favourite. I've got him winning this in the welterweight division. I think that his striking accuracy, as we said, if you can get into the 60s, that's really good. Rakhmonov's striking accuracy is 71.7%. That's mental. His sub-average is 1.8. His takedown accuracy, not that great. Takedown average, not as great. But striking-wise, good. Shots landed per minute, he actually lacks behind Neil Magny. The volume is with Magny. But, yeah, he's serious, man. Rakhmonov is serious. He's got loads of support. It's another fight, just like the Umar Nurmagomedov fight. It's another fight that I would expect people to jump into and be really, really excited for. So I do expect there to be maybe a few more people jumping in and joining us for this next one. We were talking about there being like some real future prospects on this card, and that is absolutely what Rakhmonov is. So yeah, I'm hyped for this. I hope that's coming across. Really looking forward to this next one. Sonny, get to meet what chocolate. Sonny bringing in a new crew. Neil Magny, as fair play to him for having the balls for this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Very true. Yeah, getting your thoughts. Who do you think wins? Tim says Rakhmonov via first round submission. Right, we've got a little advert for Cannoneer. And Adesanya. So that's the main card that we're just seeing. Why have they only got 4 fights on there? Where's the Misha Tate fight? That's not fallen off, has it? They're only showing 4 fights on that main card for next week. Let's have a look. What's Tapology saying? Tapology's still got Misha Tate, Lauren Murphy. So have they just missed it off the graphic or so? I don't understand. Why is there only 4 fights on that main card graphic? That is sexist. That is sexist. The UFC is anti-women. No Misha Tate, Lauren Murphy shown on that graphic. Tapology's still listing it as an active fight, though, so doesn't look like it's been announced as being cancelled. That is appalling. That is not how Cupcake Misha Tate should be getting treated. Right, we are backstage with Megan Levy. Money in the Bank next Saturday, says Tony. UFC next Saturday, Tony. Hensey could do a watch along with Triple T for Money in the Bank, says Bonkers. He could if we wanted that channel to get taken down. It's a short UFC due to Money in the Bank. I doubt it, mate. I really don't think they're looking at Money. I don't even know. They didn't even know Money in the Bank was happening until they got told by. I think it was Tony Khan told them. So I don't think they even knew that it was on. But Money in the Bank won't affect what UFC are doing. Money in the Bank, UFC, or both. We're doing both. So we're doing UFC over here, and Money in the Bank will be over on the Wrestling Escape Pods. So we've got both rocking and rolling. But, yeah, UFC fans, we are here on this channel next week with UFC 276. We're meeting William and his fiance also is possibly coming. That's cool. If you do meet up, make sure you get a picture. That'd be really fun. We are just at commercial break as we are heading for our co-main event of the evening. It's been a long evening. I mean, we started 5 hours ago, this stream, but it's been good. There's been some really fun finishes and some really interesting contests. I wouldn't say it's been a vintage fight night, but the 2 fights that I was most looking forward to are coming up next. So, yeah, hopefully we can put a cherry on top of the evening. I've got Rakhmonov by 2nd round knockout, says Gong Gang. I'm watching Fight Night, says Legend Killer. Legend Killer, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're enjoying it. This next fight should be good. Definitely thinking that we could get a finish in this next one. Fancying a finish in this next one. As we go back from commercial break. We've already had 2 hours on this main card, so I don't think they're going to make us wait too long before we go to this next fight. They are really promoting next week, though. Again, we get a video about next week, and when we leave and go to commercial, as soon as we come back from commercial, then we've got another little advert being shown to us. It's great, though. I mean, Volkanovski, Holloway 3. Who's going to miss that? It's going to be fire. Co-main event. So, Neil Magny is tied with GSP for the most wins in the welterweight division. GSP has had 19 wins. Neil Magny has had 19 wins. If he wins tonight, he will be the fighter with the most wins in the welterweight division. That's impressive stuff. So, Neil Magny trying to get that win. I mean, he will get it. I'm sure they'll give him someone before he retires that will ensure that he gets it. I think Magny will take it, said Lord of Gosses. Rivy, hello. I am stoked for these last 2 fights too. Awesome. Legend Killer said it's time for the co-main events. J-Law said looking forward to this one. Rakhmonov is a potential future champion. I agree. I completely agree. This is a big step up for Rakhmonov, but it's a big step up. Well, it's not a big step up, but it's a big challenge for Magny as well. Rakhmonov is not someone that people are queuing up to face. Huge upset coming, says Riddell. Quandary said, I'm going to miss next week. Pink night in here. I won't be home before 7 a.m. What the hell's pink night? Pink night. What's pink night? I mean, I know what it sounds like. It sounds like your luck's coming. Sounds like a lovely evening. It's pink night. I've never heard it called pink night, but each to their own. Listen, if you're not able to watch UFC 276, I feel like that's the best excuse for it. What with it being pink night? I feel an upset creeping up. There's a few people saying that, actually. Let's have a look. See what we get. Here's Shavkat making his way down. 15-0. Very, very impressive fighter making his way down. Looks very cool, calm, collected. Shavkat making his way down. This is, as we said, our co-main event of the evening. Let's have a whip round for UFC, says Mark. Honestly, I think they're making enough money. Shavkat for the win. It's Pink Eye Night. Pink Eye Night. Highly polished in every facet. So, Shavkat is a former M1 global welterweight champion. Tied for the longest active finish streak. So, three finishes for him. He's finished all of his 15 wins. Never gone decision. And he's got a lovely mixture of knockouts and submissions as well. It's like 8 and 7. So you can do it on the feet. You can do it on the ground. Very confident. Very comfortable. Very highly skilled. Rakhmonov has got inside the octagon, and here comes his opponent, Neil Magny, making his way down, looking for that record, fighting out of Brooklyn, New York. Nothing but respect for Neil Magny. Pink Night, I've never heard about anything like that. This is a big step up for Rakhmonov. Magny is durable and experienced. He's fought some top-notch fighters within their respected divisions, says Jason. I completely agree. Completely agree. Neil Magny, most fight time in UFC welterweight history, 5 hours, 34 minutes, 48 seconds. Tied with George St. Pierre, as we said, for wins in the UFC welterweight history. Props to watch. Magny to win by knockout, technical knockout, is plus 1,400. Magny to win by submission is plus 2,200. Magny to win by decision is plus 500. This is going to be a good one. Neil Magny could be a dangerous underdog here, definitely. USA, said Mr. Pineapple. When does Pena fight again? She is going to be taking on Nunes at UFC 277, I believe. I think, is that our main event of 277? They're obviously both on Ultimate Fighter at the moment. Yeah, main event at the moment of 277. It's weird, actually, because I feel like people are interested to see if Amanda Nunes can get that title back. So it's definitely, an engaging main event. Is it a big enough main event, though? I feel like you can have that as main event, but you probably need a really good co-main event with it. At the moment, the co-main event is Brandon Moreno against Kai Kara France, which is a fun fight, but I don't know if it's enough. Certainly not as attention-grabbing as UFC 276 next week. I think Nunes wins that quite comfortably. Okay. Neil Magny getting his intro. Rakhmonov, let's go. I'm hoping for Hamzat versus Rakhmonov later if he wins this, says Denny. Here we go then, guys. Co-main event of the evening. I can sense there's a lot of Rakhmonov fans that are joining us. Welcome. Certainly support in the chat for Neil Magny as well. And we are underway. Round number 1. Magny against Rakhmonov. Both fighters in the center of the octagon. Low kick just misses there by Magny. Kick coming in, and he grabs the leg. Rakhmonov. Magny goes down. Rakhmonov trying to get some strikes through. He's managed to get into a really good position. Side control for Rakhmonov. Side control into half guards. Into half guard, and strike coming into the side of the body. Magny trying to grab Rakhmonov and hold him close, chest to chest, so that he can't get any kind of momentum going. But good work so far by Rakhmonov. He's in half guards. Magny down on the mat. This is going to be uncomfortable. I mean, he's in this position early. So this is going to be really uncomfortable. And with someone so competent on the mat as Rakhmonov, you don't want to be in this position. It was not looking good for Neil Magny going into this. It's looking a hell of a lot worse now. But he is surviving. He's having to work hard. Oh, Rakhmonov trying to trap the arm. But Magny manages to get it free. Rakhmonov doing well. He's got Magny on the mat. Rakhmonov on his feet, trying to throw in some strikes. Again, nice. Good shots coming in. Shots coming into the side of the body. Magny kicking. Up kicks coming in by Magny. And we've got fully mounted now. Rakhmonov. Oh, Magny is having to work so hard to survive. At the moment, we've got both guys down on the mat. We've got Rakhmonov on top of Magny. Magny in a kind of a seated position up against the cage. But, yeah, Magny down on his back now. Nice strikes coming in. Big, heavy shots coming down by Rakhmonov. Throwing them in. Landing those strikes. He's trying to grab a guillotine. Come on, Rakhmonov, says Legend Killer. Rakhmonov by knockout, round 2. So, Magny down on the mat. Strikes coming in by Rakhmonov. Yeah, Magny is having to work so hard just to survive. Rakhmonov is winning the round, but he's just not able to, like, find the finish. Like, Magny is fighting for his life here. I think he's fully aware of the dangerous position that he's finding himself in. So, yeah, he's doing really well, though. He's doing really well to survive. He's not doing well in the fight. He's losing the fight, but he's doing really well to stay in the fight. We've got just over a minute to go. Just over a minute to go, and he's managed to grab the leg of Rakhmonov. Both fighters down on the mat at the moment. Strike coming in by Rakhmonov. He's trying to get his foot clear, trying to get his foot out of there. Neil Magny has grabbed a hold of his foot. Rakhmonov is no joke. He is trying to get underneath, and he's just trying to grab. He's trying to grab the leg there, Neil Magny. Now a strike comes raining down. Mike said outclassed so far. Down on the ground, and that is the end of the round. You can see from the stats over 4 minutes control time. 4 minutes 35 control time for Rakhmonov, and 17 significant strikes to 5. I mean, it really was just, I would say it was one-way traffic, but Magny worked really hard to ensure that that wasn't a 10-8 round. I feel like that was, for me personally, I'd say that was 10-9. I feel that he's lost the round, but he had to work so hard to ensure that he didn't get put away, that he didn't, I mean, like, there's no submission attempts by Rakhmonov. There's no submission attempts there. And Magny's had to work really hard to ensure that that was the case. So, yeah, fair play. Fair play. I've got money on Rakhmonov, says Mason's Outdoor Sportsman Adventure. Cassid sees it as a 10-8, and John sees it as a 10-8. Here we go. About to go to round number 2. Dos Santos taking on Fazeev. Then, right, we are Magny trying to get a few shots off, so we are seeing Magny and Rakhmonov on the feet. Rakhmonov catching the leg of Magny. 10-9 Rakhmonov. Spin kick to the body. 10-8 says John Heon. That round was very one-sided. So I don't think the debate is who won it. The debate is it 10-8? Is it 10-9? That's the debate. Rakhmonov has managed to get Magny, drive him up against the cage. Again, not where Magny wants to be. Just a reminder, Neil Magny is ranked 10th. Rakhmonov is ranked 15th. So Rakhmonov, this is a big step up in competition for him. And he is absolutely rising to the occasion right now. Takedown by Rakhmonov. Magny is down on the mat. And covering up here, Magny. Magny is now going to have to go back into survival mode again. He's got 3 minutes 20 odd with Rakhmonov all over him. Over 5 minutes control time now. 5 minutes 44. Magny on the ground. We're over by the side of the cage. Rakhmonov inside control. Just seeing and hearing from Neil Magny's corner. Rakhmonov is a finisher. He's finished every one of his fights. So normally you would look at this and think, oh, this feels like it's going to drift. It feels like he's going to get him down, keep him down, and just try and get like the decision. But that is not what Rakhmonov looks to do. He is someone that has finished every one of his fights. He will be looking for finishes right now. Good roll in by Rakhmonov, and oh, he's looking for a choke, Das. Yeah, he wants to try and get, he couldn't get it though. He was trying to slip it through and get hold of the bicep, and I think he's got it. Ah, is it on? It feels close. It feels close, but he wasn't able to get it. Over nearly 7 minutes control time now. And again, he's trying to get the arm under the chin. He is trying to get the DAS applied, but he just cannot get it on at the moment. Neil Magny is having to work so hard. It's just more of the same. He's just having to work so hard to stay in this fight and not allow it to go away from him. But we are undeniably on the verge of 2 rounds to 0 for Rakhmonov. That's going to mean that Neil Magny is going to need to find a finish. Strikes coming in by Rakhmonov. Rakhmonov and Nurmagomedov were on my tickets. Magny is getting ragdolled. 86 minutes of fight time in over 5 hours. So just coming up to an hour and a half of fight time in 5 hours worth of show. And shows how much time they have to fill, isn't it? With like video packages and interviews and whatnot. 40 odd seconds. Definitely missing a crowd. A crowd now would be giving this energy. At the moment, it feels a little bit flat, a little bit like it is missing a crowd, basically. There's just like complete silence inside the Apex as Rakhmonov is just going about his work. Rakhmonov can't even lock in a submission. The hype train is being derailed. Rakhmonov is trying to get a guillotine on. 7 seconds to go. And he's got the tap. He's got the tap. He gets this guillotine on. It didn't feel like it was that tight, but he has got the finish. Rakhmonov has done it. Yeah, I mean, we were just seconds. We were just moments away from the end of that round. I mean, if Magny, I feel like we were like 2 seconds, something like that. If Magny had just held on. I mean, there was next to no time left there, but yeah, I mean, it must have, yeah, he taps. It must have been tight. I mean, there's like 2-3 seconds left, that's it. 2-3 seconds left. That's big. Close to or inside the top 10 when the rankings are updated for Rakhmonov. That guy is a problem, says Mystic Goham. Shavkat sub round 2. I think Magny just gave up. I think he knew he was 2 rounds down. I don't know. I don't know if he. I don't know. What I do know is that is a very credible win, and I don't think it's one that's going to surprise too many people, but it's very, very credible and very much helps Rakhmonov as he now continues to climb the rankings, and how long till he gets into title fights and title contention. Is he the Usman killer? Is he the one? Is Leon Edwards the one? It's good. It's good, though. It's good that we've got these really exciting prospects climbing up. I mean, you know, there was a chance that, you know, he could have got derailed there, but again, great performance. Shavkat Rakhmonov wins by guillotine. 2 seconds left there was. 2 seconds left. Longest active finish streak in UFC welterweight division. Very good. Very good. Give him Bilal. Give him Bilal. Oh, hang on. What's he saying? You almost saw the 3rd round for the first time in your career. Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. I knew I was winning. I finished the fight, so people think that I finished quickly, but I take my time and How long till you get a title shot? One or 2 years, I will be UFC champion, says Rakhmonov. Shavkat has made his intentions clear. 1 or 2 years. Oh. He wants Wonderboy next. He wants Stephen Wonderboy Thompson next. I mean, he doesn't really speak great English, so the call-out wasn't really that great. He just said, Stephen, Wonderboy Thompson, good fight. That's it. There we go. I just need Tsarukyan to win my bet now. I bet he loses. I'm always losing by 1 or 2 legs. Colin says, Gamrot is cold and calculated. Polish Power is going to KO Cocky Arman. Well, let's preview that main event, the main event of the evening. Arman Tsarukyan, a decent striker, elite grappling, good all-rounder, super prospect. Good athlete, durable. The gas tank over 5 minutes is what we're questioning. But he's got a good head kick. He's got a good kickboxing background as well. Taking on Gamrot, who is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Can be a bit of a slow starter. He's a wrestler, looks for takedowns. He's got good ground and pound. He's got good ring IQ. He's got improving striking. Durable, great chin, great top control, former KSW champion. I mean, both fighters have got loads about it. I mean, like, both fighters you can absolutely see get into title fights. So one of them is 18-2. The other is 20-1. Like, it's a really good main event. It's a really good main event. I've got Tsarukyan winning it. He is minus 280 favorite. Him to win by decision, I think, is about plus 150. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we do make it that far, but I've got Tsarukyan taking it, and I think you lot were edging Tsarukyan as well. Let's have a look, see where we are with the chat poll. 64% of you, nearly 1,500 have voted. 64% of you have gone with Tsarukyan. 36% have gone with Gamrot. So seems like quite comfortable for Tsarukyan. I wouldn't call Arman cocky. Always has deer in headlight look when he fights, says Kendrick Man. John said Oliveira finished Chandler, Dustin, and Justin outside of the championship rounds, but he couldn't finish Tony. Steve says Gamrot for the win. What did Wonderboy do? The Shift says, I need Gamrot. Cash Dizzy says, Gamrot for the win for sure. Matty is with Gamrot. Retribution cheering on Tsarukyan. Daniel said, Gamrot, Polish Power. I feel like we might have a lot of Polish friends with us. Shema, my Polish friends. Tsarukyan is going to beat Bumrot, says Shannon. Shots fired. Shots fired. I can't lie. July is going to be the best month of my life, says Sully. Sully, shout out to you. Troy says Gamrot win is going to get me $1,000. Very nice. Very nice. Money going on both of these fighters. Could go either way, man. Could go either way. Stress the second syllable, Rakhmonov. Sonny said, I've got Tsarukyan for the win. Vincent says, Tsarukyan by Stone Cold Stunner. Down for seeing that. Anton said, I got to win this one, Armenian in round 5. Tsarukyan has got this, right? Super close. Super interesting. Number 11 against number 12 in the lightweight division. Tsarukyan will win. Next month's UFC action is going to be interesting. We go back to London, don't we? We are going back to London. Hopefully the crowd is going to be just as vibrant, just as passionate as before. Arman got so unlucky with his first UFC matchup. Yes. Wasn't that against Islam? Welcome to Gamrot. Welcome to Gamrot. Out in the streets, they call it murder. Welcome to Gamrot. Yes. You should record that, send it over. He might have it as his walkout music. Really want Tsarukyan to win so that we can see the Islam rematch. What is the main event? Any story? What is this main event? Well, there's a hell of a story. Both of these are up-and-comers. Both of these are potential future champions. And actually, both of these are two fighters I thought the UFC was going to keep apart. I thought that they were going to allow them to kind of find their own paths to the title. And then, you know, once we're like, I don't know, ranked second and third, then we could smash them together to see who gets the title shot. But UFC hasn't done that. It seems like UFC want to know who's the person they're going to get behind. Who's the one that the machine is going to get behind and really push? Who's the one? Of these two title challengers, who is the one? And we're going to find that out tonight. It's really quite exciting. So it's a really good main event. I likes it. I'm 8-3. I'm doing excellent, says Sunny. I can't believe that Shavkat called out Wonder Boy. Anton, shout out to you dudes. McDonald's has ESPN on the telly. I am watching the fight whilst listening. There's tellies inside McDonald's. I've never been into a McDonald's that's had a TV in it. But then it's been a long time. I went into McDonald's. I never really go, but I went into McDonald's. They had like tablets on the table for the kids and whatnot with like apps on and all that. I mean, that's probably been in place for like years and years and years and years and years. But I just do not go to McDonald's that often. But I went in because I wanted to try the McPlant. I wanted to try that. It's that new, well, it's newish over here. We haven't had it that long, but I think you've had it in America quite a while, which is like the Beyond. Is it Beyond? The one that's like meats made in a lab. It's meat, but it's not meat type thing. Is it Beyond that make it? I can't remember. Over, I don't know if you call it the McPlant in America, but over here it's called the McPlant. No, yeah, McPlant. It's called the McPlant. So I wanted to try that. And it's got like a meat patty in it, but it's not real meat. And it was actually really quite good. It was quite good. I would absolutely have it again. But I think the calories are quite high still. Gamrot making his way down. Kendrick said, now I want McDonald's. McDonald's has got some terrible food. They have tablets over here as well. We live in England. People would steal TVs from McDonald's. Impossible Burger. Is that what you call it? Okay. Impossible Burger. I wonder why they've called it the McPlant over here then. We don't call it the Impossible Burger. No idea. I mean, the McPlant it's a rubbish name. But okay, Gamrot has made his way down. Matt, shout out to you watching from Canada. Nothing but love to my Canadian friends. Go Raptors. Fastest Kimura submission in UFC history. 1 minute 5 seconds for Gamrot. Gamrot is going to get the win. Gamrot will take Arman to hell. Beyond Burger. I didn't see what that was. Beyond Burger. Something about Beyond Burger. Beyond Burger or Impossible Burger. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know who makes it. I can find out. McPlant. A vegan burger. A vegan burger made with Beyond Meat. Featuring vegan sandwich sauce, ketchup, mustard, onion, pickles, lettuce, tomato, and a vegan alternative to cheese. A vegan alternative to cheese. A vegan cheese alternative. Not a flipping clue. I can tell you that it's got 429 calories. I can tell you it's got 20 grams of fat, 6 grams of saturated fat, and how much protein? 19 grams of protein. McPlant. Get it today. Order a McDip livery. Okay, here comes Tsarukyan. Tsarukyan screaming as he makes his way out, and big support inside the Apex for him. It's going to be good, man. This is going to be tastier than a McPlant. Scouts! Hello, buds. Scout, my Australian friends, I hope you are well. Scout says, hi, Days. Hi, community. How's the fights been going? Do you know what? It's been all right tonight. It's been all right. It's definitely felt like there's been a slightly different energy. It definitely is missing being in an arena. That's something that I think needs to change quickly. Outside of that, cannot argue with this card. I think it's a really good card. I think we've had some really good action, and it's been good. It's been good, man. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. So hopefully others out there have enjoyed it as well. And Scout, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support as always. Smile on the face of Tsarukyan. Are you married? I am married, yes. I am married to all of you. I'm married to the chat. I'm married to the love of the game. That's what I'm married to. Is it just me, or has this fight night gone on significantly longer than others? Well, I think it is a long one. Any fight night that's got 6 fights on the main card always feels longer. Because we never get to the main card until the scheduled start time anyway, so it doesn't really matter what's happened before. The main card will always start at the time that's scheduled. So if there was 5 fights tonight, we would have ended by now. But there are actually 6. Sometimes they go with 5. Sometimes they go with 6. 6 tonight. There will be McBlood on the McCanvas, says Ernest on purpose. Here's Bruce. Brucey boy. Main event of the evening. 5 rounds. Right, we are going over. I don't know what V-Chain is. What's V-Chain? What's V-Chain? There's a sponsor called V-Chain. Is that more crypto stuff? I've never heard of it. V-Chain is a blockchain application. It is. V-Chain? I've never heard of V-Chain. V-Chain. Okay, Bruce Buffer is living his best life right now. He lives for these main event announcements. 5 rounds. What time is it for you? It is 20 to 6 in the morning. Come on! It really is. 5:40. We started at midnight in the UK, which would have been 7 Eastern. Right now it'll be 20 to 1 Eastern. That's late, isn't it? 20 to 1 Eastern time. That's late. I mean, it's even later being 5:40 here in the UK, but I am mentally prepared for that. It's just part and parcel of enjoying live UFC action if you live over here in the UK. Mad Cow Burger. Alexander, shout out to you. Shout out to India. Don't forget, guys, I'm going to mention it now. We are back next week for UFC 276. Big stream. Big stream. Really looking forward to that. Right, here we go. Main event time. Tsarukyan versus Gamrot. This should be fun. The time for talking is done. Let's end the poll. Here we go. There's some noise in the Apex now. It's great to hear. There's a flipping atmosphere. Right, we've got Tsarukyan in red. We've got Gamrot in black. And we are underway. It always gets me a bit more fired up as well whenever there's like an atmosphere and there's like people chanting and, do you know what I mean? There's like a vibe. Kick coming in as Gamrot just stumbles against the cage a little bit. Oh, charged in, and Tsarukyan thought that he saw a takedown opportunity. Look, oh, it's a good scramble at the moment. Trying to get a guillotine. Leg's been grabbed there by Gamrot. Gamrot has managed to grab a leg. Tsarukyan on his feet. Gamrot looking to drive Tsarukyan back against the cage. Kick coming into the body there by Tsarukyan. Tsarukyan standing his ground in the center. Good work so far by both fighters, actually. Neither fighter able to get much of an advantage, but I like what I'm seeing from Tsarukyan in these early stages. Gamrot on the outside, though. As we said, neither fighter able to really get an advantage. And Gamrot looking for a single leg. No joy. Both fighters in the center. We're seeing Tsarukyan throwing out a lot of jabs, low kicks. Another low kick, outside leg kick there by Tsarukyan. And again, throwing some strikes up top. Both guys letting their hands go a little bit, but just not able to connect with anything. Low kick coming in, but doesn't connect. Gamrot trying to lunge in with a left-hand jab. Outside leg kick, takedown by Tsarukyan. Gamrot with an outside leg kick, and as he was throwing it, Tsarukyan charges in for that takedown. And Tsarukyan has managed to get Gamrot over by the side of the cage, down on the ground. He can't get him laid down, though. There's a scramble, there's a roll. Both fighters are side by side, getting back up to their feet. Tsarukyan trying to get round the back. They roll again. I tell you what, Gamrot doing really well. Excellent skill by Gamrot. Gamrot down on the ground and he rolls. And they managed to get back up to their feet. Right now, such a scramble, such a fight, such an energy to this. Loads of transitions, loads of reversals, momentum shifting back and forth as both guys are in a clinch at the moment in the center of the octagon, both looking for wrist control. They break apart. Again, really hard to say who's got the advantage here. 5 significant strikes to 4, 30 seconds to 28 control time. I mean, if you had to go in any direction, you might go with Tsarukyan, but there's nothing in it. There's really, really nothing in it. Tsarukyan standing his ground in the center. Gamrot trying to find an opening. Inside leg kick there by Tsarukyan. Outside leg kick just misses. 1 minute 30 odd on the clock. Trying to come in with a couple of left-hand jabs. Oh, heavy kick to the body, and Gamrot tries to throw a shot straight down to the body. Inside leg kick there by Tsarukyan. Outside leg kick by Tsarukyan. He's working the legs, but not landing with loads. It is where most of his attacks are coming from, though. He's landed 1 headshot, 3 shots to the body, 4 to the legs. So the leg kick's a big part of the game plan here for Tsarukyan. Gamrot, 3 headshots, nothing to the body, 1 to the legs. A couple of jabs, but just falling short at the moment. We're seeing Tsarukyan starting to pull ahead a little bit now. 12 significant strikes to 4. He's been much more of active, Tsarukyan. He's thrown 31 significant strikes. Gamrot's thrown 14. So we are definitely seeing more volume, more success for Tsarukyan. I was leaning him anyway because he is the one that got the takedown. Right now, yeah, they don't settle. They don't settle for any position. We are seeing guillotine just been applied here by Tsarukyan. That should be enough to give him the first round. Let me know in the chat which way you score it, which way you see it. I've got first round Tsarukyan. Tsarukyan round 1. Nice takedown. Out on the streets, they call it murder. It's, I wouldn't say that was murder. I would say that was, I don't know. It wasn't a mugging. It wasn't even an assault. It was harassment. I feel like Tsarukyan harassed Gamrot. It's close. It's close. Tsarukyan round 1. Tsarukyan. This is wrestling. 10-8 Tsarukyan. I don't feel like it was a 10-8. Personally. Just because I feel like this was quite an close, quite an even contest. Here we go. Round number 2. Round number 2. Fun round, though. Great energy. Ref just check in with both fighters, and we are underway. So, here we go. Both fighters coming out into the center. Ooh, kick coming in by Tsarukyan. Gamrot catches the leg. Tries to throw a couple of strikes up top. Tsarukyan able to break clear. Leg kick coming in by Tsarukyan. Outside leg kick by Tsarukyan as well. Nice uppercut coming in there by Gamrot. He's trying to charge forward as Tsarukyan is able to get out of there. Nice kick coming into the body. Tsarukyan on the outside is doing all right at the moment. Gamrot is keeping an eye on him. He's being quite watchful. He's not presenting many openings. Outside leg kick there by Gamrot. Tsarukyan flicks out an inside leg kick, but doesn't land with it. Right now we've got 16 significant strikes to 9. Both of these are throwing quite a bit of stuff, but it's not really landing. It's not really getting through. Gamrot has landed 9 of 30. Tsarukyan has only landed 18 of 61. So, you know, there's a lot of strikes being thrown that are just falling short. Nice lunging left-hand jab there, and by Gamrot, Tsarukyan tries to respond with a little hook shot. Throws in a kick to the body. Gamrot catches. Another kick coming into the body by Tsarukyan. We're seeing this starting to open out a little bit more. Both fighters in the center at the moment as Tsarukyan comes forward. Couple of jabs up top, but again, Gamrot just out of range. We are up to 70 now strikes. 21 from 70. into almost halfway through the round. Very active, loads of movement, loads of strikes being thrown, but just not finding very much landing. Into looking for a takedown. Tsarukyan doesn't get it. Both fighters back on their feet in the center of the octagon. Tsarukyan trying to... he's got some good movement, though. I like his lateral movement. He's not just standing there. He's constantly, like, moving, trying to throw a big overhand there. Outside leg kick by Tsarukyan. He's managed to land 9 of those. Looking for a takedown, but denied. Gamrot has managed to deny 4 takedowns. And both their arms, they've got their arms kind of tangled up at the moment. Both down on the center. I tell you what, there is he looking... What's he hoping to do with that? Both get back up. Hard to know. They've had their arms tangled up. Now, I've never seen that before, where they had their arms kind of entangled and neither fighter was giving up their position. They were just kind of frozen side by side for a moment. But they do get back up to their feet. Real fun energy. The pace of this has been fire. It's been a wonderful pace, wonderful energy. You do wish that they would just land with a bit more of what they're throwing. 26 from 85 for Tsarukyan, 14 from 45 for Gamrot. Kicks coming into the body. Strike coming up top there by Gamrot. We're into the final minute of round number 2. Both fighters in the center at the moment. I would be leaning to Tsarukyan again for this round. I feel like he's the aggressor. I feel like he's probably getting through with more because he's throwing more. The volume is absolutely with Tsarukyan, and he lands a big kick to the body. Kicks to the body and kicks to the legs are really the difference maker here for Tsarukyan. It's where he's getting the majority of his joy. Looking for a spinning back fist there. You can see actually the leg of Gamrot is quite red. He's having to switch stances. But that damage to the leg is going to add up. Those body kicks as well, they're also going to be taking stuff away. You can see the body is going red also. 32 significant strikes to 18, and end of round number 2. Retribution says, what a high-quality main event. How many rounds can this go? It can go 5, because it is the main event. So it can go 5. I don't know that it will go 5, but it can go 5. And what we're seeing at the moment is a really, really good main event. Really engaging main event. It's got a lovely pace to it. So really enjoyable. I've got Tsarukyan winning by 2 rounds to 0. Not much in it, though. Certainly those in attendance seem to be behind Tsarukyan. Arman chants breaking out inside the Apex as we are about to go to round number 3. No more commercial breaks till this one is over. Here we go. About to go into round number 3. Kick coming in. Big heavy kicks by Tsarukyan. Strike coming into the body by Gamrot. Tsarukyan trying to edge forwards. In the center. Strikes coming in by Gamrot. Outside leg kick by Tsarukyan. Tsarukyan at minus 650. Gamrot at plus 380. Both fighters in the middle. Both fighters not wanting to give an inch. Couple of strikes coming in there by Tsarukyan, and Gamrot is able to duck underneath. Gamrot has done a good job. I believe he's losing the fight, but he's done a good job of staying in this one. Looking for, trying to grab the leg, and the two break apart. He's keeping it really, really close. Nice jab coming in there. Takedowns defended, 7 by Tsarukyan, 4 by Gamrot. It's like chess, man. It's so close. Like, they're both trying to find openings and that kill shot, and coming in, trying to lunge forward, trying to throw in a big left hand kick coming into the body there by Tsarukyan. Couple of strikes coming back by Gamrot. It's a really engaging main event. I love the energy to it. Looking for a check hook there by Tsarukyan. Takedown by Gamrot, but Tsarukyan right back up to his feet. Gamrot round the back of Tsarukyan. Tsarukyan being driven over to the side of the cage. Khabib is sat watching at cage side. Khabib enjoying the action here. This obviously used to be his division. And we are seeing Gamrot go round the back of Tsarukyan. He's throwing in knees. Tsarukyan is in a bit of trouble here. Gamrot is round the back of him. No knockout coming, but Tsarukyan won the first 2 rounds. Looking for a takedown there. Strike coming into side of the head by Gamrot. Tsarukyan back up to his feet. Gamrot is in control. This is a good phase in the fight for Gamrot. He is getting quite a bit of control time. Oh, they break apart. Gamrot trying to keep a hold of Tsarukyan, but Tsarukyan is able to break away. Both fighters back into the center now. 1 minute 30 left in this third round. That was a good passage for Gamrot, but he just didn't do enough with it. Didn't do enough with it. Tsarukyan swinging away. Gamrot on the back foot. Shots coming in by Tsarukyan. Looking for a takedown. It's denied by Gamrot. This round, I feel like this round's going to be hard to score. I feel like it might be a Gamrot round, you know. He's got Gamrot on one leg. Kick to the body. Tsarukyan trying to find a way of getting Gamrot down. Gamrot staying on the feet. Let's go, Gamrot. People saying 2-1 Gamrot. Nice spin kick to the body by Tsarukyan. I feel like this is going to be a Gamrot round. I feel like 2-1 Tsarukyan after this, for me. People always want to know who's winning the fight that are joining us halfway through the action. As soon as you get to the end of this round, get your thoughts in as to how you're seeing it. We've got about 11 seconds to go. There's some big heavy kicks coming in here by Tsarukyan. That's a lovely little hook shot by Tsarukyan as well. And there we go. End of round 3. Put it in the chat. How are you seeing it? I've got it 2-1 Tsarukyan. We are going into round number 4. Do you know, this is what I wanted to see. Tsarukyan, I think, is a really good fighter, but I don't know how he does over 5 rounds. And we're going to find out here because we're going into a 4th. Gamrot counter. Tsarukyan 2-1. Gamrot 2-1. Gamrot 2-1. Tsarukyan 2-1. 2-1 to Tsarukyan. 2-1 to Gamrot. People are seeing it 2-1 both ways. Gamrot win, please. 2-1 Tsarukyan. Khabib looks like a Don watching on the outside. Arman's kicks could maybe win him the round with damage. It's close, says Kendrick Man. 3-0 Tsarukyan, says Lan. Dave said it sounds... Hello, Dave. Sounds like a good fight. It's a lot of fun. It is definitely a lot of fun. It's a fight that we were really interested in. It's one that I think has really grabbed people's attention, and we're seeing them swing away here. It's such a good pace. Gamrot driving Tsarukyan back against the cage. Aaron has got it 30-27 Tsarukyan. Cody Garbrandt says, great fights. 29-28 Tsarukyan, says Ryan Frederick. So we got a couple of scores popping up on screen. One gave all 3 rounds to Tsarukyan. The other gave it 2 rounds to 1 to Tsarukyan. Swing and a miss there by Tsarukyan. Gamrot trying to get a shot in. Again, throwing out a couple of strikes up top there, Tsarukyan. He seems to be slipping. You could see him slipping on that decal. Yeah. He has got 5-round experience, Gamrot. Will Tsarukyan start to tire? That's a question. We're into the 4th round here. Trying to come in, trying to let his hands go. Really engaging, gripping stuff. Don't know which way it's going to go. Both fighters still in this fight. Tsarukyan on the outsides. Trying to throw in a kick to the body as Gamrot goes down. I don't know if Gamrot got knocked down or just slipped. But there was a few things being thrown there by Tsarukyan. I don't think they'll score it as a knockdown. I feel like Gamrot was maybe more off balance, although ESPN have given it as a knockdown. ESPN have given a knockdown to Tsarukyan. Right now, Gamrot, though, in control. He's managed to get round the back of Tsarukyan. Both fighters getting up to their feet over by the side of the cage. It's really, really fascinating. Back and forth. I just get a feeling we're probably going to see a 5th round. Both fighters in the center, halfway through round 4. Tsarukyan trying to find a way through. Gamrot trying to catch the leg there. Nice left-hand jab coming in by Gamrot. Couple of strikes coming straight down the middle by Tsarukyan. Couple of jabs, body shot coming in there by Tsarukyan. Kick coming into the body by Tsarukyan as well. Looking for a back elbow from Tsarukyan. 1 minute 44 to go. Feel like the pace of this has just dipped a little, which isn't a surprise. It's been quite a ferocious pace. Nice kick coming into the body there by Tsarukyan. Nice strike coming in. Kick coming into the body. Gamrot driving Tsarukyan over against the side of the cage. That's good work by Gamrot. That's good work. He's managed to get Tsarukyan, driven him to the side of the cage. What I want to do, actually, I'm just going to have a look and see what the round-by-round striking breakdown is. Because, unfortunately, ESPN doesn't give us that. But it would be interesting to know how many strikes have landed in this round. This is good by Gamrot. He's got Tsarukyan down. He's trying to get round the back and he's trying to get some strikes in. This is really good by Gamrot. He's looking for a rear naked. He's in a really good position. We might not need to worry about numbers. That is quite awkward. Gamrot has really got Tsarukyan in an awkward position. It's awkward, but it's not dangerous at the moment. Tsarukyan is able to get into a seated position. Just looking at significant strikes in this round, 21-7, all in favor of Tsarukyan. So if you want to look at striking for this round, then I think you would go with Tsarukyan. Well, you would go with Tsarukyan. Oh, it was a knockdown. They're just showing that replay. It was actually a spinning back fist that connected. Tsarukyan with not only the striking advantage, but a knockdown that has been shown to be a knockdown. I think that the knockdown is the most significant thing in that round then. So I actually thought he had slipped. I thought he was off balance. But they show that spinning back fist does connect. It does connect. So I think that's 3 rounds to 1 Tsarukyan. 3 rounds to 1 Tsarukyan. I think that Gamrot is going to need to find a finish if he's going to win this fight. I mean, I'm not confident about that because you never quite know what the judges are seeing. For 4-0 Tsarukyan. 3-1 Tsarukyan. 3-1 Tsarukyan. Richie saying Gamrot needs a finish. Yeah, I honestly thought that it was a slip. But the replay shows it was a knockdown. It was a spinning back fist. Some good work at the end of that round, though, by Gamrot. Nice strike coming in there by Gamrot. Outside, oh, heavy outside leg kick by Tsarukyan. Gamrot goes down. His leg gives out, but he's right back up again. But that leg kick, I mean, if he just had some real joy with that, he fires in another one. Tsarukyan looking for a kick to the body. That leg kick, heavy leg kick, really providing some joy for Tsarukyan. He tries to grab the leg of Gamrot. Both fighters back up on their feet. In the center. Oh, lovely striking right down the middle by Tsarukyan. Gamrot is the one that looks for a takedown. He manages to get it. Oh, really good takedown. Not only did he get the takedown, he managed to also slip round the back of Tsarukyan. Gamrot is in quite a nice position here as we're well into the 5th round. Tsarukyan over against the side of the cage. He's all right. He's on his knees. Gamrot is getting a bit of control time, but you've got to do something with it. You really don't know. If the judges had this 2-2 going into the 5th and final round, these moments could be really significant moments for Gamrot. Knees coming in by Gamrot. He's trying to drag Tsarukyan down. It's a real scrap at the moment. I know loads of people have got money on the fight. Good chunk of people betting with Gamrot. Good chunk of people have got money with Tsarukyan. Which way is this going to go with 2 minutes 30 left? Nice strike coming in by Gamrot. The pace still quite high, still quite quick. Both fighters back on their feet in the center. Big kicks coming into the body by Tsarukyan. It is very close. I can tell you that striking is 5-5 in this round for significant strikes. With 2 minutes to go, there really isn't much to separate them. Does feel like Gamrot has got to do a bit more, though, if he's going to take this round. Both fighters in the middle. Arman is being chanted by those in the crowds. Gamrot looking for a takedown. It's denied by Tsarukyan. 1 minute 30 left to go. He's looking for a guillotine. He's looking for a squeeze. 1 minute 20. Tsarukyan was in control, but is thrown away there by Gamrot. Couple of strikes coming in by Tsarukyan. Gamrot getting backed up a little bit. Kick coming into the body. 12-12 in this round now. That's how close this final round is. 12-12 on significant strikes. Big heavy kick to the body there by Tsarukyan. Gamrot stumbles back. It's really close. It's really close, this fight. Lovely strike. They are really closely matched. Felder saying the exact same thing. Gamrot gets a takedown. Gamrot gets a takedown right at the end of the round. We got about 20-odd seconds to go. Wow, there's nothing to separate them here. 15 seconds to go. Over by the side of the cage. It's a hell of a fight. Five seconds. Strikes coming into the side of the body by Tsarukyan. And that is the end of the fight. End of the fight. Really, really close. I feel like it's going to be Tsarukyan. I had Tsarukyan 3-1 going into that final round. Even if you give that final round to Gamrot, and I don't know that you do, but even if you do, for me it would still be 3-2 to Tsarukyan. So if I was judging it, would have Tsarukyan winning. But gonna find out. Gonna find out. Ahmed says 3-2 Gamrot. Nicole said 3-2 Arman. Arman has won it. What a fight. Tsarukyan has got this. Retribution said, I'm worried about these shoddy judges. It's close. I mean, look, we've got, look at the chat right now. We've got people saying 3-2 Gamrot. Quite a few people saying that. We've got Ali saying 4-1 Tsarukyan. Kane is saying 3-2 Tsarukyan. Quandary says 4-1 Gamrot. We're all over the road here. We're all over the road. We've got people saying that Tsarukyan has won. We've got people saying Gamrot has won. Some people saying it's wide. Some people saying it's close. My personal feeling is that it's going to be Tsarukyan. I think I don't know who you give that final round to. I think it's a really close final round. Let's just give it Gamrot. Who cares? I'll say 3-2 Tsarukyan. But I feel that Tsarukyan wins it on decision. But it ain't my decision. Let's see what the judges have decided. Here we go. 5 rounds. All 3. 48-47. Whoa! Gamrot gets it. 48-47. All 3 judges scored it. 3 rounds to 2 for Gamrot. Gamrot wins by unanimous decision. I had it 3-2 to Tsarukyan. It was close, though. It was a war. That was a war. Great fight. I'm disappointed I couldn't join earlier. Damn work getting in the way. Can't wait for Izzy against Cannonier. We are back next week. We are back next weekend for that massive UFC 276. But we're still trying to take on board this great fight that we just saw. I mean, a great pace over 5 rounds. Loads of action there. And it's Gamrot that's got it. Never doubt me, says Gamrot. Tim said 7-5. Judges screwed up back-to-back main events. No effing way. It was closer to a draw than Gamrot winning. Bilal says, amazing fight. Thanks, his coaches. Congratulations to Gamrot. Next up, Forbidden Door, says Dave. I tell you what, Gamrot is running around, is super excited. Tsarukyan is devastated. Devastated. I don't know what happened. This camp was very good. I don't know. It was my first 5 rounds. That's why it was difficult, says Tsarukyan. So, respect to Tsarukyan, like taking it on the chin. 95 significant strikes to 72. There was quite a bit of control time, though, and 6 takedowns as well for Gamrot. So Gamrot has got numbers. Tsarukyan said he needs to watch the fight back to understand. Embedded vlogs are fun. Tsarukyan got screwed. Tsarukyan is a class act. Tsarukyan is trash. Gamrot set in for Tsarukyan. Well, there we go. Big win for Gamrot. I mean, I'm pleased. I'm pleased for whoever won it. I think both of them are great prospects. One was going to take a step forward. One was going to get left behind a little. I think UFC will try and get behind Gamrot. Seems like he's been identified as the one. And, you know, winning. He did. I felt that Tsarukyan won that personally, but it was close. It was close. And, you know, we've been here a million times. You just don't know when you get to the judges. One thing I would say is all 3 judges scored it the same, which is worth remembering. So, do you know what I mean? If it was like split or something like that, then I could understand like you arguing it, but all 3 judges watched that fight, and all 3 judges were in agreement. So, definitely makes me want to. I don't know. I need to go back and have a look at that again, because it's interesting that all 3 of them saw it the same way. So there must have been stuff in there that they liked. I mean, takedowns don't always get. I mean, certainly if you get someone down, you got to do something with it. I don't know. This is the problem. Like, some of the judges really score stuff different ways. Some do like cage control and do like control time. Some do like takedowns. You just never quite know what you're going to get. You never quite know what they're looking for, what's going to impress them. But on this day, all 3 were impressed with what they saw from Gamrot. So I wouldn't say a robbery, but I can definitely understand if you was siding with Tsarukyan. It's stinging a little bit. How excited are you for UFC 276? It's going to be a banger, says Spooner. So excited. So excited. I really am looking forward to that. I mean, I said before, like Volkanovski against Holloway, I mean, that fight alone, there could be nothing else apart from that fight next week, and I'd be pumped. But add in Sugar Sean O'Malley, add in Misha Tate, add in Israel Adesanya taking on Cannonier. But then, as we said as well, lower down the card, you've got people like Macy Barber. Cowboy is going to be in action. Or at least meant to be. Maybe this time he can actually get his fight in the octagon. I don't know how many fights he's had cancelled this year. But, yeah, I mean, it's a stacked card. It's going to be a really exciting evening. It's going to be a massive stream. Yeah, make sure you join us next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really, really looking forward to it. And I think we got a little taste tonight of what next week will be like. I think there was some great prospects, some really good performances. And we just got a little taster of what next week's going to bring. But, man, next Saturday is going to be absolute fire. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Right, I'm going to wrap it up there, my friends. Really, really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed joining us. I really do appreciate it, as always. And as we said, massive stream next week. One of the biggest of the year, undoubtedly. When it comes to UFC pay-per-views, any UFC pay-per-view that is going to have Holloway on it, Adesanya on it, is going to be in the running for one of the biggest cards of the year. And that's exactly what we've got next weekend. So really appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a great weekend wherever you are. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.